2. Never mind. Bam. Welcome in, tubers. Oh, looks like we already got a guest, so I guess I'll let them up. But Trump supporters, do you regret your vote is the prompt today. We're actually going to do 2 prompts, technically. Only one on the screen. We're going to do 2 prompts. So the first one is going to be Trump supporters regret your vote. I know there's a large portion of you who very much do. The action of this administration in many ways, shapes, or forms goes against everything that he ran off of in the 2024 election. He kind of threw some curveballs at you in 2025 and definitely the first 3 months of 2026. So if you regret your vote, I just want to let you know this live is a safe space for you to come up here and express what exactly did you in. And if you're a Trump supporter who does not regret your vote, then we'll talk to you as well. And I can give you several reasons as to why you should. The second prompt, the invisible prompt that we'll be doing today. And I'm just curious, what is TDS? I need Trump supporters to come up and tell me what TDS is. I'm a little baffled. So if you can do that, request up in the box. If you're over on the tube side, you see the call-in number. We're just gonna call you BB. BB, did you vote for Trump?
Yep.
Cool. And do you regret your vote?
Not a damn no.
Not a damn no. All right. I mean, it could have just been a no, but we can go with the damn no's. That's cool too. So I think I can give you a reason as to why you should, and I think I'll use your name as a reference. What about that?
Talking about the Iran war that's going on right now.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're actually calling it a war. It seems like a lot of the Republican base can't make up their minds on what it is. Yeah, so in regards to the Iran war, yeah.
In regards to that, you are aware that the Iran and the United States have been back and forth with each other since about the 1950s. In 1988, the Iran actually took 54 hostages of the United States citizens and held them hostage. And in order for them to be released, they had to make a treaty or a peace deal in order for them to be released, right?
Yeah, I don't know what that has to do with, say, the JCPOA that Donald Trump pulled this out over the recent actions.
So why should that matter? Because here's the problem that I don't think you understand. You know, Donald Trump is doing what no other president could actually do, because we've been in conflict with them for the past 49 years now, or 50 years, however long it's been.
Yeah, could is a strong word. Donald Trump is doing what no other president was ridiculous enough to try. We can see the immediate results of these actions in regards to gas prices, and now he's quite literally asking other countries to get involved with the Strait of Hormuz.
Wait, you said with gas prices, right? But weren't you guys the ones that said in Joe Biden's term that the president has nothing to do with gas prices? But now all of a sudden he has to do with gas prices?
The president does not set gas prices, but the president can do things that will impact gas prices. Yes, we've quite literally seen the results of that immediately in this term.
Okay. So I don't understand your argument, because like I said, this has been going on since... I
know how long this has been going on, but we haven't necessarily been in a war with Iran for that entire time.
So I don't know about that. You can let someone else talk. I'll look it up for you and I'll prove you wrong if you want me to. I got you.
You're more than welcome to. But again, this would all go back to the definitions of war per se, which obviously we're not just going by the strict definitions of when Congress declares it, because then we'd be ignoring things like what happened in Iraq. But Donald Trump has been calling this a war, so that's how I'll reference it. Not to mention, many a times they're just over there minding their business. People are screaming death to America, sure, and then we're fucking them over on the side. So there's that. Regardless, there's this thing called diplomacy that we seemingly completely lost under this administration, and that would have been the best risk mitigator in regards to nuclear enrichment. But instead, Donald Trump decided to take the action of just striking them, and now Americans are suffering. That doesn't make any sense to me, and I don't know why it makes sense to you. What up, Facts?
Can I ask you a question? Can you tell me what the Tanker War was from 1987, 1988?
Can I what?
Tell me what the Tanker War was from 1987 to 1988.
Exactly what you said. Did I say we didn't have any war or conflict with Iran since the 40s or 50s that you referenced?
That was not from the 40s or 50s. That was 1987 to 1988.
I know what you just cited. I'm saying you talked about since the 50s in regards to the conflict we've had with them.
Hey, Bam, can I ask you a question?
Sure, why not?
You said 1988 was when the hostages were taken. That's not true.
Yes, it was.
No, it was 1979.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Okay, so I'm going to have to prove you wrong. Okay.
1979 is when the embassy in Tehran was overrun and U.S. hostages were held for 444 days. That was 1979.
66 Americans, correct?
Correct. Or 64, something like that. Yep. So would you like to debate that, Bomb?
So when did that end? How long did that go on for? What was the exact date and when did that end?
444 days. It ended it ended on inauguration day for Ronald Reagan in 1981.
So how many hostages were held during that day?
I think the number was. I think it was 64.
64 to
No, it's
66.
52.
Okay.
So during the
a few different
My guy, but you
variations,
said
several
you said
places,
1988, man. You said 1988. You were way off.
Okay, well, I made a mistake with the
I think the
year,
number
but
was-
also, but my point is that we've been in and out of war with Iran since that time.
Why don't you go back further than that, though?
Okay, so what
Crazy
year?
Changed it in and out, by the way.
1953.
Okay,
You know what happened then?
what?
Would you like to know?
I mean, you're gonna probably tell me anyways and stuff.
Thank you guys for the gifts. Continue to knock out the ones and gift goals. Get us boosted out on the FYP. Do all the things. Make sure we're taking care of facts while he's here as well.
Do you mind if I go into this a little bit, Hector?
No, go ahead.
So the U.S. and Iran were allies. I'm not going to say friends, but allies, trading partners, and the like throughout the 40s and the early 50s. The Iranian people elected their own prime minister. His last name, I think it's Modage or Mosage. I can't pronounce it correctly. I'm not exactly sure the pronunciation. He had made an attempt. He was popular. He was duly elected by the Iranian citizens. He was in the process of nationalizing Iran's oil industry, to which the Brits and the Americans were unhappy about. So what do you think the Brits and the Americans did, Bomb?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
They organized a coup to replace said duly elected prime minister and replaced him with a Western plant, a gentleman by the name of the Shah of Iran. For the next 30 years, he ruled with an authoritarian grip. And guess who the Iranian citizens blamed?
Who?
The U.S. and Britain. And shocker, that led to the Iranian Revolution in 1979. And say it with me, friends, when American hostages or American students were taken hostage and held for 444 days. And that's when the Death to America chant started.
Fast forward to the 2000s, Donald Trump decides to start commenting on politics, especially heavily. Early 2010s, he starts shitting on the Obama administration for many of their acts. He references that the president is stupid, that he's going to cause a war with Iran. When he runs in 2015, 2016, he talks about the old ways of regime changes were done with. He runs on that in 2020 as well, in 2024. And now here we are openly embracing it. So why exactly do you like voting for a man who contradicts himself in policies that he would then deem as harmful to America?
The country is a lot better than it is under the Biden administration.
Are we pivoting from the...
You literally just asked me a question. I'm responding to you. How am I pivoting? You asked me, how do I support him?
We were talking about... We were talking about Iran,
and I just want to point out to
and
me,
then
this is
we
the left
just went
side,
to like
and
a
I know you got
comparison.
people on TikTok, and I know you got people on YouTube, but this is the left side. When someone doesn't like what they say, are you pivoting?
It's I don't care about your comparisons with Biden. We can go over all those different ways you can do so, but we were just on Iran. And again, Iran wasn't doing all the stuff that you referenced, which is why you had to go all the way back to the 80s when it was the 70s to specify an act that they did to justify the current war. Under the Biden administration, we didn't have 60-something American hostages, and the nuclear enrichment wasn't what it was now, allegedly under Trump. So
you understand? Let me ask you a serious question, because I don't think you understand politics and how they work.
Oh,
right?
Oh, sure.
So if if a president, right, feels like a country deems
feeling it in his
unreliable,
bones, right?
How about you shut up and let me talk?
He did say when he feels it in his
do
bones. Yeah. Go ahead.
So when a politician or a president feels that another country is not deemed worthy, is not deemed reliable, is, a threat to America, right? And I'm pretty sure Donald Trump has gone over there and talked to them, which he actually said he did.
Mm-hmm.
You went to Iran and talked to them?
Oh, for fuck's sake. This is why I can't do the left-sided
Let me get out. Go ahead.
Because all you gotta do is laugh.
Get your question out, bro. Get your question out. All you have to do is continue. Get your question out. Go ahead.
So do me a favor. Fuck you.
Finish your question.
I
Are you
hate
gonna run?
Democrats.
Are you gonna run?
Lying sacks of
Are you gonna
garbage.
run? Or are you gonna finish your question?
No, I'll just leave and I'll report you live for fucking
I mean,
bullshit.
by all means, feel free to report my live. But are you gonna run now?
But you're not gonna get taken down.
Are you gonna
because
run now?
This person that probably gets paid by this.
Are you gonna run now, or are you
gonna
gonna finish your question?
This is your job.
Are you gonna run now? Or are you
When
gonna finish your
lie out of
question?
ass and laugh at
You
people
were
for
going
them not
somewhere.
being as fucking
You was going
smart
somewhere.
as
Do you want to land the
because you're a
plane?
fucking retard.
Do you
Kill
want to
yourself,
land the
Nick.
plane?
God bless you.
Oh, the Slither
Wow.
run. And there he goes, chat.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
This happens just about every single time we seem to have some of these conversations. Somebody gets mad and then does something that get dropped, which, to be clear, I did not drop him. Really quickly, before we move on to the next guest, I need to get this out of the way. Dear TikTok Terms of Service, I apologize sincerely for the actions of one of these radical lunatic right people and coming up here and saying slurs that goes against your terms of service. Please ensure that swift action was taken to ensure this person could no longer speak in such a manner on my platform, and do not come after my black ass. Thank you very much. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, and we call the number on screen 737-295-5321. You know what just happened, Facts? I'm going to tell you exactly what just happened, because I know we would have two different ways to go about that conversation. You went the educational route. I love that about you. He realized he didn't know shit about fuck, and once he heard you coming up here spitting that good stuff, he had to go. Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. Reason violates community guidelines. What community guidelines? Not them giving me the restriction for what he said.
It's that handsome face.
Yeah,
Nobody
it's
can
that
handle
face.
it. That's what it is.
He went ahead
That's
and
what it is.
reported. He went ahead and reported. Oh, so I need you guys to do a couple of things, because that's why I did my whole little PSA, because I knew I was going to be the one to take the brunt for him, because TikTok. Super tap that screen. Show the algorithm to be here. We have 599 people watching. Double tap that screen until we get the likes up to 80K and beyond. We're going to be pushing through this nonsense. We're going to push through this nonsense. Share out the live with your friends and family. Repost, add it to your story. Send your daily heartbeats if you haven't already. Obviously follow me. Obviously follow me if you haven't followed me. Follow Facts No Matter as well. Let's gift him. Make sure we get him up to over 1,000 coins. Knock out the little 1 cent gift goes to get us boosted out in the FYP. And this is the last time I do this. While we're back in C League, only for this week, because we're not doing it in B League. It's too expensive. Only in this week, since the league gallery in the top left corner, the league gallery, when you click on my name, is back to like normal 15 gifts. Now we can knock it out. So you can knock out the gift goal if you like. All right. Daniel, did you vote for Trump?
Actually, no, I didn't, man. I didn't realize you're only looking for Trumpers.
Gotcha.
So
Not a problem, man. But can you do me a favor before you go?
be the
Can you tell the people to tap the damn screen?
tap the damn screen.
That's what I'm talking about, Daniel. Big W to you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Daddy
Well played.
Oil. Did you vote for Trump?
God bless you.
Yeah, I did.
Cool. Why is your name Daddy Oil? I'm just curious.
I don't know. It's just something I picked.
Just something you picked. Okay. And you voted for Trump, correct?
Yes.
And do you regret your vote?
Yes.
Yes? All right. Elaborate
Yeah.
on why.
Well, I mean, look at what's happening.
Can you get more specific?
Genuine, just look at what's happening. So,
That sounds like some vague liberal nothings. I want you to articulate what exactly is happening that made you regret your vote.
well, I mean, it's just everything that he pretty much platformed for is the complete opposite. And I mean, again, I'm not naive to the fact that politicians lie.
Specific. It would be helpful, right? This sounds like just a bunch of rhetoric. We try to be precise here. Something specifically did you in, and I'm curious as to what it was. Like, I'm not trying to interrogate you, but I'm just saying I can't do anything with look at everything, right?
Well, yeah, I mean the whole no more wars, no more like this and that. I mean,
Okay, yeah, sure. There's one. I don't know what that was.
Did he leave?
Yeah, I didn't drop him. I didn't see him.
Hi,
I didn't drop him.
Erica.
Hi, Steve. How are you?
Better now. Thank you. You're here.
Oh, yay. I have that effect on people, I heard.
Miss Lady, did you vote for Trump?
Not this time.
Miss Lady, did you vote for Trump?
No, and I did not mean to join.
All good, all good.
See, I told you.
Derek M. Jones, did you vote for Trump?
I did. Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you regret your vote?
I do actually regret my vote.
Cool. Would you like to do better than the last guest and articulate why, please?
I will platform off what he was saying with the wars about how he's going to send all wars and the rest of the stuff. As I've seen from his political stuff, it's not more or less him ending wars. It's just him reframing the word around wars to do whatever he pleases and to go into countries. Not saying that we don't need to go into these countries, but the way that we're systemically going into these countries is wrong and goes against codes.
What's the date today?
Derek.
17th. It's my ex's birthday.
Yes, sir.
People told you this was going to happen. I mean, Kamala Harris told you this was going to happen. Everybody told you that this was going to happen. Did you just not bother to believe it, but now you do?
I'm gonna play devil's advocate. But this war is necessary. Iran has been screaming death to America for about 50 years. If we left it unchecked like the Biden administration, then what? How could you dare sit up here and say that you regret your vote because Donald Trump is protecting you?
Because why create a mass war with an ally who we consider an ally but isn't an ally?
Who do we consider an ally?
Israel. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
You're not wrong.
I just have a feeling it's gonna go down a certain route. I'll tell you what.
I missed that.
I do want facts question answered because, again, this is a safe space for people who regret their vote. We're not going to beat up on you. We can't go back in the past. But I am curious as to why didn't you listen to the warnings beforehand? I think his first administration showed very much how he was prone to war and very open to it. His second term, even on the campaign trail, his condoning of Israel's actions. His first year, even when he was talking about this, and now we have Cuba, Venezuela, so on and so forth. So what exactly, what were you missing in 2024 to make you believe he wasn't going to do some of this?
It wasn't the fact that I wasn't missing him saying he wasn't going to go into wars. It was the matter of fact of why are we going into these wars and who are we choosing to go into these wars and what will the cause of this would be.
Thank you guys for following.
What?
Well, it's who are we choosing to go into a war if we need to? Why are we going into the war? And what are we getting out of it if we do go into it based off what we will lose from it?
So you're more so looking at if we go to war, we go to war, but the reasons behind it is what bothers you, in which case I can agree with you there. The craziest thing about this action is that the Trump administration has done a pathetic job at justifying it. They can't tell us the cost of it. They can't tell us how it's related to nuclear or uranium enrichment, especially considering that he was allegedly obliterated it in the summer of last year, so on and so forth. So, you know what? I'll give you that.
That was another thing that adds on to it. If he said he was going to be very open about his policies, yet he hasn't been truly open. Yes, we see him sign the papers and him go over the papers, but what are these papers actually doing into implementing something greater for our country?
That would be the issue, right? Because it would be majority of his actions were executive orders. We can read it, but then how it's actually interpreted and what directions it would take in these individual offices would be nothing, especially when the courts can block it versus actual legislation, which is why, regardless how you guys feel about Biden and other presidents, the legislative route is always the best route. But I'll tell you what, man, I do appreciate you coming up and sharing that. Hopefully that was helpful for some other people who are listening in who may be feeling the same way you do. My last point I do want to make here is that question that I want to ask you is, what are we doing about it now? Because the administration has about roughly 2.5 more years left. We're currently in a midterm election year where we can at least block the powers of this administration by electing people who don't support many of his actions. So are you going to be voting in your midterms, and then who are you going to be voting for?
I read this quote once that said, if voting truly mattered, we wouldn't be able to do it. And I truly, truly do abide by that because I don't believe that voting is enough.
Voting isn't enough, but it's one of the actions we can take.
Yes, but
because what you're saying here is, what it sounds like you're saying is, I voted this in, but I'm not going to play a role in voting it out, which is kind of backwards because you believed in the power to get him in. You've seen the results. So now you need to use that same energy to reduce the powers of this administration at minimum.
No, I'm saying is if the votes that they said didn't revamped the Biden administration, if that is true,
What?
What is to say that when they said the Biden administration cheated during the voting scandal?
When they say.
They didn't.
Do you believe that?
I have no idea.
At this point in time, you have no idea if that wasn't a now at this point 6-year lie.
Oh, 100%. But I'm saying is in reference to now voting. I don't know if that could still be said as, do our votes, are they just like that electoral college?
They have mattered every single election. They especially mattered with the primaries that we've had in several states, including mine here in Texas, a couple weeks ago. So why are you now leaning towards saying that it's irrelevant and reducing the impact that it has?
I'm saying we need to do more.
You know the harm that it's caused now.
I'm saying we need to do more than just vote.
Sure, but again, voting is one of the ways we would start with this. That's a great question. What would be the more?
Well, I wouldn't say that we need to rewrite the people who are in Congress and everything, but I say that all the people
in Congress?
Rewrite? What are you talking about, man?
Get them gone, all of them. Take them out of history.
Vote them out?
That would be voting them out.
Or are you talking about something more extreme than that?
I would say something a little bit more extreme to the ones who have done worse than to have done good.
And we have laws and prosecutions for that. So tell you what, buddy. Not me, not today. We already got one flag. No.
All the crazy people find your lives.
And they've been on my butt today.
There's not enough money in the world to resupply the white guilt fund after that call.
Oh my goodness. Speaking of, I do have a couple of donations to read off. God bless you. Really quickly. Thank you, Obi-Wan, for the money gun. I appreciate you. Please make sure you're taking care of my co-host as well. Ryan Grover, did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Got you. 1 second, please, if you don't mind. W's in the chat too cheeky for the $1 Venmo. Am I allowed to say
Say it.
Listen, cheeky. We'll talk about that offline because y'all gonna get canceled. It's not coming back to me. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Morgan for the $5 Venmo. Careful. I think the restriction was the marker when you put it to your mouth. It said something about you using substances. I did see that. Hey, TikTok, this is a fucking marker, okay? This is nothing else but a marker. Expo, the best kind. Please chill.
Right,
Jesus.
It's the best you can get.
It's done it to me.
W's in the chat to y'all. You can even get them off the TikTok shop. W's in the chat to Feisty. Hi, Feisty, for the 15 because you missed me. I sure did. I hope you're doing well, Feisty. I hope you're doing well. W's in the chat to you. Guys, best way to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Hector Talks with 2 R's, or on PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the tube side, and me send a super chat or a super sticker. We got 1,000 freaking people in here. Let's get the likes up to 200K. Let's do that really quickly. And make sure we get Erica and Fax over 1,000 and beyond. Please support my co-host and follow the backup account, Hector Talks Reloaded. All right, Ryan, you voted for Trump. Do you regret your vote?
I do not.
You do not. All righty. I feel like I can give you several reasons as to why you should, but I want to do a quick test real quick. Thank you so much, Jamie. W's in the chat to Jamie for the whale diving. Big W's in the chat to Jamie. I appreciate you. Guys, if you'd like to knock out anything in the gift galley, only for this week, because next week is going to be too high once we get back in B-League, you may click on my name in the top left corner, scroll through the 15 gifts, and clear out whatever's grayed out. Okay. So I would like for you to give me a reason as to why you would stand on your vote in the year of our Lord and Savior 2026. Thank you, Rachel, for the Galaxy. I appreciate you. Send your daily heart music as well.
Well, probably because, with few exceptions, he has done or attempted to do or started to do everything I expected him to do.
God bless you.
Now, I will admit, not all
God
of those
bless
things
you.
have been done
Jeremy,
maybe the
Erica,
way I
for
would
the DJ
want them done.
glasses. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Erica,
No,
for the DJ
that's
glasses. Sorry, go ahead.
Got to do what you got to do, man. No worries. So there's a few things that I wish
God
maybe
bless
would have
you.
done differently.
God bless you.
Things like that. But yeah, I mean,
a lot of effects
he's done what he said he was going to do. Tried to, at least. So yeah, so far so good.
Okay. Well, can you get more specific on what specifically you wanted him to do that you think he's at least started, done?
Sure. Let's start with the first and biggest, the illegal immigration crackdown.
Okay.
Shut the border down. Remove the people who aren't supposed to be here, starting with the violent ones. Scoop up any that you can along the way. and yeah, give them a path to come on back the right way if they're otherwise qualified. But yeah, no, you don't belong here. Got to go. See you later. Love you. Bye.
Okay. Couple problems with that. First one being, I don't know how one shuts down something, especially something such as the southern border. Two,
Well, it's been
starting.
95. I'm sorry. You know what? You let me speak. You go right ahead.
Yeah, I was just trying to respond to everything. We can go one at a time though. But yeah, the shutdown point is what I find interesting because the border would still be open. We can look at monthly encounters and still see that. It's just significantly restricted. Sure. Obviously, we have the military there, so on and so forth. But I don't necessarily see why that would be a good thing. Encounters don't always reflect people coming into the country illegally. They could also be individuals crossing every day, particularly for work, so on and so forth.
So,
but yeah,
just to understand what you're saying, are you saying that the amount of people that are illegally crossing the southern border has not been dramatically reduced?
Oh, it absolutely has been dramatically reduced. But if we're to give a specific number from its lowest peak near the end of Biden's term, it'll only be by the 30-40%, not the 95% that he's alleging. With that specific claim, you'd have to start at January, February of 2024. And that's where they say, oh, by January 2025 is down 95%. But the problem with that number is you'll be ignoring all the actions of the administration for that entire year to bring it down to about 60% by September, November of 2024, leading into January. But I see your hand up, Erica. Point is, it has dramatically reduced. But, the argument about that being
and are you saying that's not? You also said that wasn't good.
Yeah, I don't understand the argument as to why that would be a good thing, particularly with the methods that he's used to do so, which has been fear mongering and violating due process, even restricting
illegal aliens, as I recall, are not entitled to due process in most cases. You entered illegally.
They are.
I'm sorry. Is this 3 versus 1 or is this?
Well, these are my co-hosts, but we are going to try not to interrupt. But they would be correct under the Constitution.
I just don't want you to spread misinformation.
Yeah, under the Constitution, they would also be they would qualify, we should say, I guess, for due process. It would be everyone within the United States. Go ahead, Erica.
No. Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, so they are entitled to due process. You can look at JGG, Juliet Golf versus Trump, which was decided on last year, where they did determine that they are entitled to due process. This was the El Salvador migrant case. If you recall, this was the plane that took off under Kristi Noem's instruction. Mm-hmm. Excuse me. And Judge Boasberg told them to turn it around, and they did not turn that plane around. Is that case because they did not give the people enough time, all right, to actually file a habeas petition. So basically an appeal to see why they were being detained, why they were being arrested, and why they were being deported. So habeas corpus, the writ, I'm sorry, guys, I'm eating spicy foods. The writ is a part of due process, and they are entitled to have that. So there's that part. What I wanted to talk about was the fact that you said the people are here illegally, using quotes when I say air quotes when I say that. You said that they're here illegally, so they should be deported and then they should be allowed to come back to do it the right way. Right? Why not just simply allow the people who are here, all right, who want to do it the right way, allow them to do it the right way? Something similar to amnesty. Because what we do know is that to deport someone, it costs about $16,000 to $17,000 to do so.
Okay.
All right. It's not a small amount, especially when the Trump administration is claiming that they deported about 500,000 people in 2025. Mm-hmm. That's a lot of money. And then just turn around and allow the people to come back.
Have you done that math just to see the grand total? I haven't. I'm just
you can do the math. You can get a calculator and just do, let's say, take the low end, 16,000 and multiply it by 500,000.
Sure. Hold on. I got my calculator right here. 16,000.
Okay. Wonderful. All right. And so
what was the last number?
500,000 is the number that the Trump administration claims were deported in 2025.
What's funny is Kristi Noem initially said it cost $14,181 per deportation. That number went up substantially since then.
Yep. Okay. So with that being said, wouldn't it be cheaper to have just allowed those same people that Donald Trump now wants to come back because the farm industry is suffering an employment shortage, and he's actually revamping the H-2A visa program to where farmers are going to be able to pay people $1 to $7 less to actually come back into the United States to work. But then another thing, this is all things that you have to consider. Another thing is that when it comes to the H-2A visa, it's not even really something that's enforced. It's more so of a a pro forma type of deal where
the H-2A visa, is that the migrant farmer type visa?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm listening. I was just clarifying, make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah. And to me, that policy, the policy of mass deportation, directly contradicts Republicans' rhetoric on, let's say, fiscal responsibility. They've always owned that title. It's like blowing up the budget. And we can quite literally see the cost of it is not worth the reward. We
got one more time, Hector, to interrupt me, and I'm gonna get real pissed off. Save your clarifying question. Not you, Hector. Him. Save your clarifying questions for when I'm finished, please, because I'm trying to get something to you.
I'm trying to understand it, and if you're using terms that I don't understand, I would like to clarify those terms in the moment so that I can get the full context of what you're saying.
If you would just let me actually be able to finish what I'm saying, I could get to that.
But again, you're using a legal term that I was unfamiliar with. So I'm sorry for trying to understand what you were saying.
I understand what you're saying, but I do think it's fair in the moment. If there's a term he literally was unaware of, if he acts right there, that's fine. But
especially a legal term.
Try to reduce that. That's fair. What was the term?
It was one of the
H-2A visas.
Okay.
And I was talking about farming and agricultural.
Sure.
What other visa do you think I was talking about?
I'm unfamiliar with.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Whatever,
Jesus
dude.
Christ. Okay. So the fact that I'm unfamiliar with the legal term surrounding a specific visa, now all of a sudden it's whatever, dude.
It's fine.
I came in here because you, sir, were nice and respectful and having conversations, and then this chick gets in.
Got it.
I'm out.
We will get back to it. We will get back to it. I was wanting to know your response. Okay. Trump supporters request up in the box. You, the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Eric, I thought we was leaning in.
I'm hungry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Reset the live goal. Let me go ahead and get up to the 5-cent coins here. Hold on.
You're just a misogynist.
Okay.
This chick.
Who said this chick?
Yeah, he said that on his way out.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. We're not doing that. No. Phone lines are open to those of you on the YouTube side if you'd like to get your piece into the conversation. I'm curious as to what you guys' thoughts are on immigration. All right? I'm very curious. Oh, second prompt. I'm sorry. I forgot to mention that. The invisible prompt. So the main prompt here is Trump supporters regret your vote. Trump supporters regret your vote. That is the prompt. Whether you regret it or you don't, we can give you a reason why you should. Second prompt, the invisible prompt. I want a Trump supporter to tell me what TDS is. That's what I want a Trump supporter to do. I've been very curious. I've been hearing it thrown around. I've been seeing it in the chat. I want to know what TDS is. If someone can explain that to me, I would greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. Wonderful. It's got to be taxing. I mean, it's a thing. It's a thing. Continue to knock out the gift goals here. We have the basketball net. That one must be new. That one's cool. Continue to knock that out. Share out the live with your friends and family. Repost, add it to your story. Send your daily heart miss if you haven't already. Obviously, hit that follow button. And check out the links in the bio for the best ways to support the platform. Whether it's following me on the other social media platforms, like such as YouTube right now, which we're dual streaming to, Hector Talks with 2 R's, joining the Discord community. We're over 600 members strong. Getting yourself some merchandise off the merch shop, as one seen behind you, the Kamala would never hoodie, because Kamala would never do half the stupid shit this man's doing, or donating directly to the links in the bio. If you like the things that you're hearing, you want to support the platform, you may do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, those of you on the tube side. Make sure you hit the like button on your way in or on your way out. Subscribe, turn on notification bells, and if you want to support the stream, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. John Steele, did you vote for Trump? John Steele, did you vote for Trump? Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Come back up, John, when you're ready to talk. Alrighty.
What I've noticed is that I just told Fax this in the chat, but none of them can engage in the H-2A visa conversation because it is antithetical. I think I said that right, to everything that Donald Trump told them in regards to mass deportation. It makes absolutely no sense. And it also hurts Americans for them to do it because what was it? Is it the World Economic Forum? I want to make sure I got it right. No, it's the Economic Policy Institute.
Exactly.
They have a post on their page about it, about how much money this is going to cost American workers, like American farm workers, because what they're doing, Hector, is they're cutting the wages down in order to bring back the migrant farmers, to make it more attractive for the farmers here, the corporations. And so they're taking the minimum farm worker wage down by $1 to $7. That means that Americans themselves could be paid as little as $11. And that's going to be taken about, they'll lose in annual wages about $3 billion in total. All right. Which is, what number did they say it was? Because I have it right here.
Thank you for the follows.
Up to 9% of their total wages for American workers. For migrant workers, it'll be about 26 to 32% of their total annual wages.
The one
so it's like,
thank you for the jewels.
It's a mess. They can't engage in it.
Erica and Hector, hasn't history repeated itself?
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that the Trump administration had to bail out farmers the first time because of tariffs. Didn't that just happen again, you guys?
Yes,
that is correct.
Yeah,
happened in December.
$2 billion, and then we just had it take place in December. What's funny is that I remember around that time, Trump supporters came up, and then they said that what other president is out here giving checks to farmers?
Is that like supposed to be a flex?
I remember a few of them vividly. They came up and they said, "What other president?" It's kind of like what they do with the stimulus. What other president gave us direct checks? What other president had to deal with a worldwide pandemic? Anyway, but they were like, "Yeah, he's giving the farmers money." I'm like, "Cause we screwed them." That's totally. That's why, because we screwed them, and some of them were lucky to even get that.
And to be honest,
on the black farmers.
Due respect to farmers, yes, we screwed them, but they screwed themselves because they kept going back to that well, thinking that Trump's going to make their lives better. So part of me, the empath in me feels bad, but at the end of the day, dance with who brought you, or whatever that argument is.
Very much so. Very much so. Looks like we have our next guest here loading up. EJ, did you vote for Trump?
No, I didn't. I just saying not all farmers voted for Trump. So.
Oh, we know. We know. That's not what we were saying.
Yeah, we know that.
I appreciate you coming up, man. I appreciate you coming up. Absolutely. We know that.
Shout out to the farmers that did it.
Yes.
Agreed.
Trump supporters request up in the box you, the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. I specifically, do y'all bash the Trump supporters who regret their vote? Are you a Trump supporter who regrets their vote? What's the bash? It's not what we do here. We have a question about why and what they're going to do about it now, as we did with the, first guest, second guest that we had? That's the big thing. That's the only thing that confuses me, is when people do say they regret their vote, and then kind of like that one guy, he was like, well, voting doesn't matter. I'm like, hold on, no, you thought it mattered every election beforehand, and now when it comes to getting him up out of there, we want to say it doesn't matter? No, that's not how that works. This is a very important time. one of the most important times to where your vote could matter. If you really want to show remorse, if you really want to change, I guess, course, one of the actions you can start to change course. We can start with, maybe not getting them up out of there, but at least a Congress that could have voted on, say, the resolution that was put forward to stop our actions in Iran. Fun fact, that didn't go far in the Senate because we don't have the majority in the Senate. My friend wants to come but is hesitant. I voted blue. If your friend just wants to talk to me, I'll drop everyone else on the panel.
Can I just piggyback on something that Erica said?
I ain't going nowhere. Sorry, I'm just messing.
I'll leave for her. One of the beautiful things about our Constitution is that it clearly delineates between citizen and person. Citizens have different rights in our country, but persons do as well. So when MAGA likes to come up here and say that undocumented immigrants don't have rights, they're just flat out wrong, because they forget that last time I checked, a person is a person, no matter how small. Thank you, Horton, who heard the who's.
And that's the other thing also about
Erica
that.
gets
about
that joke,
he
but
said.
you don't, Hector. Erica gets that. The Horton hears the who joke, but you don't get that because you don't have kids.
No, bro.
Yes.
All my kids
Or
are where
here's
they,
Oh God, Hector, please. Jeez Louise.
That we know about.
Good grief.
That we
I was
know
about to say
about
something.
is diabolical. There's something I can say, but I'm not going to do facts like that. I love that.
Yeah, the guest.
Tommy, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Wonderful. Do you regret your vote?
No.
Alrighty, cool. I can give you several reasons as to why you should. Would you like to start with a reason you don't, or would you like to give me a reason as to why you should?
Nothing you say will ever convince me otherwise.
I mean, I'm probably not surprised at that in the slightest. I think that's a concerning mentality to have. There's several things people could tell me that would make me regret my vote for Kamala Harris.
That's cool.
I don't know why you choose to be on the partisanship plantation. That doesn't benefit anyone now, does it?
I'm on the White Forever plantation.
The White Forever plantation. What does that mean?
I only support whites.
You only support whites. Ah, so you're one of those white nationalist people.
Yeah, of course. Trump supports the brand, so I support him.
Yeah, well, of course you don't regret your vote. You wasn't going to vote for anyone, no matter how much more qualified they were, solely based off the color of their skin. In which case, makes sense.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very
gotta
common
hold
thing
the black
in white
man down
supremacy
forever, right?
To vote for mediocrity. So,
I mean, you guys can't win anything, so it doesn't matter.
I'm just enthusiastic when you guys say the quiet part out loud. It really saves a lot of time. There's typically a lot of you who come up here and then you'll just go, "Oh, I like the economy, immigration, blah blah blah." I really love.
I don't care about any of that
meat
shit.
and bones, and you just go, "I'm just a racist piece of shit." So I appreciate you getting that out of the way. Big W's to you. Big W's to you. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Just another Tuesday, y'all.
He is so mad. I bet he is seething right now because you didn't let him slur. He did not get his slur off. He is so mad right now, Hector.
Like, just another Tuesday, y'all. Am I supposed to be,
Oh my God, I know what race is.
Oh my God, congratulations. I am the person you guys have been saying we are all along. Michelle, did you vote for Trump?
That's so funny.
Yes, I did.
All right. Do you regret your vote?
Yes, I do.
Why is that?
I regret my vote because I was uneducated and I didn't do the most basic responsibility and the freedom that I have to educate myself to make an informed decision. And you and Erica have both really helped me with that. But knowing that there are service members who have lost their lives because of a man that I voted for is something that I don't take lightly and is something that I cannot express the amount of remorse I have for myself for voting for the man who enabled that.
So what exactly do you regret your vote for?
I regret my vote.
Let's start with this. What were the reasons? You can give me one or two. What were the reasons that led you to vote for him in the 2024 election?
So for me personally, I went to just a little bit of background information on me as a person that is relevant, I promise. I went to a very conservative Christian college, and culture there was very like Democrat and very pro-Republican. So everyone around me was voting for obviously Trump. And I had brought up in a like group chat that I was like looking into Kamala and all this different stuff, and I got a lot of lashback from that. And in the moment, it felt bigger to me that I vote based on who the people around me were voting for instead of voting for and doing research on the actual candidate. So it was something that was simply because of, and I'm not going to blame it on like the other people around me, because that was my responsibility that I failed to do as a person.
Like peer pressure, just that being what you knew, your norm, how you were raised, that just played a role in just kind of going with the flow, not breaking tradition, kind of like that.
But I refuse to blame that on other people. That was my decision that I made. That so that was one of the many reasons. And
did you identify with that ideology? Or was it just the ideology of you just did? Like, I guess they sound Republican, conservative, Christian. Is that what you are? Like, are you a Republican who just doesn't like how far he's gone? Which I would argue Trump is not a Republican. I would argue he challenges Republican values. Or is it more so you just were finding yourself? Like, I'm curious.
So I personally, politics weren't talked about in my family. So I didn't know anything about the political atmosphere going into college and going into such a Christian nationalist school. I was immediately pushed into so much propaganda for like the right. And I didn't know necessarily how to like do research and how to figure things out, and I didn't know where to go or who to turn to, because Republican state, Christian nationalist school, a lot of different stuff. So that was one of the main reasons. But I don't consider myself to be a Republican. I've since left that school because the environment was so terrible for me personally, for many other reasons, but that being one of them. And I have really enjoyed listening to you and Erica and a lot of other people on this app who have been able to help me and give me resources to educate myself, because of my mistake and the lives that have been lost because of that mistake, I take such a weight of being able to educate myself in a way that matters.
I'll take it. So I'm actually doing, I was asked by one of my moms to do this, and we're going to use this to collect some data. So far we have 3 regrets. The first 2 were wars. What would you classify yours as? Just kind of a lack of education?
I would say lack of education primarily. But yeah, I would say lack of education, but
and I think it's fair to say kind of influence.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
But again, I don't want to blame other people for a decision that I made.
Yeah, absolutely. So. You're an adult. I get that part, but that we'd be ignorant to say that doesn't play a role, right? Indoctrination. That's a great word. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So what are we doing about it now?
Oh, I'm sorry. I coughed. What did you say?
Oh, you're fine. What are we doing about it now?
Now I'm doing so many different things. I am distancing myself from, I still live in a Republican state, but I'm distancing myself from the entire right culture. I'm looking into people who tend to lean more Democratic. And I'm kind of just at a point where I'm absorbing information from the left, because I've never been exposed to a lot of people who lean left. And just like listening in and just absorbing information from that, learning from people, reaching out to friends and family I know who actually are politically educated and who tend to vote liberal, and making sure that I'm looking at lots of different resources that aren't propaganda, that try to be as well. You can't really find anything unbiased, but trying to find unbiased sources to just report on it. And
you can. It's so the way I see it is the biased vetter is you, right? Like clear, I'm biased. I'm biased as shit. I'm vote Democrat, especially under this administration. I'm vote Democrat to a degree that I don't even like. I'm like, you can pick the worst damn Democrat and it'll still be better than the Republican, especially in these midterms. That's just for the time being. I would much rather be under administration where I'd be nitpicking at Kamala Harris things, but here we are. So but bias is a thing you can't avoid, absolutely. But at the end of the day, it's more so about the information, where it's sourced from. The agenda can play a role, but I've cited things from Fox News. I've cited things from whatnot. It's not always just about the network or the platform, but just about the information provided and if it's true. But I'm sure you're aware that it is in midterms, right?
Yes, I am. And I'm learning more about another thing is I'm just learning about politics in general and how it works. I wasn't like incredibly educated about that in high school. I chose not to educate myself after that. So I'm trying to learn more about the government in general and learning more about what midterms mean, how I can like
as long as you're voting, as long as you're voting. So what I would say is, I don't know what your state is, but definitely get, social media is really great. There's a lot of accounts, local accounts that you can follow, and they will help you with like spreadsheets. They'll basically name all the people running. We had primaries, so it'll list the people on the Democratic side, and then it'll give you like a little cheat sheet almost, to where it'll give you the names. Some will say who to vote for. Obviously, I don't necessarily advocate for that unless you really trust that creator. But you can get a cheat sheet of all the people, and you can look up whoever's what and which mostly aligns with you, and then go from there. So that's the big thing. The big thing is more than just, hey, I regret my vote, but you already said you've been doing a lot on the other side of education, which is a big fucking W. Quite frankly, why is it
Also, political compass test, love. Michelle.
Yes, ma'am.
Definitely take a political compass
California
test to see where your values
To accept,
align.
press 1.
Yes, ma'am. And one of
Call
the
you on
things
the line. Hold 1 second. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
And one of the things that one of the reasons that I listen to you guys so much and that I'm trying to learn more is because for me, there was 10, probably hundreds of people who thought exactly like me at the school that I went to. And like, I love seeing you guys challenge people and their ideologies. And I would love to go back to that school at some point when I'm educated and actually sit down and have conversations with people, because
Let's go. Do it.
they would never imagine, they would never affiliate themselves with you or imagine listening to you and to what you have to say, but they just might listen to someone who was in that exact same position. So anyways, that's like long term, but yes. There was definitely a lot of like brainwashing, indoctrination, and I don't know. Again,
6,000%.
Michelle, can I offer you something else too while you're thinking about this on your deconstruction journey? It's not just about who you vote for, it's what you are voting for.
Yeah.
So for me, I focus on education, healthcare, and women's rights. Those things are front and center for me. And my votes are centered around those things. So as you're going through this, the political compass test is great. Make sure you're focusing on what's important to you.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah.
6,000%.
Cool.
Michelle, I appreciate you coming up. I appreciate you telling your story. I do hope that this helps motivate other people to do the same who are feeling the way that you were. And honestly, big fucking W's to you for doing all of that work, because it's not easy.
Shout out to Michelle.
Seriously.
W's in the chat.
I was MAGA.
Agreed.
I was MAGA back in 2020, and then I started doing the work to bring myself here today. So I had my thing.
Yeah.
And how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 19.
Yeah,
so
you're light years ahead of me at that time.
Yeah.
So that's super impressive. So thank you so much for coming up and sharing your story. You enjoy the rest of your night.
You as well. Thank you for having me.
Big W's. Can we get some fucking W's to Michelle, bro? Fucking W's to Michelle. Forgot D-Man was here. I feel like we've talked to him before, though, and I got someone on the line. So D-Man, you can hold a little bit longer. Calling on the line. Age, please.
52.
Got you. Did you vote for
Thank
Trump?
you for your patience, D-Man.
You vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Got you. And do you regret your vote?
No, I'm more entrenched now after a video I just saw today than ever before.
Oh. What is this video?
Yep. Well, you probably haven't seen it, right? Because although I heard you say you were MAGA in 2020, which is crazy that you switched after 4 years of Biden. But today, Nick Shirley dropped a video of what's going on in California and all the fraud that's going on there with the hospice.
Oh my God!
Yep. So you did. Did you see it, or you didn't see it? You say, "Oh my God."
No, I'm unaware of the California video specifically. But if it's anything like his Minnesota video, then I have more reasons to stick very comfortably on my side of the aisle. To be fair.
Oh, it's exactly like it. It's just in this regard, it's with hospice.
Did you watch the Minnesota video?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was watching. I saw Nick Shirley. He was showing what they were up to in Boston, I think, a long time ago.
Cool.
But before he blew up.
So I want to ask you a couple of questions. Thank you guys for the follow. I appreciate you guys. Make sure we're doing all the things here. Knock out the gift goal. Please make sure we take care of my co-hosts. Send your daily heartbeats. Hit that follow button. Go over to the links in the bio and YouTube. All right. So, do you think that any random citizen should be allowed into daycare centers with people's children?
If a daycare is open and they shoo you away and there's no kids there, isn't that a fraudulent daycare center? How can a business operate if it shoos you away and there's nobody there and somehow they're collecting millions of dollars every year?
My question was very specific.
That's my question.
Should people be allowed to walk into any daycare center, be allowed to interact with people's random children?
No. However, what if there's no kids there and they're getting $1 million+ every year and there's like 20 daycare centers in one building? It doesn't make any sense. And now that's what they're doing in California with hospitals.
Again, going into two daycares expecting to inspect places when, for the sake of their security and lawsuits, you probably shouldn't allow random people to do that. And B, going to daycare centers that were closed, or daycare centers that weren't even being operated in the way that it was, so on and so forth. It doesn't make any sense. Now, does it?
I always wondered how, I always knew there was a scheme going on behind the scenes.
You can keep saying that, but you do understand that Nick Shirley did not substantiate anything. In fact, after the video came out, Minnesota went ahead and took an investigation into some of those contracts that they had, and they only found 2 potential flags.
This is why the libs will never change their minds. Because they don't believe their own eyes. They don't believe what they're seeing.
I don't know why you want me to believe.
Like 1984. It's like that movie 1984.
No, you can wait, D-Man. So the reason why I can't change my mind on something such as gross Minnesota fraud in daycares is because I've seen no substantial evidence to prove it. What exactly did you see in the video that made you so sure that there's a mass amount of fraud that Minnesota government is covering up?
Well, in today's video, he went to like what looked like an abandoned apartment complex.
I'm asking you about the thing video. That's the one I can at least reference because I've seen it.
The same thing happened in Minnesota. So today's video drops, and there's hold on, I'm gonna tell you. There's 20 businesses in what looks like an abandoned apartment motel complex. They're all hospice care. They're all making like about $1 million or just over $1 million or just under $1 million a year. They all have fake, like there's nothing going on in these, they're obviously just fake, right? So there's no furniture in there. There's like, he went around to all the doors. They're all, they got
obviously
like stupid
doesn't
paper
do
signs.
anything for me at all.
Oh, it is.
Nick Shirley has a tendency to make videos on places while conveniently leaving out context. For example, in the Minnesota video that he uploaded, there was one business where he went to the side that looked abandoned, and he completely left out the fact that in the front of the building, you saw that it was an open business. It just wasn't a daycare. He went to the side of it. And then he said, oh, look, there's another fraudulent place, when you could literally walk to the front and see that it was a completely different business, which then would not have been being subsidized by the government. So
let me ask you this.
That is threatening the integrity of his entire point. Go ahead.
Obviously, you don't think it's true. Obviously, you don't think it's true.
It's not about what I don't. It's not about what I don't think. It's the fact that he can't prove anything.
Who's this person yelling caller?
No one's proven anything. Go ahead, Facts.
I'm just trying to ask you a question, bro. Just chill out for a second. Did you also see the video with Nick Shirley claiming that there was voter fraud because of where he was? He could not find any evidence of addresses of individuals. Did you see that?
I didn't watch that. No, I didn't.
Well, the problem with that. So the reason I'm bringing that up, and I'll give you the example from it. We're talking about proving Nick Shirley's credibility. He was at a UPS store.
Let me ask you this: Where did you get this info? Did you get it? No. Before you give me your story, where did you get this from? Destiny, MSNBC, CNN. I want to know where you got. Like, where did you see it? Before I listen to your nonsense.
Asking you the question, sir.
You can answer the question. We've been answering all of yours.
I want to hear who you heard it from. Destiny, MSNBC, CNN.
No. It was a Nick Shirley.
He literally said a video.
It was a Nick Shirley video, man.
Okay.
And it was an apartment building. He didn't bother going beyond just the address of the UPS store. It was an actual apartment building where, guess what? People were registered to vote who lived there. So the reason we bring this up, man, is if you're gonna attempt to legitimize Nick Shirley, a person himself who has said his videos are satire, a guy who went to Ukraine claiming there was no war when he intentionally admitted to himself and when he was interviewed by podcasters that his content is satire. Why would you base your entire opinion on a guy who makes videos for clicks? Be real, man. Be real.
What did you just say?
Be real.
Said be real.
Be real. You said it weird. Okay. Listen. Nick Shirley is exposing fraud, and you libs don't want to accept it.
You keep saying
I'm
he's
curious.
exposing
Can you address what I said, please?
Yeah, please address what he said, because not only there is that, but he referenced his own
I don't
videos
believe-
as satire.
listen.
So I just find it interesting
What
how
you're-
all of a sudden we're taking his positions and his videos as fact when in every single one of
He
his videos
doesn't say
he
it's
never
satire.
substantiated anything, and B, he literally referenced his own videos as satire a couple years ago.
He's got these multi-million-dollar. He's got these businesses, and all these people that own them, they're all like little individual.
Do you want to
businesses.
address what we're actually saying, or do you
You're-
just
you're
want to
saying that
ramble
he's a
on with your
fraudster.
script?
You're saying he's a fraudster, which is untrue.
I'm saying if he
you're
can't
watching,
substantiate things, then he is a fraudster.
is.
Yes. Do you just believe everything
you
you
walk-
see in here?
Are you that dense?
Do
Are
you
that
believe everything you
entrenched in
see
your
and hear?
ideology? Are you that
Do
entrenched
you
in your
see
ideology?
do you believe everything you see?
Do you
in
see
here?
how
It's a
crazy
simple
you are?
question
You know how
requires
crazy
a
you
simple
sound?
answer.
No.
Cool. So there's a video that Donald Trump put out in the 2024 election. Not Donald Trump put out, someone recorded it. And showed him waving. It was very common that Donald Trump would be waving at crowds and you hear like people cheering and stuff. And then someone posted a video of a different angle, right? Because if you watch Donald Trump's video, it looks like he's waving at a large crowd and his rally is going off at him, right? And then someone posted a different angle once. I'll never forget this. He was at a game. I believe it was football. Don't quote me on that, but I know it was a big game. And he was off on the side. He wasn't even in the crowd or anything. And he was just waving randomly to the stadium. And then the video he posted made it look like he was waving at people that were cheering him versus they were cheering the game that they were watching. It was football. Thank you, Haley. That's the problem with just believing everything you see, especially in the context that people are trying to deliver it in. That's not the whole story. It's not the perspective, especially if you don't have anything to substantiate it. So I don't believe anything in this political space. I don't believe a damn thing that anyone says, left, right, whatever, unless it can be proven. Nick Shirley didn't prove anything. All he did was walk around, try to invade spaces with people's kids, and then lie and leave out key information in the business.
It's annoying. Listen, let's obviously you're never going to believe facts and what you see, but let's just take a hypothetical.
Okay, cool. So you just said that word again. You said facts.
What word?
If you can factually prove to me that any one of the places in his video was absolutely fraudulent, guess what? I would concede. You have an argument. Bam. Okay. Nick Shirley did a good thing. Stopping fraud is putting more money in Americans' pockets, right? We're not subsidizing fraudulent behavior, but you're just going off of believing Nick Shirley just because. That is something I do not accept.
Here's the problem I have. I'm never going to be able to convince you. Nick Shirley's
I don't
never
need you
gonna,
to convince me.
Right,
I need you
there's
to
an Obama thing again. Here's a hypothetical question.
Thank you so much, Larar, for becoming a super fan. Big W to you, Larar. Big W to you. W to you. Thank you so much. So sorry. I believe what can be substantiated What can be substantiated is what I believe. Do you know what the word
Nobody's going to
substantiate
be able to
means?
substantiate anything for you.
What do you mean no
Hypothetical
one can
for
be
you.
able to
If
substantiate
there
anything
is,
for me?
if you found, let's just say there was millions of dollars that
You can
add
put
up to
words in my
billions
mouth, or you
in
can
fraud.
actually try to prove your point.
I'm trying to do a thought experiment for you because
Sure.
nobody's going to be able to convince you. Listen, thought experiment.
Okay,
If-
you keep
if there
saying
is-
that,
if
but
there
again, you
is-
haven't provided me anything convincing. Guess what? No
Because
one will be
nobody's
ever
gonna-
able to convince me that the earth is
That's
flat.
correct.
Did you know that? Not a single
Well,
person on the face of this earth can convince me
good
that the
for you.
earth is flat, because the earth is flat argument has been debunked and shown to be ridiculous time after time after time after time
don't
again.
think-
So
I
I
don't
don't
think the
want
earth is flat.
convincing
Here-
arguments, right? I
can
don't
I
vote
give
for
you a
people who just
hypothetical, or are you
talk
just gonna keep
smoothly. I
rambling
want
on?
proof. You can give me a hypothetical. I just want to point out the fact that another hypothetical wouldn't be proof of your claim. But go ahead.
Okay, here's the hypothetical. Let's just say there was all these businesses creating millions of dollars of fraud that then adds up to billions. Would you be against that?
You're asking me if I would be against fraud?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, caller, I don't like fraud. Fraud bad. Fraud screws other people, especially in social programs or subsidizations that can help Americans. I don't like fraud. Nobody like fraud. When fraud happen, prosecute fraud. Okay?
Well, that's
Caller,
promising
so
to hear.
let me ask you a follow-up. Caller, let me ask you a follow-up. Do you really care about fraud?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you really
because
care about
the
fraud?
dollar gets devalued.
I'll be back.
Can
Nobody
you
do
hold
anything stupid.
Can you hold the same energy? Because you said you cared about fraud. That I'd like you to criticize this. I'd like you to criticize and critique the Trump families enriching themselves to the tune of $5 billion since he took office. Go ahead.
Trump got poor. Listen, Lib. Trump got poorer since he took office.
Incorrect, sir. You
He
can't do
lost
it. See, this is
money.
my point. Hold on, bro. Hold on a second.
And
Hold on a
also,
second.
he can't
Wait a
be
minute.
bought
Wait a
by
minute.
fraud.
Wait a minute.
He can't
Hey,
be bought out
caller,
because
one
he
at a
had money
time.
going in. So your
Caller,
argument
hold on a
fails,
second.
Lib.
Caller, please.
Failure.
You said you cared about fraud. The Trump family has enriched themselves to the tune of nearly $5.5 billion through their
Go
crypto
look up all the
businesses.
Democrat
I'm not
presidents
done,
that when they
man.
go
I'm
in
not
and when they
done.
come
Don't
out,
crash
they
out.
become richer.
Don't crash
Your
out.
argument,
I'm
your
gonna need to
argument
crash out
sucks.
because he's an idiot.
Don't crash, bro. Don't
No,
crash.
what
Bro, your
sucks
argument,
is you.
your
You
argument's
suck.
garbage.
You suck.
Garbage
Your
argument.
arguments have been garbage because you haven't been able to prove anything that you said thus far. You say that you hate fraud. Steve
Who is this?
asked you
Who's this
about the
lady?
Trump administration actually
Who are you?
committing, the Trump family committing
Who the hell
fraud.
is this?
And your thing is, I don't care
Where'd you
about
come
that. They
from?
lost money. No, they haven't lost any money. You don't know anything that it is that you're talking about. I bet you don't want to talk about the fact that Donald Trump was found guilty of 34 counts of committing fraud, falsifying business records, but you hate
He's a
fraud. Let's
gangster.
talk about that.
Trump's a
Let's talk
gangster.
about that.
He's
Let's
got
talk
3
about
baby
how
mamas.
Donald
He's got like
Trump
5 baby
Get
kids
the
with
fuck
3
out of
baby
here.
mamas.
defrauded a children's cancer
bombing all these
charity.
dictators.
Let's talk about how Donald
He's a
Trump
gangster, girl.
defrauded a veterans charity. Do you want to talk about that? You don't want to talk about that type of fraud, though, do you? You only want to
Listen,
talk about the
all
fraud that people that don't look like you commit is what you want to do.
all you
And the
live,
reason
all
why
the
this is
live, go into
happening, Hector,
office
is
with like,
because Steve was trying to talk to him and he kept cutting
listen,
Steve off. It was absolutely
listen, lady,
ridiculous. And so that's why I'm doing
listen,
this in turn. We're matching
educate
energy.
yourself.
Hey, my guy.
Match it,
Hey,
Sir,
my guy.
you can't
Listen,
spell
Hey, my
educate.
guy.
every lib that
I'm
gets
gonna
into
need you to
You
office
calm
can't
down,
spell
goes
educate.
okay?
in with like a
I
couple
don't know
$1,000 in the
why
bank,
the
and
sound
they
of
come
facts
out a
voice got you like this, but
multi-millionaire. Everybody
just pipe
knows
down.
it.
So, facts, I'm
Obama
assuming your
did,
question was in
Biden
regards to
did,
if he
the
could be
Clintons
consistent
were
with
the
not
worst.
liking
The Clintons
fraud,
were
and
the
then we
worst.
brought up his convictions, Trump's convictions.
They
Is that
come in,
fair?
they come in with a couple of thousand in the bank, and they leave.
I love this hold button. What was your question, Facts?
I asked him if he cared about fraud. He said he did, and then I pressed him on the Trump family enriching themselves to the tune of nearly $5.5 billion, and he said that was basically bullshit. And that's when Erica, my queen, delivered the goods.
Got you. Here's what's not bullshit.
God bless
Hey,
you.
caller. Donald Trump is a 34-count convicted
You know you're
felon.
losing the argument when you
Donald
put me on
Trump is
mute.
well, I had
You
to
do
hold
realize
because
that,
you
right?
didn't know how to shut the
You're
hell
being a
up.
baby.
So check this out.
No,
Did you know that
because you
Donald
guys are
Trump was a
losing.
34-count
It's 3-1,
convicted felon?
and you're still
34
losing.
counts of business fraud, by the way,
It's called a
falsifying business
two-tier
records.
justice system.
Did you know that?
Two-tier justice system, and it
What?
was in the
What did you say?
liberal hellhole.
What did you say?
Two-tier justice system, and it was in a
Justice?
liberal
I'm sorry. I
hellhole.
thought fraud was fraud.
He's
What?
still running around being a gangster.
I'm sorry. So fraud isn't fraud?
He's not fraudulent.
Is fraud? No matter who does it.
You know what the charges were, dum-dum?
Is fraud?
He
Yes,
said
I
that-
literally just
he
said the
said that-
charges. You clearly weren't listening. Is fraud?
No, because you put me on that elevator music. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking
I
about. 'cause
literally
you're losing the
unmuted you and I
argument.
started talking.
Then
So
you- then
is
you mute me,
fraud
put me on
no
elevator
matter
music,
who does it?
and
Yes
then you guys
or
go
no?
have like a three-way conversation to
Is
pump each other up.
fraud?
So he had
Fraud.
all these
No
charges brought to him.
Matter.
He had all the
who
charges brought to him
does
based on what the
it?
value of Mar-a-Lago
Yes.
was,
Or
and it was undervalued. Then he pays everybody.
cool. So I'm in a good mood today, and I just feel like people just keep trying to tick me off and change that. So we're no longer gonna waste anyone's time or my time with anyone who's trying to tick me off. D-Man.
Hey, Hector. Hector,
Yes.
you look incredibly handsome today, my friend.
Thank you, Fax. Thank you so much. God damn it, Fax got me blushing. All righty. D-Man, did you vote for
Not
Trump?
you tucking your imaginary hair. I saw that. You tucked your hair behind your
I don't know
ear.
what you're talking about. D-Man, you there?
Wow, that caller was something. That's your typical Fox News viewer.
That's your people's, man. You voted for Trump?
Typical Fox News. Yeah, I did vote for Trump 2020 and 2024.
That's your people, dog.
Nope, not my people.
That's your
anymore. I
people,
just own
dog.
them.
That's the
Not
people you
anymore.
voted alongside with. What are we talking about?
Absolutely, not anymore.
Not anymore? Do you regret your
Yeah, I think
vote?
so. Absolutely, I regret my vote because I got common sense.
Do you
I
now?
regret my vote.
So
I regret my vote
what do
so
you
much
regret?
that for the first time in my life that I'm voting Democrat in the midterm and the 28 election. What do I regret? Oh, do we have enough time? It's e-files, America Last.
Let's start with that's a
doing
good
bidding.
one. Let's start with the biggest. What
Doing
would
the
you say is
bidding
the
for
biggest
Israel.
number one reason that you can summarize the biggest pressing thing off the top of your brain that makes you regret your vote?
Mass deportation.
Mass. Okay. Curious because you ran off of this. Why is it now bothering you versus before November?
Not even doing it. Not even doing it. We're not even close. I think last week or the week before, the Trump administration just announced another 130,000 H-1B1 visas exception for farm workers. Disgusting. Just anti what he ran for. We're not seeing mass deportations at all.
So you
what we
want
saw-
more mass deportation?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Do you want more mass deportation?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
So you regret your vote for Trump because he's not mass deporting people enough.
Yes.
Fascinating. What's reason number 2?
Wow. E-files.
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 What a drastic. What's reason number 3?
Israel.
Got you. So I'm going to summarize this as he's not bigoted enough, you're anti-Semitic, and that
Define
you
anti-Semitic.
now decided to wake up to the fact that
Define
Donald Trump
anti-Semitic.
just may have touched little children. Got you. Cool. Wonderful.
Define anti-Semitic.
So I want to go back
Define
to
anti-Semitic.
define anti-Semitic. People who
Yep.
just hate Israel and Israelis or the Jewish community based off of bullshit. That would be
So
my
do
little
you
top of my
make
head
the
definition.
decision between Israel, the country, and Jewish people, or do you?
Do I make the decision? No, I think Jewish people make the decision. I think Jewish people do not stand for the actions of Bibi Netanyahu over in the Gaza region or anywhere else, and their influence on American politics. I think they can make those assessments. They can differentiate themselves, and I think they have been quite a bit.
Absolutely, me too. Yep. So I have a problem with the Israeli government. Big influence in American government, and I think that's the most pressing issue that we face right now is
If you
foreign
really had a problem with that,
influence.
wouldn't you have not voted for the man who literally voted
I
ran
want to
off
know
of
if
getting the
I
blank
really
check?
had a problem with that. If I really had a problem with that, I wouldn't vote. Who do I have to vote for? So that bases my vote to did you take APAC money? Trump did, Harris did, the two people that ran in Rhode Island did, and so all I vote for is local election.
Is that really the route you want to go down?
Yes, because we now see it with the Trump second term how big of an influence they have in our country, and
Cool.
it's our number one problem.
I don't know why it took this for y'all to get here, but it's fine. So check this out.
He's not anti-Semitic. He just doesn't like the Israeli government. That's separate from.
Yeah, that is separate. I'm still not gonna rule
Yeah,
that out
I agree
just
with that.
yet. So what I if we're going off of both parties are controlled by Israel, then the best thing we can
AIPAC,
assess near the end of it would be A, not voting at all, or B, voting for the person who is at least showing more criticism or has less control, right? Who could be less influenced by the actions of the Israeli government, right?
No, you
No.
have to base it on who's taking no APAC money.
Okay, so again, you missed what I said. I'm going to repeat myself again because you already said that they both, Harris and Trump, took APAC money. Okay, so if we're saying that both parties and both candidates was influenced by APAC, right? Then you would either A, not vote out of the contention of that, or B, vote for the person who was less influenced by those divisions, by that government, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what in the world made you believe that Donald Trump was the least likely person to be controlled by Israel?
I mean,
Great question.
That is a great question. I think on the fact that how he ran the 2024 campaign of that nationalism, that strong. We're going to bring back the glory days. We're going to be focused only on ourselves. Policies just working on the American people, workers, bring jobs back, all that, mass deportations. If you're an illegal immigrant in the United States, you will be deported. No
mass
ifs, ands,
deportation would have to do with the Israeli government,
America first.
The government and its influence on that was a stupid fucking point. Okay, so
Did he say he regretted his vote? I forgot what he said.
Yes, I regret my vote.
Okay.
So
But
if you're to say those things, one second. If you're to say those things was your influence or belief that led you to believe that he wasn't going to be influenced by Israel, you'd have to be completely ignoring everything else he said and did in regards to Israel in the 2024 election. We can talk about the debate with not only Joe Biden, but Kamala Harris, where he talked about standing for Israel unapologetically, cutting them a blank check to quote unquote finish the job in the region. We can talk about the actions before even he took the Oval Office in January of 2025 or after, with the golden dome of himself in Israel, relocating Palestinian civilians, so on and so forth, versus Kamala Harris, who actually showed criticism and quite literally got demonized by both sides for it when she wanted a two-state solution and said what they were doing in the region was an atrocity.
How much money did she receive from AIPAC?
The money is irrelevant. We already established that they both took money. We're going off of now what they ran off
so
of.
it does not matter.
Hey,
it
you keep going back to the money. I
on.
already said they both took AIPAC money. So now we're going off of
conversation
who.
over.
So now we're going off of who would be less influenced by Israel. One showed criticism. One said full throttle, I'm for them.
None.
Can I ask a different question?
Sure.
So, D-Man, you said that because both you regret your vote for Donald Trump. I appreciate you saying that. Would you have regretted your vote for Kamala Harris?
Yes.
Why?
She took AIPAC money.
So did Trump.
And she would. I think foreign policy wise, not domestic policy, foreign policy wise, we would be in the same boat.
Okay, well, hold on. Wait a minute.
As soon as we are.
Wait, slow down, bro. We were told that if I voted for Kamala Harris, I was told that our economy would be in tatters, that we would have violence on our borders, we would have inflation skyrocketing, and we would be going to war with Iran. I voted for Kamala Harris, and all that stuff happened.
Correct.
So that would tell me then that the counter would be true, because there's no way in hell we would be in this situation right now if Kamala Harris were the president. No way in hell. No
I think you're correct domestically. I think you're correct domestically. I think you would see inflation a lot better than it already is right now. But I don't see any reality or any path where we are right now, foreign policy wise.
Of course there are. Every single president going back to Bush, Bibi Netanyahu, trying to pressure the American presidents to attack Iran. The only one that did it was Trump.
You know why he did it.
So therefore,
do you know
Kamala
why he
wouldn't
did
have put
it?
us there.
Do you know why he did it?
Yeah, I do know why.
Question. All right.
I do know why.
All right, I know why.
I know why too.
I do true. There was a deal done.
This is a surprise.
There was a deal done after Butler.
What?
That's what I believe. There was a deal done after Butler, Pennsylvania.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay.
I'm not.
I don't have enough tinfoil. I don't have enough tinfoil.
This is what I believe. It's not fact. It's my opinion. It's my opinion.
Trisha, did you vote for Trump? Trisha, did you vote for Trump?
No, I didn't.
Got you. Appreciate you coming up. Trump supporters request up in the box to the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Guys, if you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Make sure you send your daily heartbeats upon doing so as well. Let's knock out the little... Oh, we just did it. Thank you so much. I'll go ahead and get that reset. Thank you for knocking out the gift goal there. Repost it live, add it to your story, reshare all those sherry things. And the best ways to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's and Cash App and Venmo, and PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Please make sure you're taking care of my co-hosts for the time that they will be here. Wait, we have 1,500 people in here? Never mind. Get this shit up to 400K likes. Get this shit up to 400K likes, bro. We out here getting Santana numbers. Get the likes up. What are we doing? And please make sure you're taking care of Erica and Fax, because their links are also
God bless
on the
you.
bio. Ja Sun, did you vote for Trump?
Bruh, I just seen your prompt up there said Trump supporters. I really chimed in because I agree with the man that was talking D and saying that regardless of what.
Thank you so much, Winfred. Thank you guys for the gifts. WCy'all. You should only be in the request box if you are a Trump supporter who regrets your vote or doesn't. You should only be in the request box if you regret your vote or you don't. Let's get some people up in here. Get them loaded.
So the thing about that last caller was that he was a groper, and that's what I was going to talk to him about, because he said that Trump wasn't doing enough. You have a really bad echo, Erica. That he said that Trump wasn't doing enough in regards to mass deportation. So the question that I wanted to ask him, well, if he were to ramp up his mass deportation efforts, then would you support him again? His answer likely would have been yes. And then in regards to the AIPAC money thing, he kept saying that over and over and over again, but he really didn't have anything to stand on, because of course we know Trump has also taken AIPAC money. So then my question would be, okay, so do you care about them taking AIPAC money because you care about the genocide in Palestine? Or is it because you only care about the fact that we are basically bed buddies with Satan Yahoo? And it would have been the latter for him. He doesn't care about Palestine.
Figured that.
Agreed. Whoa.
Oh,
Tommy,
not
did you
the
vote for
slur
Trump?
on the incoming. You don't hear nothing, do you, Hector? That's He just keeps saying the N-word, bro.
Okay.
Matt!
hit the like button. Hit the like button if you're over on the Tube side. Let's get the likes up to 100 and beyond with the 112 people that are watching. Subscribe, turn on notification bells on your way in or on your way out. You guys can check out a couple of things as well. If you want to support the platform, you do so with a super chat or super sticker, or you can check out the link in the description of this video. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people we'd like to have a conversation with. We have two prompts. The prompts before you and the invisible one. Trump supporters, do you regret your vote? We've seen a few people come up and show their regret for some. God bless you. Believe some of their bullshit ass reasons, particularly the last guy, not the rest of them. This is a safe space for you to come up and express your opinion, unless you're one of those people just going to go down conspiracy lane of deals made after Butler, Pennsylvania. I wasn't fucking doing that today. Or if you're a Trump supporter who does not regret your vote, then I can give you several reasons as to why you should. The most immediate and recent one being the fact that Donald Trump wants to start a war and then not be fully prepared to deal with the repercussions of said war, such as oil prices. So now we're begging other countries to come and help us. Mind you, I believe these companies are already trying to make some deals with Iran to allow their ships to pass through. Iran is doing this specifically because of Israel and the U.S., and they're going to pay the most. But now we're going, hey, you guys should be able to help us because this affects you. It's your responsibility too. But I thought Donald Trump replenished the military. I thought his military was the strongest and the best. I thought we can handle it ourselves. I thought we were willing to take that route, especially if we knew that this would come.
There's another little wrinkle too, that they were going to allow every ship that's not flagged U.S. or Israel as long as they're willing to pay in Chinese yuan. So Iran's playing the long game here.
Iran is playing the long game. And we didn't have to be here if your president had an ounce of diplomacy. It was consistent with his own rhetoric that someone would start a war with Iran is weak and ineffective. But we're going to forget that video ever existed, I guess. Thank you guys for the gifts. Crazy Stepdad, did you vote for Trump?
3 times, actually.
I'm always fascinated when you guys say 3 times. I'd only be referencing the last time, but you guys always volunteer that part. Why is that?
I'm sorry, you cut out for a second.
Why do you guys always volunteer, those of you who voted for him 3 times, why do you volunteer that information?
Well, it kind of leads up into the argument when you're going to say, hey, did you regret it? I'm kind of in the boat where I can truly say I don't know.
Fascinating. Fascinating. So I guess if you don't know, then you'd be in some form of a limbo. So you'd have something that you'd still support and you think he's doing well or he's about to do, and then something that just hasn't sat right with your soul. So I'd like for you to start with something that keeps you on the good side and then something that has you on the I'm not sure side.
Well, let me start out by saying I'm a libertarian, like textbook libertarian.
No way. I'll challenge that.
Go ahead.
You can't be a libertarian.
You can't be a libertarian and vote for Trump. There's no possible way.
You can't.
It destroys the entire argument, man. There's no way.
Exactly, especially in regards to your views on deportation. That wouldn't make any sense. So you can't be textbook libertarian.
Exactly.
Well, I always vote my wallet, and I will say that one of the biggest things, in the libertarian pool is stay out of my wallet, stay out of my bedroom, stay out of other countries.
Once again, no reason to vote for Trump.
No way.
My point again.
Well, I'd love for you to elaborate on that. I mean, I'm here to
stay out of the bedroom, my guy. Stay out of the bedroom. Think about that. The rhetoric from Donald Trump going back a decade has been talking about trans people.
So that's one of the reasons why I would say something doesn't sit right.
Well, but you came in here. We gave you the opportunity to tell us that, and then that's where you went. But yet you supported an individual and a party. That's all they give a fuck about is what's going on in the bedroom and what's under your belt. Come on, man. You're not a libertarian. You're not. Stop thinking you are. You're not. You could be an independent voter. You could have an independent streak, but you're not a libertarian. You're just not.
Yeah,
okay.
It sounds good, but you're not.
I mean, you could sit there and say that. That's fair. I mean, I would say that there's multiple sides to this, stay out of the bedroom. I mean, religious wise, I'm definitely leaning towards like a not necessarily a strict
pro-life, but at the same time, I'm pretty pro-life, but at the same time, I'm also very much for human rights at the same time. So I'm very conflicted in my political views, and a lot of things he's done haven't sat right with me. But also, you know, but also a lot of things that he's done, like, for instance, the no tax on tips, being a tip-based job that I'm in, has helped me out pretty substantially as well.
Can you explain it, though? Can you explain that policy? Explain it. From soup to nuts. Explain the whole thing.
Are you talking about the no tax on tips?
Yep, and no tax on overtime. Explain it to us.
So it's a federal deduction of up to $25,000.
And?
I'm sorry, with the and.
Is that it? Who is it eligible for? How long does it last? What is it capped at?
Well, it's capped at 25 grand and it's up till 2028.
Again, small government libertarian. Come on, man. You're not a libertarian. You're just not. You're just not. Cracks me up. Because I am a progressive libertarian on the left. I am significantly more libertarian than you are.
Probably right.
And you say that why?
Because I firmly believe in small government, meaning I don't want government telling me what I can or can't do in the bedroom, telling women what they can do with their bodies. I want taxation that's progressive. I want human rights protected and preserved. I want the independence of what a true libertarian would think. That's not you, man. There's no possible way anybody who claims to be a libertarian would support Donald Trump, especially 3 times. Impossible.
We don't want foreign intervention, at least to the detriment of us and other people as well, because we also believe in their sovereignty and independence. I mean, I just feel like, I don't know. I don't understand how the libertarian position in any way, shape, or form could align itself with Trump outside of selfish reasons, which may contradict the libertarian views you have.
I mean, you don't think that to go back to the isolationism point and to stay out of foreign affairs, you don't think that the previous administrations have too meddled in foreign affairs that they shouldn't have?
Obviously, they've all meddled in foreign affairs, and there's many things I can probably disagree with. But in regards to starting wars, we can look at the very last Democratic administration that didn't happen, versus this administration that is openly now bragging about regime change after running 3 times now off of that being a dead policy of the past.
And also a fundamental tenet of libertarianism would be small government. There's no bigger example of big, voluminous, large, overreaching government than the Trump administration. And you voted for this guy 3 times, man. 3 times.
Right, but a big portion of that is, do I think that the other side would have done much better? And I don't really have reason to believe that he's doing that great of a job, but I don't really have a reason to believe that the other side would have done much better either.
I do.
I do too. I do want to ask a question here while we're still on it before we go to what the other side would have done, or even what the Biden admin did in their 4 years in office. But you say that you're a libertarian, and I know that you're holding on to it. And you voted for Donald Trump 3 times. So, like, I would ask you then, do you think that undocumented immigrants have a right to due process?
Of course. I believe that everybody has a right to due process.
How are you a libertarian when, like, the zero tolerance policy back in 2018, all right, was found to actually violate due process rights of migrants, especially the children? That doesn't make sense. His expedited removal policies remain in Mexico. Like, come on. Are you just like a conservative who likes to garden?
It's funny because I just saw a comment that somebody said he don't know what he is. And I think that's kind of where I'm at and where this whole political where this whole political environment
You're just
is
a conservative who likes to, what's that song? I'm a dreamer. I'm a midnight. That song. You know that song I'm talking about?
Well, I think you botched the lyrics a little bit.
I
But I think you're
did. I
talking
fucked
about the
that up real
Joker by the
bad.
Steve Miller Band.
Yeah, that song. Yeah, you one of them.
Midnight Toker.
Thank you. I didn't know if I could say
welcome.
that word up here.
I got you.
No, and I sat here, and honestly, I sat here and I was like, I listened and I was like, I thought that there was some good points being said that I hadn't considered before, and I was like, well, let me freestyle this and come up here and see what we got going on here.
So you're not a libertarian. You're just trolling.
No. I mean, I believe that I was a libertarian because if you look at the principal values, they sound pretty solid to me. But
what are they though? But what are? Go ahead. What do you believe the principal values are? Go ahead.
I believe I said that earlier.
Let's go through them one at a time.
Okay, so stay out of my wallet.
Stay out of my wallet. So tax breaks for the rich.
I don't necessarily believe in big. I believe that a lot of taxes are government overreach. So
that's not staying out of your wallet, though, sir.
I was just gonna say, so if we're going off of stay out of your wallet, then you're already fucked, because expecting us to just stop taxing, that's never going to be a thing. In which case, you would just vote for the tax policy that best benefits you. Question: do you happen to make over $100,000 a year?
Combined household, yes.
Got you. Do you make overall less than $400,000 a year?
Yes.
Okay, so then you would have, or I guess in regards to don't take more from your wallet, you would have voted for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris's tax plan was just for you, and it wouldn't have had the added imposed tax from tariffs. Does that make sense?
Okay. No, I believe that's true, but do you not believe that the tax brackets of raising the standard deduction to where it was didn't help tremendously in terms of
doubling? It did, and that's why I was going to stay under the Kamala Harris tax plan.
Correct. Does this really come down to your pro-life stance, Crazy?
Not entirely, because as much as I believe from a personal standpoint that a person, that it shouldn't be, that abortion is murder, at the same time I do believe. Hold on, let me finish my statement. But at the same time, I don't believe that I'm in a position where I can play God and be the one that judges for it.
You're judging, though, by referring to it as murder.
That's a fair assessment. I can see why you would say that.
Okay. See, we're smart over here, bro. And that's why we're poking a hole in your belief set. I don't think you were. I don't think you are a libertarian. I don't think you ever were. I think you're a conservative who doesn't necessarily want to be connected to the MAGA movement, and you're just embarrassed to admit it. That's my take.
I'll say this. I do think there's a lot of people who go around using labels that they don't understand. Erica breaks down the difference between democratic socialist, social democrat, and other things super well. So there's a bunch of people just kind of saw a video, believe the things the person believed, and they're like, hey, that's me. But then when it comes to the actual fundamental principles of the label that they hold, it doesn't quite add up. I would argue it's more so that. But I guess, hey, one thing I don't do is I don't argue against whatever people's idea of AB is if you don't vote for it, but you did. And then if you ultimately feel that this is your personal conviction, but you don't think it should be forced by the government, then Donald Trump would have directly challenged that, even if his position on abortion is wonky as fuck. His base isn't. We can see so in red states across the country. So I guess I'm a little curious. What do you think he's doing well? Do you think there's anything he's doing well? Something that you can stand on, something you can go, in this aspect, good vote.
Well, like I said earlier, I thought the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime helps somebody with a blue collar with a blue collar background by me that does, have a a blue collar job that does come with overtime, and then a guy that happens to serve tables and is for extra money.
Which Harris had as well. And then Donald Trump's tax plan was uniquely different from hers in regards to who it can apply to, which would include millionaires and billionaires, not to mention it was just a tax deduction by the end of the year.
I actually didn't know that part.
Anything else?
Oh, yeah.
No. I mean, I think you guys covered it. I mean, I've sat here listening since almost the beginning, and I was like, you know what? Like, I want to jump in. And
you should take the political compass test. Crazy.
I think that's a great idea.
Take it. I think you'd be really surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I came in here knowing that I was probably going to get served up in a.
That's not what we try to do here.
We were respectful, man. We're just challenging you.
Despite people see these lives and they think they're going to come up and get shitted on and stuff. I only ever do that with the gross fuckers, and I can't control some of my co-hosts sometimes. But for the most part,
what you trying to say, Hector?
We try to have reasonable conversations. Everyone wows out. Didn't apply to you. It's for the most part. Sometimes.
No, I mean, I thought y'all challenged me without being rude.
Somebody in the chat.
Thank you for saying that, because everyone keeps saying I'm fucking rude.
Somebody in the chat asked me to ask you if you are evangelical Christian.
What does the term evangelical mean? I've always heard that term. I'd never actually looked it up.
The chat asked me to ask you. I'm not an expert on that. I would say, I mean, in from my perspective, it would be part of the. I'm not going to go there. Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. So a lot of your beliefs are shaped by your faith? Born again? Are you born again? Let's put it that way. Are you born again?
I was going to say I've been a Christian almost my entire adult life. I chose that path around 18, 19 years old.
Okay. There's some things there. I think there's some things there for deconstruction. Like, again, we're being respectful to you, and we're just challenging your belief set, because I grew up around libertarians. I've studied this a lot, and you're just not one, and that's okay. This is a new opportunity for identity for you, because you voted for Donald Trump 3 times, which ultimately harmed people, lots of people. So the question is, what are you going to do about it now?
Well, I think that the first step is, obviously I didn't pay as much of a attention to political views as I should have, maybe, but I also think I need to go in and really get a full, not cementation in my beliefs, but a full understanding of my beliefs, whether, they align with exactly what you guys said or not, and to be able to be a little bit more informed.
Yeah, I would say you'd be Republican leaning if you voted for him 3 times at this point, but whatever. I think you could use some more education on your candidate, on what he's doing right now and how that literally challenges your wallet. I don't think we need to go over Iran. Better yet, I do want to go over this point with people who are anti-tax, right? So at the end of the day, that we can never get down to no taxes, right? We can at least sleep comfortably knowing that our tax dollars are not going towards certain things. So at least under Democratic administrations, tax dollars are going towards programs that benefit society. Tax is going towards better infrastructure, roads, so on and so forth, development, advancement. Versus ours right now, it's being cut from those key programs and put towards ICE, who are going up around and violating people's agency, is going towards this war that we now see in Iran, which they refuse to put out a budget for even a week or 2 or 3 in advance. So at the least you should be able to go, hey, I may not like my taxes being taken away, but there's nothing I can do about that, and I especially don't want them going in this direction. I think that's the best we can do, especially as a libertarian. But I'm going to let Nemo up for a second. I think he had something he wanted to ask you, and then we can move on to the next guest. Hi, Nemo.
Hey, give me 1 sec. My girlfriend's back. Just give me a second, sorry.
No problem. Trump supporters request up in the box you the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the Tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5555. 5, 3, 2, 1. Guys, if you're not following me, hit that follow button at the top left corner. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Share out the live with your friends and family, repost, add it to your story. Send your daily heartbeats if you haven't already. Those of you who are great out in the chat, make sure you knock that out. You can become a fan club member for just one coin, and you get a couple cool stickers when you do. Please make sure you're taking care of my co-hosts here while they're here. All of their links are also available in the bio. Let's knock out this little finger heart gift goal that helps get us boosted out in the FYP, but looks like we're doing pretty damn well today. WW. Another great way to support the stream is if you click on my name in the top left corner, only for this week while the gift gallery is reasonable. We are knocking out all the things in the gift gallery when you click on that. C1, I think. All the things that are grayed out, we could use your help knocking that out. And then finally, best ways to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. It's going to take you to several things, such as my shop, where you can get yourself some merchandise. It's also available on the TikTok shop. Joining the Discord community, we're over 600 members strong. Following me in the other social media platforms, all the same, Hector Talks with 2 R's, and donating directly to the Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo at Hector Talks with 2 R's or Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. God bless you. Those of you on the tube side, welcome in. Make sure you hit the like button on your way in or on your way out. Subscribe, turn on notification bells. If you like to support the stream, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. What up, Nemo?
What's up, man? Sorry about that.
Oh, good, no good.
So, yeah, the best I heard from this is, dude thinks he's a libertarian.
Thought, maybe not thinks anymore, Nemo, but definitely thought.
Okay. Is your name Crazy? Libertarian guy?
Well, not my actual name, but yes, that's my TikTok handle.
Yeah. So, do you know what the Cato Institute is?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Do you know what the Cato Institute is?
No.
So, the Cato Institute is a libertarian think tank. They've been around for a long time. And they have like a right lean to them. But what's funny is that they are unequivocally libertarian. And yet, I've been using them as a reference for a lot of debunks and stuff recently. Because Trump seems to say things that the Cato Institute likes to do write-ups about. So, for instance, he claims that $18 trillion has been invested into the economy. That's not true. They have a debunk on that. They have an interesting write-up on immigration. So they did a study on it. Immigrants reduced deficits by 14.5 trillion since 1994. Trillion with a T. And then 5% of people detained by ICE have violent convictions. 73% have no convictions. And also manufacturing employment related stuff under the Trump administration. The point is that if you are a libertarian, the libertarians don't like Donald Trump, right? I'm not talking about the Libertarian Party in America, because that's a whole other thing. Like, I think that everybody kind of touched on that, which is these people are just Republicans that like ganja and they just want to be edgelords about it. If you're actually a libertarian, number one, go check out the Cato Institute, because they're worth reading. But yeah, it's firmly not MAGA. There's left and right libertarian, which I think it was Facts Don't Matter mentioned political compass.
That's me.
So yeah, so there's political compass, which has left and right leaning libertarian. So left libertarian, that's where I'm at. These are just ideological differences, but yeah, I don't know. I think the political compass would behoove you a lot to get a better sense, a better handle on where you are ideologically. I think that at the local level, you can kind of explore your political identity more. But at the national level, when we're talking about presidential politics, especially, it is zero sum. It's not like other smaller races when you can, I guess, view it as not zero sum, but presidential elections are zero sum. You're either voting for option A or option B. There is no option C. abstaining is just basically giving your vote to one of them. So, yeah, I don't know. Three-time Trump voter, man. I don't know what you saw in him after at least the first time.
God bless you.
I can normally give people the first time because he didn't have a record. I mean, I saw through his bullshit, but I mean, I don't know. Like, he was basically describing Medicare for all in 2015. So, all right, like, I mean, I guess whatever. But no, 2 and 3, I don't know what you saw in them.
That's fair. Any final words before I drop you down, Crazy?
Hey, thanks for that. Thanks for that input there. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. You take it easy. Libertarian, huh? Chad Jones, are you the type to just slur and not actually articulate an argument?
No, I'm a master debater. And I love Trump.
Is this Chase? Chase?
Hey.
Yeah, it's Chase.
I want to debate.
Block that account, please.
No, you don't.
It's blocked on all his other ones. John Galt, did you vote for Trump? John Galt, did you vote for Trump?
John and I have a history.
Oh, yay. Is he? He's unmuted. John Galt, are you aware of the fact that you are on a TikTok panel? Guess not. Trump supporters request up in the box here the demographic of people we'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Nemo, thank you very much for coming up. I'm going to go ahead and drop you down, kind of shrink the panel.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate you. W Nemo. Oh, shit. Follow Nemo. Fuck. Nemo, put something in the comments. Put something in the comments. Make sure you're following Nemo. Nemo's great. I think John was having mic issues. He's back.
You'll see Nemo on with Matt later on tonight. I'm going to invade. So, Matt.
Galt, did you vote for Trump? Galt, you are literally not muted. Did you vote for Trump?
Hello? Oh, sorry
God
about
bless
that.
you.
Yeah, John Galt. Remember that.
Yes. Voted for Trump?
No, I'm 0 for 3, but I'm a Catholic conservative. I support a lot of his policies, though. Him as a person, I cannot support.
You didn't vote for him, but you support his policies.
No, sir. Yeah, so like deporting mass migration, so like deporting immigrants, illegal immigrants. I liked his policy on no tax on overtime. That was a big deal for me. And I agreed in principle of the idea of no new wars, no new foreign engagements. But see, like, that's all, he fucking lies about everything, dude. And
You can't regret something you didn't vote for. Kind of over people just coming up and saying, hey, I like this, I like that. Did you go to the polls? No, I couldn't. Then why do I care?
That's not the real John Galt, let me tell you.
Oh, it's not?
He might have be I don't know, maybe perhaps he's found some chill time, if you know what I mean.
Oh, boy.
He usually comes in hot.
I don't get these people. Rob, we already know you voted for Trump. What do you want?
Good Lord, what kind of introduction was that?
The one you just got.
Okay, well, yes, I voted for Trump, and you should have too. And Crazy, if you're still here listening, you should support Trump and
tell me why I should
stop being confused. Well, for one, I support the Iran, everything we're doing in Iran.
Okay. You support everything we're doing in Iran?
Yes.
Got you. So you support the school that was blown up and the children that died by our Tomahawk missiles?
They did that.
No, we did.
That was their own doing.
Unfortunately,
or,
no.
Or it could have been the fact that our Tomahawk missile went the wrong way. I shot a firework once off my boat that went the wrong way and hit somebody else's boat.
Yeah, I
It
think
happens.
U.S. intelligence is infinitely better than your aim, and it seems like they still couldn't get it right.
What is we're protecting the world. I mean,
oh yeah, protecting the world at the cost of innocent children. I thought you guys were pro-life. Thought you guys wanted to protect kids.
yes, I am pro-life. And that's another reason why I support Trump. The Born Alive bill to protect kids from being unalived.
Thank you, Sharon, for the hearts. I
After
appreciate
they
you.
survive the abortion. Do you not agree with that?
I agree with being pro-children, even overseas, and not blowing them up with tomahawks, and then saying that I agree with every action we took in Iran. We're not.
Okay, well, we can't let it be another Operation Cyclone. You know what that was? That was Afghanistan. And they ended up using...
Lost my patience, y'all. Rusty, you vote for Trump?
Oh, God, no. I just wanted to clarify that he was comparing a bottle rocket to a multi-million-dollar Tomahawk missile. And the fact that I can't shoot my bottle rocket off my boat without it maybe hitting another boat wrong, and compare that to a multi-million-dollar Tomahawk missile. These window lickers are driving me up a fucking tree. Hi, Facts.
Hey, buddy.
I do know you, yeah. I appreciate you coming up, man. Big W's to you. Big W's to you. Oh, man. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. We have 1,300. Never mind.
God bless you.
We have 1,500 people in total watching on both platforms. You can't tell me that every last one of you are leftist libs. You can't tell me that every last one of you voted blue. So I know you're here. So I'm going to go ahead and put this out for you again, okay? Trump supporters, we're running this two prompts, the one you see before you and then the invisible one, okay? Let's start with the visible one. That's right, we won, Shauna. So the visible one here says regret your vote. This is a safe space for individuals who do regret their vote and would like to come up here and share why. I want to know when, I want to know where, I want to know how, I want to know why. What exactly did you win? What made you get up off of the Democrat, so used to hearing it from Trump supporters, the maggot plantation. I want to know what got you up off of the maggot plantation, okay? And I want to know. And if you are a Trump supporter who does not regret their vote, well, I think I can give you, all of us can give you a plethora of reasons as to why you should. Your wallet isn't fatter, I guess, unless you make a certain amount of money, an egregious amount of money. Your civil rights are threatened. Yes, that includes you too, white people, because everything you say they can do to us can somehow be used against you. That's the problem. A threat to some of us, a threat to all of us. We can talk about the Island Man files, which your president is currently protecting. Creeps on both sides. Everyone wants to leave that out of the equation. And the people that we've even subpoenaed in Congress to have these hearings have only seemingly been Democrat. And we're ignoring some of the Republican affiliates, including the President of the United States. I'm just curious as to how all of that isn't enough for you to maybe take a second guess as the guy you voted for. And the invisible prompt, which no one has answered yet. And so I'm going to lean into this one more so. I really, 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 really want to know, what is TDS? In fact, at this point, I'm going to pay you. If you come up here and you tell me what TDS is, I'm going to just pay you for it. Because I'm curious. Apparently, it was made up by Trump supporters. I just want to know how it applies. What exactly are the signs of TDS? So if you can answer any of those questions for me, please request up in the box or call in the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Hector, please don't do the accordion. This is the greatest accordion. This is the most beautiful music you ever heard. W's in the chat to Gene for the $1. Why does Rob sound like an inbred Bill Clinton? Inbred Bill Clinton is diabolical.
Well, your Trump just sounded like Costanza, I must admit.
Yeah, I don't do a good Trump impression. It can be funny. I don't know if it's accurate. Trump supporters request up in the box, man. Request up in the box. Looks like we have one here. Oh, yes. And anyone who else who want to support the platform, you may do so with the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Hector Talks with 2 R's, or Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. And those of you over on the tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Cade? What does that say?
God bless
Candace Lord, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, it's part of my first name and part of my last name.
Thank you, Brandy.
I basically wanted to tell you what the DTS, and it's Donald.
Did you vote for Trump?
No.
I got you. I was wanting Trump supporters to tell me. Thank you very much. I want Trump supporters to tell me what TDS is. They're the ones who made it up, right? They're the ones who made it up, right? It's like going to a white person and asking about black culture. I'm going to Trump supporters. I want to ask them about Trump culture or Trump terms.
God bless you.
Thank you, Heather, for the hanging lights. I want to know from Trump supporters what TDS means. You know what I mean? Like, we can say what we think it means and how it's been applied, but that doesn't work, right? That doesn't work. So I want to hear from a Trump supporter what TDS is. That's the only way it counts. That's the only way it matters. I guess things you don't know what TDS letters mean. I don't know what the TDS letters means. Wink, wink. I have no idea. I just want Trump supporters to tell me. With that being said, we may have a bite.
Trump derangement.
To accept, press 1.
TDS, you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Cool. Did you call in to tell me what Trump derangement syndrome is?
Yes.
Wonderful. The floor is yours.
Okay, so we all know what it stands for, right? TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. It kind of represents anything that goes wrong in a liberal's life, they blame it on Trump, or anything that they deem as being bad in society, Trump did it, or just anything that they don't like, Trump's the problem. So it's sort of a and it's not really the liberals' fault because they're easily manipulated. So the media will always say, "Oh, you know, Trump caused this, Trump did that," and they're just following, right? So then Trump is the reason for everything that is going wrong, and that's kind of at a high level that kind of sums it up. You can dig deeper into it, but at a high level, it's basically like anything that's wrong, Trump's the problem.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you give me an example of, I guess, something that Democrats would put on Trump?
Yeah, sure. If somebody catches COVID, right? So like back in the COVID era, you know, if like somebody in your family caught COVID, it was because of Trump. Like Trump didn't do enough for the lockdowns or something, or Trump basically let the virus spread. So Trump caused, say my neighbor or somebody in my family, like my mom, my dad, my brother, sister, wife, husband, kids, whatever. He caused that person to catch COVID because of whatever actions he did. So that'd be like an example of Trump derangement syndrome.
Okay. I think we have objective measures that we can use to look at the pandemic and see that some of Trump's rhetoric and actions may have very much contributed to the spread of the pandemic.
This is so perfect.
So I'm curious as to why you would be in denial of that.
You just proved my point, dude.
No, I didn't prove your point.
I
caught the vid. I didn't say it was done. Or you can just run.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Or you can just run. So fun fact, I caught the vid back in the day. I don't blame Trump for that. You can't look at every single instance and say that this is directly Trump's fault. Obviously, that would be stupid. What we can say is that actions that could have been taken to prevent the spread of it were very much neglected by the Trump administration. We can look at the pandemic response team that he disbanded from the Obama administration. We can look at the fact that he told people, oh, it'll be gone in 2 weeks. It'll be gone in 2 weeks. Masks don't work, so on and so forth. So people who just believe Donald Trump and then end up going out and catching vid, those are fun. Guys, there are like literally entire compilations on YouTube and other platforms where you can go to and watch people talk about, I believe Trump, I caught this. I believe Trump, this happened. So unless you want to fight with those people and deny what those people's experiences are, and the numbers that even show, despite Operation Warp Speed being ramped up by the Trump administration, he still contributed in part to the spread, at bare minimum by rhetoric alone. It's more than that, but by bare minimum, you'd have to accept by rhetoric alone, the spread was rapid because enough action was not taken on his part. So there's that.
We can agree with that. Absolutely. That's objective.
Apparently not to him. It's TDS. It's TDS. All right, let's try this again. Can someone give me an example of TDS, which, again, according to him, would be irrational? He said TDS would be every single thing that goes wrong in your life is Trump's fault. I really should have asked him at first, because that was the first thing he said, if he can name a person who blamed every single thing that went wrong with their life Trump's fault. I'm unaware of people who got in car accidents and said it was Trump's fault. I'm unaware of people who caught like cancer and said it was Trump's fault. Although there's one, I'm not ready for that one. Never mind. I'm unaware of people who got broken up with and said, boo, that's Trump. So far, with the one guy who's explained TDS so far, it sounds like DDS. Sounds like Democrat derangement syndrome so far. Maybe someone else can try again. Maybe someone else can try and give me a better example. I'm not going to hold my breath, but that one doesn't cut it.
I think it's Trump denial syndrome, personally.
You know what? That works. That works. That works. Hold on here. All right. I don't know where everybody went. This is crazy.
Thank you, Hannah.
Yes.
$5 on the Blue app. Nice to see you, Steve, at night, she said. So thank you, Hannah. Appreciate you.
We definitely don't see you too often on night. Most of the time it's early in the afternoon, and I see you on these damn mega panels. I'll be like, oh, bless you. Bless you.
I follow Erica in there.
You can't put that on her. I'll be seeing you. I see you. You can't put that on her.
You really can't. Guys, it's still 1,300 people over here on the TikToks. Let's make sure we're doing all of the good things. Let's tap the screen. We should be well over 500,000 likes. So tap the screen. Also, continue to share and repost the lives. What was that? All right. And what we also want to do, let's go ahead and knock out the rest of these finger hearts. I got one contact in, and it looks like we are 41 away from getting there. So knock it out. We can do it. I believe in you, just like you believe in Hector's beard. Also, I don't know why I said that. Don't ask. Also, just do the good stuff. I was going somewhere with this, but God damn it, get the likes up over 500,000. There's no reason why we shouldn't be there already. Also, if you're over on the tube, hi tubers, make sure that you are liking the stream and also subscribing. And everyone, check out the links in Hector's bio. Check out the Kamala Would Never merch, the Make 2 + 2 = 4 merch, the 10 Commandments. I said it right. Go me. Oh my gosh. W Erica in the chat. W Erica in the chat. All right. And let's just keep doing all of the good things and make sure that you show love to Steve while he's here, because this is a rarity and we want to make him feel loved. All right. So with that being said, guys, drop your favorite hashtags in the chat. That's the last thing I ask you to do. Drop your favorite hashtags. Almost tipsy, since you asking. All right. Drop your favorite hashtags in the chat. All right. And my favorite one, of course, is divorce, but you can use hashtag Trump 2032. You can enlist Barron. Hashtag war is great. That really draws them in. So, and also fishing and hunting. Make sure you put a hashtag in front of it, though, to get them over here. And if you're a Trump supporter and you're hate watching over on the tube, call the number on your screen. Or if you're over here on TikTok lurking, just request up. No one bites except for me. I bite. So I'm going to just be quiet.
Y'all keep fucking with me. I'm gonna put on the video of Maureen.
I know that's right.
Y'all keep fucking with me. We just go watch Maureen. Okay, hold on. Really quick test. How many of you guys put a 1 in the chat if you're new to the stream? Put a 2 in the chat if you're not. 1 in the chat if you are new to the stream. 2 in the chat if you're not. Okay? I see my OGs. 2. There's 1. 2s. First off, with the sheer amount of people here, I know most of you have to be new. But I'm seeing more 2s. That's fine. Okay, cool. So the OGs would or should know about Maureen, okay? So I was going back through my lives because, as you guys saw, I've been doing a terrible job at content. I do have a MAGA video up on Instagram and here, so go watch that whenever. But I was looking for clips to make for the next video. And I remembered when we did the Donald Trump is a racist, how racist are you stream, when we talked to Maureen. If you guys don't remember Maureen, she was a fascinating character. Maureen said that she would rather live in a middle-class white neighborhood. Okay? That's what she said. She's like, if I had a choice, I would rather live in a middle-class white neighborhood. And I said, oh, so you want a middle-class neighborhood? She's like, no, it has to be a white neighborhood. I was like, oh, why is that? And she just said, because, the blacks are blah, blah, blah. Maureen was also the lady who said that she's had more black in her than, damn it, I can't remember the concert. Fuck. She mentioned a certain artist in the concert. She had more black in her than a certain concert. Maureen's also the person who said that she said a lot of crazy shit. Okay. So if you're in the Discord, why you should join the Discord, links in the bio. It's free. If you're in the Discord, I tagged everyone earlier. It's in the main chat. I have the timestamp that you can go to and watch it. It was insane. It was about 40-50 minutes of her just saying some crazy shit. The chat got so fed up with her that they kept sending donos, so I would be too busy reading them off versus talking to her. It was hilarious. It was fucking hilarious. So that's the story of Maureen. If we don't get no Trump supporters, I'll play it for everybody. I swear to God, I'll do it right now.
I have to drop. I wanted to thank you both for having me. Hector, as always. Erica, it's always wonderful to see you. Thank you all for your kindness and your gifts, everybody. It's been a pleasure being here. I'll see you tomorrow morning. I appreciate you guys.
Always. Guys, if you're not following Factio Moderate, make sure you do that and his backup. All his links are going to be available in his bio. Fantastic creator. He'll occasionally engage with the debate spaces, but his show is just strictly about the news. He'll have Free Speech Fridays where he'll let people come up and say their piece. His recent background has been fucking crazy. He put up Democratic Socialism will save America, and that's been pissing a bunch of people off, man.
Yeah, we're gonna run that back again at some point. Join us tomorrow for What the Fuck Wednesday.
What the fuck Wednesday?
I appreciate you guys. Thanks a lot for having me.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for coming up. Big W's the facts. Always big W's the facts. Speaking of Wednesday, Eric and I run a show, and we'll be starting after 1:30 p.m. CST tomorrow. Fun and Facts. We'll be on episode 15? 16? What episode is it, Erica? I don't remember. Whatever episode it is, that will be tomorrow. So make sure you tune into that as well. W's in the chat. Oop, I missed something. Thank you for the jewels, by the way, guys. I'm not going to mention everyone specifically, but I see a couple jewels over on the YouTube side. W's in the chat to Bugsby for the $5 super chat. Here, Hector, damn, because Erica said so. Big W's to you, Bugsby. Big W's to you. I appreciate you. Alrighty. Let's do something different, because we got a bunch of chickens in here, right? If you are a Trump supporter and you regret your vote, I promise you, I will console you, right? You can come up, you can say why, and I'll be like, okay, it's okay, baby. I swear, I'll tell you everything. If you're a Trump supporter who does not regret your vote, I don't know, what kind of promise I can give to you? I will let you talk about Biden. If you're a Trump supporter who does not regret your vote and you get up in the box, this is a limited time offer. I will let you talk about how much you don't regret your vote by Trump by only talking about Joe Biden. Okay? By only talking about Joe Biden. You can tell me that he was sleepy all the time. You can talk about the auto pen. You can talk about Robert Byrd. You can you can talk about the Keystone Pipeline. You can talk about The Inflation Reduction Act brought up inflation. You can talk about the fact that he was an $11 trillion clone. I will let you guys talk about whatever you want to when it comes to Joe Biden. Limited time offer. Limited time offer. Okay. How many of you guys heard like dead serious the clone argument? Like I regret to say it. I've been in lives where I've actually heard them seriously like commit to the fact that Biden was a clone. Like, what do you do with that? What do you do with that? Because there was one that was like trying to remember this one live I was in. One said, "Oh, in this interview, he was stumbling over his words. He barely looked coherent." And the other one, he was talking better. I'm like, education, more media training, speech therapy. We're going to ignore all of those factors. It has to be one video he slipped up more, and the other video he seemed to talk better. He's a clone. By that logic, I'm a clone. I have my lives where I'm like, I'm sharp. I'm on it with my responses and stuff, and others where I'm using more and da-da-da. I guess that's the days where I trade in the clone for myself. I don't know. I don't know what they believe anymore. I really don't. I really don't know what they believe anymore. Facebook is crazy. But yeah, that's one of the reasons I deleted my Facebook. Thank you, Valerie, for the jewels. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't have a Facebook because that is maggot central. That is the misinformation thing. And that's oftentimes when you'll see Trump supporters come up here, they'll literally cite memes as sources. And Facebook is loaded with memes. A new argument that I've even heard, this is not new to be fair, it happened in February. The interview that Gavin Newsom did in Atlanta with was it governor or mayor? I want to say mayor. I think it was the mayor or the governor. But where he was talking about where his SAT scores were, and he was like, he's not trying to brag, I'm not trying to offend, blah, blah, blah. And then Trump supporters ran with that, and Republicans ran with that and said, look, he just insulted y'all's SAT scores because he was talking to a black crowd. Y'all see that shit? Y'all see that shit? And then Donald Trump had the nerve to open up his mouth and say, oh, they want to call me racist. He was racist for what he said. And if we're using those standards to say that Gavin Newsom is racist, then we need to take a second look at everything Trump was on. Everything Trump has said. By his own standards, he would be a raging racist, but it only applies to other people. Then, what was it? And this is actually what I saw on Monica's live. If you're not following Monica, make sure you follow her. I'm not sure if you're here. Put a comment in the chat. She played a clip of Donald Trump straight up ignoring a question about the U.S. troops that have been killed so far in response to the war in Iran. Like, the dude just straight up went, next question. We can play that in a second. Looks like we do have a guest. I apparently was in a coma when President Newsom got elected. I guess so. We're all asleep. This is a virtual simulation. In the real world, President Newscum, or whatever the fuck they call him, is the president of the United States. Bentley, did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
And do you regret your vote?
No.
I don't believe you. Why'd you take so long to answer?
I was doing something, my bad.
Oh, okay. Oh, he just grayed out. I thought he dropped. So you don't regret your vote. Why is that?
I mean, he's a pretty cool guy, you know.
How old are you?
I'm 17.
No minors. No minors. It's Eric who literally told me earlier, I need to start age checking these people. And that is why. That's the reason why. No minors. Please no. Why the fuck are kids trying to debate Trump anyway? Like, the fuck?
Man, shut your gay sassy ass up.
Ew, why you coming in so hot?
Okay then. Cool. So what I find super funny. Oh, he ran.
That was so unnecessary.
We may have infiltrated someone's Discord. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, in a
I just wanted to say
Discord.
I love what you're doing, bro. That's it.
Okay. We infiltrated
Thank
someone's
you.
Discord. I'm
He
getting
says
some of
thank you.
Parker's leftovers. Thank you, individual. We're just looking for Trump supporters, guys. Do not get in the request unless you are a Trump supporter who regrets their vote or stands on it today. That is all we are looking for at this current point in time. What up, Spider? And we do have the call-in number open. I am seeing my mods engage with weirdos.
What's the caller number?
In the YouTube line. Oh, the call-in number. Oh, good point. I don't think they can read. 737-295-5321. That's 737-295-5321. Let me say it one more time. 737-295-5321. There we go. Thank you very much. In the invisible prompt, friendly reminder, I need a Trump supporter to tell me what TDS is. Notice how that guy ran the second he got challenged. Why do they do that? They will come up, and then they're like, oh, never mind. He knows things. And then they'll run.
Because they don't like talking to people who knows things. Like, have you noticed that? I watch a lot of different lives. Like, I lurk a lot. And they love going into spaces where they feel like they're the smartest person in the room. They really do. And then I joined a panel. I'm sorry, I hate saying that. But then I joined the panel, and all of a sudden they get an attitude, and then they drop.
They really do. It's weird. They really do. Because that's what happens. Whose live was I in? You're going to know who I'm talking about. That black guy who...
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
He was just in Joey's,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll never come back around these parts.
Oh, he'll never come to my live ever again or over here. Because, like, he won't come to a black person's live because we're going to clock him. We'll clock him and we'll know exactly what it is that he's trying to do. And he don't like that. He doesn't like that at all.
No, not in the slightest. But it's funny because the last conversation I had with him was fine. He was lucky because that's when Expo Marker said, hey, $50 if you don't crash out. So I was talking to him much nicer than I wanted to. We had a good conversation, and he was just like, nah, I can't go back there.
Yeah. No, seriously. Because
Absolutely
he's full of poop. I'm going to keep it that simple. He's full of poop.
Trump is awesome.
Point of
I
confusion.
mean, you can believe that.
That's
Trump is
what
awesome.
the world
Like
is
saying,
today.
I like to eat my own shit.
Hey. Yikes.
Dame? What about Dame? I don't know. I don't know of that fucker. Like, I know of him, but like in regards to speaking to him and stuff, I see him hosting lives. I see other people consistently engaging with him. I'm good on that. Oh no, Dame was not the person we were talking about. But yeah, Dame's a moron. Joel. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Every time Joel has to pay rent, you'll see him start doing rounds again.
That part. You only see Joel near the end and the first of the month. After that, you don't see him no more. You are so right. Oh my gosh.
Telling you, man. Look at their
spot
patterns,
on, bro.
Look at their patterns. Joel Patrick shows up around certain times of the month, and you could always tell, man. I could always tell. I'm just like, oh, he must be bored again, or yeah, he can't pay them bills, man. He can't pay them bills. Gosh darn it.
That's wicked.
He came to my live a few
So,
weeks ago. Oof.
Illinois has their primary going on, and for the governor race, it looks like Darren Bailey is in the front for the Republican primary, and Pritzker is running unchallenged on the Democratic side. So there's that part. So we'll have to see what happens there. Jesse Jackson Jr., he lost his primary to Miller. So, because that one's been called. So he lost his primary. And it's a lot because all of the House seats are up for grabs. A lot of them. Looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. And both Senate seats in Illinois are up for grabs. And it looks like, yeah, in the Democratic primary in Illinois, it looks like Stratton is up against Kay. I'm not going to try to, I can pronounce that. Krishnamurthy. Krishnamurthy. But Stratton is up 38.8% to 33.1%. And for the Republicans, it looks like just one Senate seat. For the Republicans, it is Tracy over Evans at 39.6% and 21.7%.
I'm about to say I'm literally unfamiliar with just about everyone except for Pritzker. Who do y'all want to win? How many people do we have here in Illinois? Do we have any Illinois people in here?
I know what I want. A goddamn Trump supporter.
We may have hit that little wall.
How much longer are you going to be live?
If it stays like this, I guess not too much longer. Like I legit may turn on this damn clip and play it then end. We'll see. Illinois. Okay, who do y'all y'all have the governor race? You have a senator race, right? Who do y'all vote for in those seats? I'm curious. I don't know what the position is. Y'all's election wasn't like as broadcasted and politicized as like here in Texas when it came to our Senate race with Jasmine Crockett and James Salarico. I'm not seeing a lot of other races get that same coverage, which I find super fascinating. And I'm not going to get into the reasons why just yet, but y'all can ascertain some of them, especially if you're of the melon variety. Jack, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Fantastico. And do you regret your vote?
No.
No. All right. Do you not regret the fact that the president of the United States ran off of things that he's currently failing at right now, if not just straight up contradictions?
Explain, like what?
Like no new wars, like being for lower taxes, like upholding the Constitution. Just name a few.
So is this war, quote unquote, unlawful or lawful?
Is this war unlawful?
Or lawful? Very simple.
I do not believe we've had any specific interpretations of international law that deems it to be unlawful. I don't know why you think I'm making a position of whether it's lawful or not versus sensible, reasonable, or based off of a lie.
I never said that was your position. I was asking you. Okay. So as of right now, the servicemen down in Iran and the Middle East and Israel of America, the American servicemen, right now, they're protecting America right now, correct?
No.
Or are they just taking orders?
They're just taking orders.
So if they don't believe in those orders, don't they have a conscious decision to object to those orders?
Oh, they absolutely do. It's a part of your your code of conduct. Except Donald Trump quite literally upon senators saying that you have a right to not take unlawful orders, he then called for the deaths of Democrats.
So if you were to get like deployed out there, would you object to it, or would you go?
Over. I'm just gonna completely skip over. Okay.
So
yeah. If I were to get an order to go,
what?
Yeah, would you
guess
go
I'm
or
living
not?
my life on the run. I don't know what the fuck else to tell you. I'm not fighting in no stupid ass war in Iran because the president of the United States is a moron.
But what he said doesn't make sense, though. Hold on one moment, Jack. If I may interject for just a moment. What he said doesn't make sense because Hector already said that there hasn't been any claims that this is unlawful, and Hector hasn't made any claims that this is unlawful. So for you to ask the question whether or not the people overseas, like the service members who are being deployed, whether or not they should object to it, no, the reason why they shouldn't object to it is because they'd actually be disobeying what would be deemed as at this current time deemed as a lawful order, and they can face a severe penalty for that. That doesn't make any sense. Anyone who knows like the military code of conduct knows that like they can't do that. I mean, but if their word talks to this being, unlawful and that they were over there actually doing unlawful things, then we'd be having a different conversation. But your question didn't make any sense. Like, it made me do like the face, like, huh? Why'd you ask that question, Jack?
Because I find it that a lot of people on the left or people are anti-Trump and anti this quote unquote war. right? They're very hypocritical because they're saying, "Oh no, we shouldn't be out there. We shouldn't be out there." And then when I ask them, "Is it lawful to be out there?" They completely agree.
Yeah. When we say they shouldn't be out there, it's not based off of the law. Not to mention, you keep saying "quote unquote" war. Your Secretary of Defense and your president has referred to it as a war. So I don't know why you challenge them when they're the ones who instigated it.
Well, because I don't believe America has actually declared full-on war in God knows how long.
Is this the part where we go to the argument of Congress hasn't declared war since World War II?
This is the part where we ask ourselves, is America, genuinely America, if they want to be the super dominating power, they need to keep the Middle East destabilized. That's what it comes down to.
Oh,
that's the reality situation.
I don't know.
Why do you talk about America in that sense, though? Why do you say they?
I'm sorry?
Why do you say they? Where are you from?
What do you mean they?
Where are you from?
I'm from America. I'm an American. Can't you hear by the way I speak?
Even the most anti-Americans, like the most anti-American Americans say we or say the US. We don't ever talk about like the United States and like the third person like you are, like they. Like we don't do that. I'm just saying, are you Canadian? Do you like maple bacon?
I'm American. I'm full-blown American. Born
What
and raised
state you
here.
in?
I'm in California.
Oh, okay. What time is it in California?
Right now it's 6:32.
6:32. What's your capital?
Yes. It's Sacramento. Okay.
Sacramento. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Where are you from?
I am from Dominican Republic.
That's good for you. Okay.
Yeah. K-Dot says I'm his favorite Dominican.
That's cute. But the reality
it's
too,
adorable, actually.
Can we get back to the subject, or stop trying to like investigate me and my credentials as an American?
Sure. You mentioned something about if America wants to be like the dominator, and I guess I'm
he likes maple
curious.
syrup.
In fact, actually, I'm not curious.
I'm not Canadian.
Say, I don't want America to be a dominator of anything. Actually,
Vancouveran, Albertan.
I don't see
you
how
don't want America to be
dominant is a benefit to Americans. Actually, I think anytime we are dominant in certain fields, it seems to always be at the sacrifice of other people who are doing not as well. It seems like every time we are dominant, it means genocide. It seems like every time we're dominant, it means justifying senseless wars and other actions.
You still got gas in your car, don't you?
Yeah, super pricey gas.
Do you have boom booms dropping over your head?
Not yet.
Do you have pretty civilized infrastructure?
Yeah, is that supposed to be something that's exclusive to the U.S.?
So would you, let me get this correct. So would you rather live in America or Gaza right now? Be honest.
Oh, that's an obvious answer. My God.
Why the fuck would you even ask that question?
What was
it's
that?
just very hypocritical.
What was
it's just
that?
hypocritical. It's hypocritical because you guys all say, oh, I want to have all this world peace and America shouldn't be a super dominating power, but you guys are literally hypocrites living inside of that.
So the comparison you made is very strange because the reason why people in Gaza can't live in peace is because of our weapons. So that was a very, very strange comparison that you just made.
Well, a third world country.
Okay. We don't use that term. So, but Hector is absolutely correct. The reason why the people in Gaza and so many other places in the global South can't live in peace is because of Western intervention in their countries and their government. All right. The West coming in and stealing their resources and subjugating the people to a life of poverty. All right. Stripping them away of opportunities. That is why they cannot have peace. That is why they can't even fucking like just live what we would consider to be a normal life. Because again, of Western intervention. Hey, what are we doing here? Don't call us hypocrites.
Well, I'm just trying to understand though, because you're saying that we don't believe that America should be a world dominating power, correct? Didn't you just say that? Well, you don't believe we should be a world dominating power. Am I right?
No, America should not be a world dominating power. I don't think any country should be dominating anything. That is just silly talk.
Okay, but now let me ask you this question. is America a world dominating power? Yes. If
Unfortunately,
America,
it is. I thought you was asking me a question.
I feel like
Right? What the hell?
I was gonna ask you. It was a lead. Like I was saying that to ask you the other question though.
You practice this in the mirror.
So if America were to lose its dominance, correct? What do you think would happen to us here in America?
I don't know. What do you think? What do you think will
I'll
happen?
tell you what would happen in part. I think if America were to lose its dominance, we'd lose a lot less people becking to our every call or bucking to our every call. And dare I say it, we probably would get more threats from other people because it would be retaliation for all the fuck shit we've been on for several decades.
Exactly. That's reality.
Yeah.
So would you rather live in this
consequences
world?
are a reality of stupid decisions and harmful policies, which is exactly why I do not support the administration getting us in a deeper and deeper immoral hole.
So would you rather just be a non-dominating power and dealing with those consequences, right? Or would you rather continuously defend the nation that is you were born into?
Oh, my guy. Yeah, I'm pro karma. I am pro karma. I think you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
That's right, but America doesn't play stupid games.
We've been playing quite
America
a few. In
is
fact,
the
77 million people played their favorite stupid game in 2024. And now we're here. Really quickly, W's in the chat to Michael for the $15 Venmo. Can't join to the debate because smart people don't like me and critical thinking would not allow supporting a terrible president. Grateful for you and Erica. Big W's to you, Michael. Thank you so much for your dono. Big W's to you. W's in the chat to Val for the $2 super chat. Joe Kent is the first resignation in protest in the DOD or DOW, I guess. Yes. If that's what you're referencing specifically, to my knowledge, yes, he is the first. We'll talk about that in a bit. Actually, we'll talk about that right now. You aware of one of your biggest maggots just resigned from the Department of War?
Yeah, I heard about it.
You know what the reason was that he cited?
He's our maggot. Now all of a sudden it's my maggot, right? It's not our maggot. Isn't he American?
I didn't say anyone's maggot. I said y'all's biggest maggot. I think that's what I said. One of y'all's biggest maggots.
Maggot or MAGA?
Maggot.
Did you say maggot or MAGA?
Maggot. That's what I
like
call
vermin?
Maggots.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. So if I call Kamala Harris's supporters maggots, how would you feel about that?
I don't know how that would hold up, but you're more than welcome to.
You see that? You see? It's okay.
Sheila, I have someone on the line. Hold, please. Alrighty. So, whatever you choose to call Kamala Harris is irrelevant to me. I would just ask you to substantiate it. But regardless of that, are you pro the Iran war and why?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because I'm not blindfolded of this Disneyland fairy tale. I want my kids to enjoy the benefits that I was provided here in America. Have we stepped down off of being the world dominating power on the world stage, my children would be eating dirt for dinner. They would have a modern lifestyle.
We were still
That's reality.
at the top of the food chain internationally, even under the previous administrations that you'd probably shit on, and infinitely more safe because Iran wasn't as nuclear. You do know that, right?
So you do realize though, Kamala, she is heavily funded by AIPAC as well,
Harris.
Correct?
I don't give a shit about AIPAC.
Yeah, but wasn't she funded by AIPAC?
I don't give a shit about AIPAC.
So, but you give a shit about it when it's Donald Trump, though, right?
No, I don't use AIPAC funding against Donald Trump.
No, yeah.
I think we have domestic issues to worry about.
Do you think Kamala?
I think we've seen people take AIPAC money and still be critical of the administration.
Did Kamala participate in the genocide of Gaza or no?
No. How was she being able to participate just by being the
She
vice
didn't.
president?
Now you're just being a straight hypocrite.
How am I being a hypocrite?
Because she could like my maggots,
sorry.
like my maggots. Hold on a second. Like my maggots who decided to resign today Couldn't she have been a maggot and resigned from her vice presidency and not being
Yeah,
participant of the genocide in Gaza?
that's a hypothetical. That's a hypothetical. And why should we even
Well,
have to
no, it's not.
engage in
No,
a
it's not a
hypothetical?
hypothetical.
Excuse me, one moment,
It's
please.
not a
Hold on,
hypothetical.
one moment. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hold on.
Yeah, it's not a
So
hypothetical.
with that being said, all right, it is actually a hypothetical because it's something that's not going to happen because she ain't president. But what did happen is Joe Kent, all right, the director of counter terrorism, did resign today. All right, one of Tulsi Gabbard's guys. All right, that's who he worked for. That was his boss. All right, and his boss would be Donald Trump. All right. So
All right.
being the head guy over counterterrorism, that means that he would know when a country or a person is a threat to the United States of America because that's literally his job. He resigned, and in his letter, he said Iran was of no imminent threat to the United States of America.
I understand.
He also said,
understand.
you understand that. Okay.
I
So how do you, all right, as some random guy on the TikToks, okay, think that you know better than the director of counterterrorism?
The same way that Kamala Harris
You
didn't
keep Kamala's name
I'm
in
gonna
your
respond.
mouth.
I'm gonna
Please,
respond.
please,
Why
please,
are
for
you
the
so triggered? Why
love
can't I
of
respond?
God, get
It's
Kamala
funny how you guys want
Harris
to
off the
demonize.
tip of your tongue.
Yeah,
Talk
yeah,
about what's
yeah.
actually
You
happening.
want to swipe her dirt under the carpet, right?
Talk
See,
about what's currently
What dirt?
happening.
I am.
God
I am.
bless you.
I am. I
What
am.
dirt?
I am talking about
What dirt?
the dirt. The dirt. If I talk about Kamala Harris, you're just gonna crash out, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I just wanted you to tell me what dirt.
The same
it is.
way Kamala Harris, consciously decided that what's going on in Gaza never happened. She could have consciously resigned.
When did Kamala Harris
There was
ignore
no,
the
there was
actions
no
in Gaza?
genocide. There was no genocide in Gaza.
When did
right?
Kamala Harris ignore the actions in Gaza?
When she said
Actually,
that Israel has a right to defend
Before you
themselves,
answer
that's
that,
when she did
and
it.
you be completely ignoring the other
Yeah.
half of that statement. That's funny. So really quickly,
just deflecting
why did
now.
you vote for Donald
Deflecting.
Trump in relation to Gaza?
God
First of
bless
all,
you.
why are we deflecting right now? Let's go
We're
back.
not.
Let's go
We're
back
not.
to my.
You
You're the
literally
one that's
referenced Gaza,
deflecting.
and we're
because
still
I'm
on
telling
Gaza.
you guys,
I
because I'm
simply
eating
asked you,
because you guys,
why did
you
we
guys
vote
wanna
for Donald?
paint-
Why
wanna
did you
paint-
vote for Donald? We're literally still on Gaza. Why did you vote for
Yeah.
Donald Trump in relation to Gaza? Or was
No
Gaza
problem.
on your mind
Because-
even when you went to the polls?
Yeah, I actually was because
Okay.
Donald
why?
Trump, I'm telling you right now, because unlike Donald Trump, unlike Kamala, his opposition, Kamala, Princess Kamala, unlike her, right? He
You can
wanted
call
to
her Queen Kamala.
I can call her maggot. It's the same difference.
Yeah, you want to
But
get to your point.
anyways, yeah, you guys keep me on changing the goalposts, but it's
We're
fine.
not.
It's fine. We'll go where you want. The reason why is because under Kamala Harris's regime, Queen Kamala, she funded Israel with over $26 billion, right?
Good boy.
How did she do
Yes,
that?
and because she was participating in the administration that was funding Israel.
She
That's
was
how she did not
participating in the
decide to
administration as a vice
resign.
president. I'm just curious as
Yeah.
to what a vice president
Yeah,
could have done.
yeah.
about it.
So she's an affiliate to the executive branch, correct?
Yeah. Does that mean she had executive power?
So she did participate in it, but she didn't resign.
Did she have
didn't
executive
resign,
power?
Okay, that's why.
Did
And
she have
Donald Trump
executive
was the first
power?
one to get a ceasefire.
Did she have executive power?
Yeah, she had a lot of power underneath Joe Biden.
What
Yes, she
power
did.
was that in regards to Gaza?
She could have resigned and said, "I don't want to be part of
It's not
participating."
I asked you
in this
power in
administration.
regards to the events that took place in Gaza.
Because she was complicit. She was complicit as a vice
by
president.
being there. Got you. She was complicit by
funding
being
Israel.
the vice
Yes, she
president of the
was.
administration's actions, and
Yes.
she took no actions
He could-
whatsoever because she
he
couldn't,
could
as
have-
a vice
she could
president
have
of the United
condemned it.
States,
She could have condemned
to
it, but she didn't
demonize
decide
these
to.
people. Oh, she very much did condemn some of the attacks. She very much did condemn some of Israel's
Yeah.
actions. In
She
fact,
takes- she
what
still
we
takes
did see
AIPAC money.
specifically, which you guys completely
She still
leave out
takes
of the
AIPAC
equation
money.
as you proceed to tokenize the fuck
Genocide
out of
Joe.
Palestinians and Gazas, if you actually give a
Yeah.
shit,
You
is what we
tokenize
saw the
Kamala, though,
second that
because
she was
she's black.
allowed to run her campaign at least in some part, and
Right.
go as a president in the 2024 election, a presidential candidate, she said something very powerful. She said, Israel had the right to defend itself, but I cannot
There it is.
be silent about the atrocities taking place
Trying to
on
gain
the
the
Palestinian people. So I think it's interesting.
gain votes.
So let me ask you this question. Does a country have a right to defend itself against a terrorist attack?
Not in the case of Gaza and Israel, because those Palestinians in Gaza,
So
they were
I
illegally
asked you a
occupied.
simple question. I asked you a simple question. Okay, but you know what? Never mind. I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with that.
Yeah.
So if
Yeah, keep on changing
the
that,
Venezuelan
so those
actually no,
Palestinians, they're
never
illegally
mind. No, let's not do
occupied.
that.
They're illegally occupied.
Let's
That's not a
do
terrorist
let's
attack
do
'cause they're
Cuba.
illegally
Let's do
occupied.
Cuba. So if the Cuban
Let's jump the
if a
votes again.
Cuban militia
Kamala
came to the
Harris's,
U.S.
shoot.
and they committed a terrorist attack on the White House, would they be justified?
No.
Okay.
No.
Would we be justified in responding?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Now let me ask
and
you
what
a
if our
question. Hold on,
response? Hold on, no.
let me ask you a
What if
question.
our
No,
response?
no.
What if our
'Cause you are
response was
blanketing
blowing
the
up half of
occupation
Cuba?
on Palestinians
What if our
right now.
response was
You are
blowing up half
blanketing
of
the
Cuba?
You're blanketing the occupation
I'm
of
not.
Palestinians.
I'm literally
right
not. I'm
now.
adding
Yes,
the
you
nuance
are.
that you're
Yes, you
refusing to
are.
acknowledge.
So
What if our response was blowing up half of
did the
Cuba?
Palestinians? Did the Palestinians?
What if our response
Did the
was
Palestinians
blowing
ever?
up half of Cuba?
Did the Palestinians
I
ever?
need you to answer my question. What if our response was blowing up half of Cuba? Would that be justified?
You're equivocating two different things, situations.
Duh. I'm doing a
With the-
hypothetical versus something that happened.
Yeah,
So let's try
yeah.
this again.
Obviously
if a Cuban
not.
militia came to the U.S. and
Obviously
blew up the
not.
White House,
Obviously
what
not.
if our response? No, obviously not. Okay, thank you. So there's nuances here, right? I'm so glad. So
No,
if a Cuban
you
militia
are
came to the
completely
U.S. and
blanketing
attacked us on our
illegal
soil,
occupation
we
right
would
now.
have the right
You're
to
off-
defend ourselves.
You're
If
blinding everybody.
defending
You're
ourselves
misguiding
was
everybody
blowing
right
up
now.
half of Cuba, then there's a
Uh-huh.
clear line that we crossed. Fun fact. No matter what you guys feel
Yeah.
about Israel, they very much did have a right to defend themselves. So I find it super funny how we demonize
did
Kamala
not.
Harris for
They did
making
not
those
have a
statements.
right to defend
We're going to
themselves. How-
completely ignore
how-
the fact that
Okay, let me ask you a
1,200
question,
Jewish
man.
people died. 1,200 Jewish
Oh
people
my
died by the
God, the
actions of
biggest
Hamas.
propaganda.
And then Israel very much had the right to go in and
Right,
make some
right.
responses. But they went too far. Duh!
Right.
Everyone knows that. No one's defending
Wow.
that.
You-
so the
you
point
clearly-
I'm trying to
you
get to
clearly
here
don't know the
is
history.
Kamala
You
Harris saying
clearly
that
don't
in
know
and
the
of
history.
itself wasn't the issue,
1967, the United
especially
Nations
considering
declared
that she did
Palestine
not
as
have
illegally
executive
occupied.
power to do
And you are
anything about what Joe Biden
You
was
are
doing. In
denying the
fact,
fact.
Joe Biden started to dial down his rhetoric in 2024, and Kamala Harris took a more aggressive turn in simply asking for a
You're justifying the
two-state
genocide of
solution.
Palestinians
Wow,
right
I don't remember ever saying that the genocide of Palestinian
disgusting.
people was okay, and I really am not going to take any fucking lip from you,
Yeah, you did.
an
You just
individual who
said
voted
it.
for Donald Trump who said he wanted to cut them a
just said
blank
Israel
check
has
to
a right
finish
to
the goddamn job. I am definitely not
just
taking
said that they
fucking
did-
lip from you, the guy who voted for Donald Trump to obliterate the rest of the people there,
Revisionist
versus the
history.
person who wanted the two-state solution.
Yeah,
So you can
yeah,
fuck off with all
yeah.
of
You
that.
support-
That's
you
a
support
very
the
cute
Jewish
try.
genocide.
This moral high ground that Trump
You
supporters try to
support
stand
AIPAC.
down, talking about Palestine, Palestine, Palestine. You didn't give a fuck about Palestine, and you never will. So you don't get to fucking tokenize them anymore.
Yeah.
You can shut the
Yeah.
fuck up, actually.
I-
So back to
You-
what I
you-
was saying
you-
about
you
Kamala Harris,
literally-
because you can't keep her goddamn name out your
Yeah,
mouth.
you're
So
no-
Kamala Harris very much had a different
Yeah.
stance on Palestine and
Yeah.
Gaza than Joe Biden ever did. And if we're looking at Kamala
was a
Harris
clear
specifically, and you
genocide.
still have criticism, because guess what?
It's because
I
she's
have criticism
black. That's
too.
why you support
Then we'd have to compare it to the
support it because
alternatives.
she's black.
And again, the alternatives was Donald Trump. So with that being said, you have
Right,
zero room whatsoever to shit on her
Yeah.
position when that was the best options that
Yeah,
we
I
had,
do.
if you give a fuck about
Yes,
that
I do.
Palestine. And you
I can
don't.
shit on. I can
So
shit on
nice
Kamala
try.
all day long.
Would you like to make
Yes, I-
another point? Better yet, how is Palestine doing
Yes,
now?
yeah.
Actually, never mind. How is Palestine doing now?
Yeah. Yeah.
How's Palestine
Yeah.
doing now?
But before, I'm trying to respond, but every time I mute, you get so triggered and
I
emotional.
didn't mute you. How did
because
Palestine
you completely
respond?
deny.
How is Palestine now?
I can't respond every time you ask a question. I speak and then I point out your hypocrisy.
So all that lip you're
and then
doing
you
right
crash
now?
out,
Oh
and
my
you think
God!
you're,
It's
like,
almost as
cooking,
if you
but
could
you're
have
not.
responded. Wow, crazy.
Yeah, so pay attention very clearly, because what happened on October 7th was a result of illegal occupation. Israel never had a right to response when they were officially occupying.
Oh, so are you
Palestine
justifying the
since
deaths of
1967.
innocent women and children just because they're Jewish?
I'm not just no, not just
because you can sit here and talk about the reasons, but we know who died, and it wasn't Bibi Netanyahu and his establishment. Now, was it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, see, you interrupt
okay.
me. You interrupt me.
It's almost as if there's fucking nuance that you're conveniently leaving out of every single goddamn point that you make.
Yeah. Are you justifying the 20,000 Palestinians that were murdered?
It's
in
way
Yassin
past 20,000 now, my guy.
It doesn't
and
matter.
The answer is no.
Over
I've said that. I will say
so,
that for
so
the
do
third
you justify
fucking
that for the
time.
Jewish homeland?
The third
do you justify that for the
fucking
Jewish
time.
homeland?
Genocide,
Do you
bad.
justify that?
Free Palestine
Yes.
till it's backward.
Yeah.
Fuck Netanyahu.
Yeah,
and his
you don't believe in
establishment.
it though. You don't
now
believe
that we're
that though.
there,
You don't believe that.
Now that we're
you
there,
believe that
can
Israel
you
has a
tell
right
me
to
why in the
exist? You're
world
such
you
a
would vote
fucking
for a man
hypocrite.
who disagreed
You're a
with
dirty
everything I just
hypocrite.
said?
You are a hypocrite.
Why
Yes,
did you
I do,
vote for a
because-
man who disagreed with everything I just said?
Because he is not a fucking hypocrite like you. And
Okay.
he
I
tells
wasn't
it how
running.
it
I
is.
wasn't running in the 2024 election, so that
Yeah.
was irrelevant.
Yeah,
I
let's
could
just-
care less what you think hypocritical means. Can
Yeah.
you tell me
Yeah.
why would you vote for a man who's literally made it infinitely easier
Because I
and has
don't-
supported the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza?
Because he was the only one who actually got a somewhat of a ceasefire in Gaza.
Word?
Unlike Kamala
Word?
Harris and
He was the
G-Side Joe.
only one.
Yeah.
When was that ceasefire made?
Yes.
When was that ceasefire made?
Do you think Israel has a right to exist?
When was that ceasefire made?
Do you think Israel has a right to exist?
You're not
In
answering my
January.
questions.
Do you
What
think
the
Israel has a
fuck
right
is
to
Israel
exist?
has a right to exist?
I
People
told you
have a right to
January.
exist.
I
I don't
told you
care about the
January.
quote unquote
I
state
told
of
you
Israel.
January.
The state
I
of
told you
Israel is
January.
irrelevant to me.
January 2025.
January 2025.
2025.
Okay, can you tell me when
It
that
was one
that
of his
ceasefire
first 2
deal?
months. One of his
Can you tell
first
me
2
when that
months.
ceasefire
One
deal
of his first 2
started?
months.
Can you tell me when that ceasefire deal started?
It was late January or early February. Now answer my question.
January,
Do you think
February
Israel has a
what?
right to exist? Do you think
January,
Israel has-
February what?
Do you think Israel has a
January, February
I don't
of
have my
what?
fucking laptop.
Because you literally already said
Let me
January, and I
answer the
asked you a
question.
different
You think
question.
Israel has a
So
right
if
to
you
exist?
listen closely to the words coming out of my mouth,
no,
my guy,
no.
then you'd be able to respond properly.
cooking.
So
You're
let's
not-
try this again.
You're
The
a
ceasefire that you're referencing that was signed under the Trump administration in January or February of 2025, can you tell me when they started
Yes.
working on that ceasefire?
I can get at my laptop and point it out for you.
Oh.
I can pull it up. You need to go get my laptop?
You don't know. I'm going to help you.
I do know.
I'm going to. Oh, you do know.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
why
'cause
you need to
you
pull
have-
out your
you have a
laptop?
computer and ChatGPT
Why do you need to
in
pull out
front
your
of you.
laptop? You just said you know.
I told you. I don't know the exact specific date. It was.
I asked you to
early
give me a
in
time period. You don't
2025.
have to give me exact fucking date. You
told
already
you.
referenced
I told you.
January is when it was signed,
already
January or
told you.
February. So I'm
I already
asking
told you,
you
but you're
when
stuck,
they
you're
started
slow, you can't keep
negotiating
up.
it.
You're stuck. You're slow.
I
you can't
asked
keep
you
up. I told you
when they started
January?
negotiating it.
January.
Got you. January of
You
2025.
That is correct. That's
Okay,
when the ceasefire
so
was either January.
Donald Trump took the Oval Office in January the 20th, 2025, and within the 20th and the 31st, I believe it's 31 days in January. This is when this deal was negotiated, right? Right?
So do you? Okay, I answered your question. I answered
No,
mine.
you didn't.
Do you think
You
Israel has
literally
a right
didn't.
to exist?
I literally said no.
Do you think
I
Israel
literally
has a right
said
to
no.
exist?
I literally said no.
So
What article
Uh-huh,
in
but that-
international law states that it has a right to exist?
go ask somebody from the streets who that would know.
No, I'm
Yes,
asking
so-
you a question.
No,
What
I'm
what
not-
law
I'm going
says it
back
has
to
a
the
right
host.
to
I'm
exist?
going back to the host right now. I'm going back
Wait,
to the host.
can you
okay?
answer? Can you just answer
No,
my
I'm not
question?
going to answer. I'm not going to answer your question because the host couldn't handle it. I'm not.
No, it's not about handling. I just wanted to know what law
I'm gonna
states in
open-
international law states that Israel has
No.
a right to exist, or any country, as a matter of
I'll
fact,
tell-
has a right to exist.
I can go up to the. You go up to the
Not his red bar is cutting him out.
Can you tell me what law says that
Yeah,
Israel
alright.
has a right to exist, or any country, as a matter of fact?
I'm not. I could tell you later. I could tell you later. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the host. Okay.
Hector, can you please
So,
ask him that
just
question?
5 minutes ago.
Can you tell me
Yeah,
what law
but
says that
I'm not,
Israel
I'm not
has a
gonna
right to
respond to that
exist?
question until I get my question on. You see that? You
Do
see
you
that?
wait?
They're
Hold on. You're
stuck.
asking me that question. Do
All
you
these
believe
people
Israel has a
here are
right to exist?
hypocrites. The only reason why.
Hold on, you were asking me the question.
You guys are
Do you believe Israel has a right to exist?
God bless you.
Fuck no. Fuck no.
Okay.
Okay.
Got you.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So unlike
was
you,
that why you were asking?
Unlike you, I'm not a hypocrite.
Was that why you were asking, Covey?
No, because earlier you gave a false equivalency.
I don't think your name is Covey. Was that why you were asking, Covey?
You guys keep on fucking muting because you're weak, bro. You guys are getting cooked. You have to get this girl to come and save you.
You said I gave a
she's not
false
even doing
equivalency
anything.
earlier. Can you tell me what that was?
Yes, you did. Yes.
What was
when
the
you
false
tried to say
equivalency?
that when those precious Jewish people of Israel had a right to defend themselves when they didn't, right? Because they were illegally occupying the Palestinians. Correct?
I'm sorry. Did I defend the occupation or did I defend the
But the
innocent
false
Jewish people
equivalency
that
you
died
had-
on October the 7th? I'm sorry.
By who?
If you have an
By
issue
who?
with false equivalencies, let's talk about yours. I never defended the occupation. I simply said
Yeah,
the
you
statement
did.
in and of itself,
You
Israel
had-
having a right to defend itself, which is different from
what?
existing,
From
the
who?
state of Israel as
From
it
who?
is, monumental
From who?
differences. And I gave a
Who do they got a right to
hypothetical
themselves?
about if Cuba, if a
Cuba,
Cuban
exactly.
militia
You're
came
trying to
in
equivocate-
response to Donald Trump now threatening to take them over because he can do what he wants. He said this verbatim, I believe, yesterday. And then they responded with blowing up the White House or a portion of the White House. And then we responded with blowing up half of fucking Cuba. That would be ridiculous. I gave the nuance that you were conveniently leaving out of this entire conversation.
No.
So you can't talk about false
You tried to
equivalencies if you
compare-
don't even know what I was saying.
You try to
Fun
compare
fact.
Cuba and America.
I gave a
as-
hypothetical comparison. Can you tell me
Of
how it
America-
didn't work? Actually, I don't
Because
care.
America is
W's
not
in the chat to
illegally
Above Infinity
occupying
for the
Cuba.
$5 super chat.
America-
Guaranteed this guy zip
let me tell
fastens
you
and
how.
didn't wipe before coming to your
America
panel. Most
is not
likely.
illegally
W's in the chat to
occupying-
Ruth Connor for the $5 super chat. Keep up the amazing
There
work.
he
I
goes.
do my best. I do my
Yeah,
best. I
exactly.
appreciate you. WCU guys. WCU guys. W's in the chat to Shauna for the $5 Venmo. Guests like Jack just showed that they need to find the nearest tree that's producing their oxygen and apologize. Really and truly, we need a tree apology fund for the waste of air that this individual is. It's really sad. Mind you, he's still wanting nitpick at the Democratic administration, which no one here is justified, to be super fucking clear. Instead of acknowledging the fact that his president quite literally wanted the end of Palestinians.
To be honest, I don't think that Israelis have a right to defend themselves from Palestinians because that threat is emanating from a territory that it occupies. But I do think that Cuba does have a right to defend itself against America because an illegal blockade was implemented by America. Like an oil blockade and all those different things, sanctions and all that stuff that America has implemented. Those are all acts of war.
Correct. When I speak on Israel having a right to defend itself, it's more so against aggressions, unjust aggressions, and then more so in reference to the innocent people that
Look,
are
so
dead.
October
versus the
7th was
administration,
unjust.
which I can care less.
October
about
7th
what
was
happens to them.
unjust. October
I'm
7th
never
was
going to
unjust.
say that the people that died on that day, the women and children that were minding their goddamn business, should have died.
Mhm.
So no.
Yeah.
Anyways,
So-
let's get back to
so,
your
but-
president. What was your president's
Yeah.
response
Yeah.
to Gaza?
Yeah, let-
Can you acknowledge that? Because I love how you've talked about everyone else but Donald Trump's response
Yeah,
to
the
Gaza.
difference between Donald Trump, the difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris is that he tells you the truth. He's not a snake. He says, you know what, fuck
got
them.
you.
We're
And
gonna
you
turn
liked his
Gaza.
truth more, right?
Yeah, he
Right.
said we're
You
gonna
liked
turn
his
Gaza
truth
into a
of
hotel.
giving Israel the mother of all bombs. You liked his truth on cutting them a blank check to quote unquote finish the job. You liked his truth about not only
Yes, I did.
canceling the asylum applications
Yes.
of those individuals who wanted to come here because of the aggression in the region, but also
Mm-hmm.
his relocation of many of them to Sudan, which is Cubby can better explain what's happening there in regards to
Yes.
slave trade,
Yes.
so on and so forth. So you just like that he was openly a piece of shit.
Yes.
He also authorized
Appreciate you saying that
unlike
with your
unlike
full chest,
Kamala,
you dog shit
unlike
piece of
Kamala,
fucking
who
crap.
funded,
Go ahead,
Kamala,
Cubby.
who funded.
Kamala.
Yeah,
Trump also authorized the
Yeah.
sale of $1.4 billion worth of weapons to the UAE, which is currently committing a genocide in Sudan.
But it's okay for Kamala. You guys
Kamala.
are fucking muting because you lost, dude.
Y'all are getting.
Meaning you because you don't know how to shut the hell
You're
up when
getting
other people are talking.
You're getting fucking bait.
Also, there's nothing I lost to. The person that I voted for didn't do all the things that we just mentioned. They
You
didn't
guys
have
are
the
such-
chance to. So the best argument that you guys have is that Kamala would have done the same thing, and I don't know what the fuck we're supposed to do with that. And he ran.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
I just think it's really pathetic, absolutely fucking pathetic, for Trump supporters to come up and try to talk to me about Gaza. I think it's really fucking pathetic when Trump supporters come up and with their full chest and tokenize Palestinian lives, knowing
I hope
damn
you
well
stub
that
your
they
toe
voted
tonight.
for the finishing of the region. Oh, I think we have someone on the line. I totally forgot. Did that guy just come up just to say that weird shit and leave? Caller, you're still on the line?
Yep.
Wonderful. I appreciate your patience. Give me one more second. Covey, did you have anything else?
I'm sorry, what was that? I can't really
Nope.
hear you.
Hi,
Can you hear
Athena.
me now?
Hi, Erica. I was gonna drop. Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate y'all.
I'm gonna message you on Discord.
Yeah, that's a little bit better. I heard like 20 people talking, though.
Yeah, I had guessed up. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Do you regret your vote?
No.
All right, why is that?
I don't regret my vote because I look at everything, and I try to think of things at a global level, and for all the people that I see criticizing Donald Trump and this administration, I really don't see a lot of the same people criticizing other world governments. Let's see the same people that are saying that Trump's a dictator and Trump's a fascist. They have never once condemned China and the treatment of the Uyghur Muslims in China, how they actually have, according to the UN, verified documents saying that they are harvesting their organs and they're literally growing them like cattle in concentration camps and then slaughtering them when somebody orders a kidney or
Sounds
a
terrible.
heart.
I don't know what my tax dollars has to do with that, though. I'm pretty sure I know many people on my side of the aisle that do an infinitely better job at talking about the global atrocities internationally, and in fact, the U.S. role in funding those atrocities versus people on yours. I don't know why you keep making that point. Not to mention, with the sheer number of bullshit that's happening here in the United States, some people just kind of have to isolate and focus on the things that are impacting their lives and affecting them now versus worrying about the entire damn world. But sure, we can universally agree that horrible things are happening across the the world, and it's bad. But there's only some that we can directly impact, speak on, in some cases reduce, and that would be stuff happening here in the U.S.
Yep, and then also, we also have to admit that the left has a violence problem. The left cheered when Charlie Kirk was killed. The left cheered when Luigi Mangione assassinated the man, the CEO. There was hardly any condemnation, and many people were like, "Oh, well, he deserved it because he was the CEO of a pharmaceutical company." This isn't America.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We
Run
live
that
in America.
back. Why did the left cheer?
Because he was the CEO of a pharmaceutical company.
Oh, so the left just hates CEOs?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Have you ever heard of Democrat derangement syndrome?
Have you ever heard of Trump derangement syndrome?
I sure have. Would you like to tell me what Trump derangement syndrome is?
Yeah, Trump derangement syndrome is where Trump lives in your head rent-free, and Trump is the problem to everything. I love how Trump has been the problem to everything.
You're the second guy who said that. That Trump derangement syndrome is people blaming every single thing on Trump. So I'm going to see if you can give me an example of something that we blame something that we blame Trump on. Something we say is Trump's fault. Give me an example. Give me an example of everything that we blame on Trump. Give me an example of something.
Okay, well, let's start with the Iran war. That's blamed on Donald Trump.
Hey, sir. Hi, sir. I want to give you some time to think about it. Hector, I got to do the thing. I'm already late. I just want to say thank you, Shauna, Michael, and my girl Feisty. Thank you all. Shauna, you're my girl too. Thank you all so very much. Draw some hearts in the chat for yourselves. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you everyone for the gifts, and just keep doing all the good things for Hector. Bye.
Bye. All right, you said Iran.
Yeah.
So saying Trump is the cause of the Iran war we're currently in would be an example of TDS?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So that Saturday morning around 1 or 2 a.m. CST, when Donald Trump came out and addressed the nation as being the supplier and funder of Israel's attack, or working alongside Israel for the attack in Iran, and that they were planning this for months, we would be deranged for saying that it's Trump's fault?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that people are trying to they're trying to look for any reason to say that Trump is a bad man.
The reason that was just cited is Donald Trump saying he planned it for months with Israel.
Yeah, but the thing is that they're trying to see, but they're looking for a reason to say that he's evil for this. I don't think that Donald Trump is necessarily evil.
We didn't argue
for
evil.
attacking Iran.
We didn't argue evil or good in actions. We argued whether it's their fault or not. You said an example of TDS was blaming Trump for every little thing. You cited the Iran war. Trump planned the war in Iran with Israel for months. His words. He attacked it. He's justifying it. He's calling it a war. And you're now saying that we can't say it was Trump's fault when Trump's saying it's his fault.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't Trump's fault because.
So whose fault was it?
Well, I think ultimately. Well, see now if you say whose fault is it? Cumulatively,
well, if it's not Trump's, I got to know who the fuck else it is. When the man comes out on the stage and says it's him, I'm curious as to who you want to blame it on.
I'm trying to answer, but you keep talking over me.
Sure, answer.
Cumulatively, it's every president's fault, up to and including Donald Trump, because you had Carter. You had it back in the back when it was overthrown under the Carter administration, and then you had the freaking Iran hostage crisis, and that horrible way that the U.S. handled it. It was just and we have allowed Iran to get to the point to where they're at.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Because our government has been incompetent for the last 40 years.
Theys, thems, and MAGA.
And that includes
Donald
Reagan.
Trump
that
works
includes
alongside
Bush. That includes
Israel
Clinton.
To plan an attack
Obama.
on Iran after not only telling the American people that the nuclear uranium enrichment was solved over the summer of 2025, and then falling back on that to attack them off of the same lie, then coming out and saying this was us, this was on me, during this we need to end them, then providing no evidence that their enrichment was ramped up, then blowing up fucking schools and jacking up the prices of oil because Iran responded appropriately. We can't blame any of that on them. We have to blame it on previous presidents. So let's go over the previous presidents that you want me to blame this on, okay? So let's go over the Biden administration. The Biden administration, who quite literally did not attack Iran and start any kind of war to fuck with gas prices. You want me to blame it on them. I guess the president before then would be Trump. Oh, what could we point at in the Trump administration that we can use to say may have instigated this event, or at the bare minimum, nuclear enrichment or uranium enrichment? Maybe the deal that we were in, that Donald Trump pulled us out of, that kept Iran's enrichment at 3%. Maybe we can say pulling us out of that deal and immediately after the enrichment going up, maybe we can make that kind of correlation. But better yet, let's go now to the president before him. I guess that would be good old black ass Barack Obama. Oh my God. Good old black ass Barack Obama negotiated the JCP. I'm sorry, Obama's a black man, so I don't know what the fuck is racist about me saying black ass Obama. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Fucking calling me racist. Good old black ass Obama negotiated the JCPOA. And the JCPOA is the deal that we made with them for at least a decade, saying, hey, you can't have your enrichment over 3%. Iran said, we're cool with that. We had over 400 inspections by the IAEA that showed their compliance until Donald Trump came in and said, nah, it's a terrible deal. Why is it a terrible deal? Fuck if I know. And then he pulled us out of it. So now let's go back to the president beforehand, Bush. I'm unaware of Bush's acting specifically. I can't speak on that. And honestly, I'm not going before the 2000s. What I'm trying to tell you, caller, is that if you're trying to say it's because of all the presidents beforehand, and within the last 26 years of presidents, we can go over actions that showed Trump is the reason that Iran's enrichment is anywhere close to nuclear capacity, for one, and two, the only reason we had to attack them is because the deal he pulled us out of and the negotiations he completely fucking skipped over this time around. I find that to be a little bit of bullshit. And if that is your example of TDS, then congratulations, you have it.
So the problem is that you keep talking just about the nuclear weapons, but you're ignoring the fact that even the UN says that Iran is the number one exporter of terrorism, human rights abuses. They just killed in 1 month 30,000 of its own citizens for the mere crime of protesting because they're fed up with an actual tyrannical regime that the Democrats love to call Donald Trump.
Do you know why it makes no sense that you're complaining about those things?
Why does it make no sense that I'm complaining about them murdering 30,000 people?
Because Donald Trump didn't care about those things. Donald Trump ran off of no more regime changes. And then all of a sudden, we have to free them. And do you know who the new what do you call them? The new is it Ayatollah? Do you know who the new one is?
Yeah, his son.
Oh. So the guy before we killed him was in negotiations with us to make another deal to stop the nuclear capacity, right?
I think the problem is that any deal
I just
that
need a
we
yes or
form,
no.
any deal that we would come to an agreement with,
I just need a yes or no.
is null and void because you're
just need
still
a
a
yes or
terrorist
no.
government who wants the destruction of Israel.
Wow, it's almost as if we made a deal with that terrorist government beforehand with no problems. I just need to answer to my question. The guy that we killed, we were in negotiations with, right?
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
But they
wow,
weren't.
It's almost as if the Trump administration themselves confirmed that they were in negotiations with them, and then the Iranian officials came out of it and said it was some of the best and most productive conversation they've had in some time before we blew them up that Saturday. Cool. So
well,
then his son
that means
takes
nothing
over.
because Putin said that also.
Yeah.
Putin also said that about the negotiations, where he said, "Oh
Cool.
yeah, it was
Wonderful.
meaningful negotiations and the furthest that we've ever gotten."
No.
Putin said the same fucking shit.
So
and
anyways,
then he bombed
so then his
Ukraine
son
the
took
next
over.
like 2 hours later.
And while his father, who we were negotiating with, was willing to make a deal, his son says, hey, I want us to have nukes. So are we better off or worse off with a guy who now absolutely definitively wants them to have nukes?
Well, what we actually know is that
That we actually know that the son wants them to have nukes.
Well, anyways,
and now they have more reasons to be aggressive towards the U.S. because we killed his dad. Are we just going to completely gloss over that?
So, yeah, and we killed his dad because at the negotiating table, they said we have enough material to make 6 nuclear bombs.
I'm sorry,
they
what?
said that at the negotiating table.
I'm sorry, what?
And the Trump administration
says
that.
Did you just say during the negotiations, which would have been the Thursday before the Saturday that they were struck by the U.S. and Israel, that they said in this negotiation that we have the capacity to make 6 nuclear bombs?
Yes.
I have $50 with your name on it if you can prove that.
The Trump administration said that much during a press conference.
Hold on a second. Guys, if you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Send your daily heartbeats if you haven't already. It helps out the stream. You get a couple cool stickers when you do. Also, when you click on my name in the top left corner, you can scroll down and see the C1 gift gallery. Anything that you knock out in there that's grayed out really helps the platform. We're just doing that for this week if you like to show some love that way. Share out the live with your friends and family. Repost, add it to your story. We do have a rose goal here. Let's knock that out. Those of you who have those gifts, please feel free to knock that out. That supports the stream as well. Obviously, continue to tap the screen. We have 1,100 people in here. We can absolutely get the likes up to 600K and beyond. For the best ways to support the platform, you may check out the links in the bio. If you're enjoying the conversation, if you'd like to support the stream, if you just want to say hi to my cute face and send a message, you may do so with the Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo links. Hector Talks with 2 R's or PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the Tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Of course, you can join the Discord community, which is free, and the links in the bio. There's also going to be the other social media platforms that we currently stream to, such as YouTube, following me on the Instagram, where I also upload other videos and clips. And then getting yourself some merchandise off the shop. You see one behind you, the make 2 + 2. No, Kamala would never lie in here. We also have the make 2 + 2 = 4 again line, which this fucker apparently needs to be better at math, and other merchandise as well. Also available on the TikTok shop. Those of you on the YouTube side, hit the like button on your way in or on your way out. Subscribe, turn on notification bells, and if you'd like to support the stream, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. We may start a drop fund for this fucker because he's a goddamn moron. Anti cases. Cool. So can you source?
God bless you. Absolutely. I have it right here. CBS News. Trump envoy Steve Witkoff says Iran claimed it had enough enriched uranium to make 11 nuclear bombs. And then it says that both the Iranian negotiators said to the United States directly, with no shame, that they controlled 460 kilograms of 60%. And they are aware that could make up to 11 nuclear bombs, and that was the beginning of their negotiating
What is the name of the article?
stance. CBS News.
What was the name of the article?
Trump envoy Steve. It just says the headline is. It's just a headline, and the headline says Trump envoy Steve Witkoff says Iran claimed it had enough to enrich uranium to make 11 nuclear bombs. By Alex Sunby and Sarah Lynch Baldwin.
President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff said that Iran claimed it had enough enriched uranium to make 11 nuclear bombs before the U.S. and Israel launched an attack on the country over the weekend. Witkoff told Fox News' Sean Hannity on Monday that Iran's negotiators had said to him and Mr. Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, before the strikes that the country controlled roughly 460 kilograms of uranium at 60% enrichment. Witkoff said that the uranium could have been enriched to the weapons grade level of 90% within a week to 10 days. Quote, both the Iranian negotiators said to us directly with, no shame, that they controlled 460 kilograms of 60%, and they're aware that that could make 11 nuclear bombs, and that was the beginning of their negotiating stance. Oh, that's a vastly different phrasing than the beginning of the goddamn article here, which I do want to go over with you guys again, just to test this here. Trump envoy Steve Witkoff says Iran claimed it had enough enriched uranium to make 11 nuclear bombs. Scroll down, quote, they're aware that they could make 11 nuclear bombs, and that was the beginning of their negotiating stance. Cool, great, whatever. So I just want to point something out to you guys, because I don't think there's any fucking point in pointing out to this caller. If Iran said at the beginning of the conversation, we just want to let you know, we have enough uranium enrichment to make 11 bombs. We can make those 11 bombs. You keep fucking with us. That would be something to go, oh shit, we're cooked. We should probably blow them the fuck up. I'm going to keep it $1.50 with you. If they said that shit, we should have probably blown them the fuck up. But instead, they simply acknowledged where the uranium enrichment level is at, which was not the weapons grade that they would need for bombs. And they acknowledged the fact, according to Steve Witkoff, if you want to believe him, that they could make those nuclear bombs. Mind you, I want to point out how embarrassing this statement is in and of itself. If they had that much and they could do 11 nuclear bombs after what the fuck we did to them in the summer, what the hell was the point of what we did to them over the summer? Because according to Trump, we obliterated their nuclear program. So not only would this be evidence by his own fucking special envoy that we did not do what we said we did, and he gaslit Americans for months, but that this still wouldn't be justification of the attack, considering they were literally in negotiations to even find out this information directly from Iran's mouths. I love how you gave me a source that shows you got played like a fucking fiddle.
It doesn't show that.
It
actually.
literally does.
It doesn't.
Okay.
It really,
Did you just
it really
conveniently
doesn't.
ignore everything I just said? What are we doing? What are we doing?
So this is the problem. You know, if Iran truly wanted to negotiate, you don't go to the negotiating table and say, by the way, I'm going to do X. I can do X, Y, and Z.
They did not use this as a leading threat. So I want to say this again. Quote, both the Iranian negotiators said to us directly with, no shame, that they controlled 460 kilograms of 60%, and they're aware that that could make 11 nuclear bombs, and that was the beginning of their negotiating stance. I want to emphasize this again. Saying how much you have isn't a threat. Saying that they could make bombs with it is not a threat. We're completely we're completely leaving out the tone and the specific language.
Have you ever heard of a veiled threat? Do you know what a veiled threat is? Do you know
this is Steve Witkoff's wording on the quote. They said to us directly, with, no shame, this isn't a fucking verbatim quote. So for you to make this out to be some type of threat or a fashion to say that they had the capacity and they were intending to use it is ridiculous. Acknowledging the amount of uranium enrichment that you had, acknowledging its capacity if they continued on with their program, isn't a threat to the U.S. And again,
yes,
it was the 60% that Trump alleged back in the summer of 2025 was the reason that we bombed them. So the fact that they were able to do this once again and have this capacity is embarrassing because he lied to us about why we attacked them. He lied to us about the results of said, not about why, but he lied to us about the results of said attack.
Yep. And that's why.
So what the fuck was the purpose of the attack?
And that's why regime change is so important, and we must have regime change in Iran. We must get rid of this terror.
You are not smart.
This
at
regime, this tyrannical regime of Iran that beats women and kills women for not wearing a hijab. They killed 30,000 people in 1 month for protesting. They fund Hamas. They fund Hezbollah. They're responsible for a numerous amount of terror attacks that have maimed American citizens throughout the Middle East. They need to go. There is no negotiating with terrorists. When did we begin to negotiate with terrorists?
Oh, Donald Trump's been negotiating with terrorists for some time. You remember the 5,000 Taliban he let out?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Oh, okay. Then shut the fuck up.
You know, host, I think that you're
I don't care what you think. What? I don't give a fuck what you think. Clearly, you don't have the full brain capacity to think critically. What? I just find it funny that when a good old Democratic president negotiated with terrorists, we were a lot safer. When a good old Democratic president negotiated with these terrorists, it seemed like we were a lot safer. I don't know. It just, I don't know. W Democrats. W's in the chat to Cutie Dragon, not AI, for the jewels. Thank you, Val, for the $2 super chat. Iran was on board till BB talked to FOTUS. They're not acknowledging that. They're not acknowledging that. We were on board to make another deal. And then, if you want to say this shit about Trump being aggressive and that's what you like about him, okay. But he also ran off of, which is a lie, but he also ran off of being a master deal maker, right? Trump can make a deal. He can make a deal. All these bad deals that we had, he made better deals. Now we're better for it. And then he couldn't make this deal when the threat was nuclear extinction. The president of the United States, leader of the free fucking world, could not make a deal when it comes to nuclear extinction. And you expect me to believe that he is fucking competent. You expect me to believe that he's the best president ever. Man, if that's what you expect me to believe, I have a beachfront property in fucking Sahara Desert for you. Dee Dee, did you vote for Trump? Dee Dee, did you vote for Trump? Cool. Mance, did you vote for Trump?
No, I didn't. I'm a fan of yours, but I also just wanted to point out too.
Come back up. I was gonna let him finish, Anna. Thank you. My mods have strict rules to drop people who are not Trump supporters. But come back up. I'll let you finish. Sorry, my guy. We have a show to run, but I'll let you finish.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, Trump literally put in a leader of Al Qaeda as the leader of Syria too. So, thanks for negotiating with terrorists and all that. Like from that last guy. So
yeah,
that's all I wanted to say and point out to that guy that was sitting there trying to say that shit. So, but that's all I really had to say. So thanks for letting me up.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you coming up. Can you do me one last favor before you go?
Yep.
Can you tell my chat to tap the goddamn screen?
Tap the goddamn screen. Sorry, I'm a little stuttering.
You're good, man. You're good. Thank you so much for coming up. Oh, man. So anyways, 990 people in here. Tap the screen, okay? We've been live for about 3.5 hours. We really should have been at 1 million likes. We've done more with less. So double tap that screen. Let me see if we can get one good power tap going. It seems like you guys need motivators. So I'm going to give you a motivator. If we get the likes up to 750,000 likes. Ooh, no, we're at 5. My bad. If we get the likes up to 650,000 likes within the next... How tight do we want to do this? Let me see what y'all are capable of. If we get the likes up to 650,000 in the next 10 minutes, I will let friendlies up and I'll do a raffle. For... we'll do a raffle for funniest super chat for the end of the stream. How about that? Okay. So I'll let some friendlies up to say their piece because Trump supporters aren't calling in right now. And we'll do a raffle for funniest dono. So how that's going to work is if you like to submit something funny or joke, you can do so with the links in the bio for $1. Only $1 just to submit your joke. At the end of the stream, I'll pick out a funny one. And whoever wins gets what's a big gift? I'll send them a galaxy. Is that fair? How about that? So if we do it, we get up to 650. I'll let some friendlies up, and then we'll do a raffle for funniest dono. And then I'll send you a galaxy, whoever wins at the end of the stream. That works? Get the tapping. I hate how fucking fast this shit started moving the second I said that. You guys have been playing me this whole goddamn time. This is why I don't give y'all nothing. Trump supporters request up in the box. Thank you very much, Black Giovanni, for the galaxy. Big W to you. Thank you so much. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call in the number on the screen, 737-295-5321. Y'all got 8 minutes left, too. I'm counting. It'll be 9:36 p.m. CST when we're there. W's in the chat to Gene for the $1 PayPal. Why does Rob's... Oh, wait. I thought I read that already. Did you do another one? Oh, just wanted to say hello to your cute face. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Guys, best way to support the platform is going to be links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Hector Talks with 2 R's, or Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. I'm not sure what you said your name was.
God bless you.
Yeah, yo, it's Taffy.
Kathy?
Yeah, Taffy.
Taffy.
You know Taffy from your mod squad.
Oh, hi Taffy. What's up?
Yeah, you said you were inviting friendly, so I thought I'd invite myself up.
Oh, no. After they get the likes up. They got to get the likes up first.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I might call back later.
You're
okay,
good. You're
I'm
good.
so sorry.
Oh, good. Okay. No, they got to put some work in first. And it looks like they already are. Also, another reason why I run these experiments is to show you guys just how much you play in black people's face. Why is it that y'all just got up to about more than halfway of what I asked you to in the few minutes, and then we've been live for 3.5 hours and we can barely get it moving to 1 million? Why is that? Why have y'all been playing me this whole time? Diabolical. Trump supporters request up in the box or call in the number on screen 737-295-5321. Thank you so much, Sarah, for the tiaras. I appreciate you. WZU for the tiaras. Because I'm not sure we're gonna get anyone else, so I was figuring we'll probably get to wrapping it up in a bit. But yeah, again, let's go over the prompt and then the invisible prompt. Trump supporters, do you regret your vote? If you happen to be one of the growing number of individuals who supports Donald Trump and you are not feeling so happy about this administration and its actions, you can request up. And this is a safe space for you to express your opinions, beliefs without any judgment. Because we can't go back into the past to change the vote. We can only move forward. This is a safe space for you to come and share your position. And if you're a Trump supporter who does not regret their vote, then you can request up too, because I can give you several reasons as to why you should. Please don't bring up Gaza or Iran at this point, because I'm kind of tired of showing you guys just how much you got fucking played there. Bring up immigration. We haven't done a too much immigration today. Try that one. It'll be fresh. And if you're over on the tube side, obviously call in the number on the screen. The invisible prompt. What up, James? The invisible prompt is, can you tell me what TDS is? We had 2 Trump supporters try to tell me what TDS is, and they failed. 2 Trump supporters tried to tell me what TDS is, and they fucking failed. So I want to give you guys another opportunity to try. That being said, you bastards got up to 650 likes.
God bless you.
Alrighty. On that note, we will allow friendlies to come up. We got to give it a minute. Actually, I'm going to need a mod up here in a second for when I have to use the bathroom. While we're waiting on the rest of the good things. TDS goes back to the Clinton administration. Does it? Should have kept the 750. Literally, I should have kept the 750. That's y'all's new goal. Do it because you like me. And if you don't, I'm ending the stream. Get the likes up to 750K. Let's see who we have here. Tatted, do you vote for Trump?
No. Is this friendly right now?
Yes, you're the friendly. Got you. Just was still seeing. What is this? Real? Lit 2 real?
I was supposed to be the friendly too. I can leave if that's.
No, you're fine. We were still looking for Trump supporters, so that's why.
I'm sorry, I got click happy.
No, you're fine. We're one of my creator friends. I see you, Shauna. Thank you, but I know you don't like to entertain people. So I was gonna see if someone else wanted to come up. I can do that too. It's fine. Are we out of Trump supporters? Apparently we've won. We've won. The Trump supporters are dry. They got tired of losing, and no one else is calling in or requesting up. So congratulations, guys. Congratulations, we won.
Yay! Yeah! Okay.
Why are you yelling?
Inside voice. Use your inside voice.
Please.
Gracias.
Oh, I did want to talk to people in Illinois, and I was wanting to get a feel of you guys' elections. If there's anyone in the chat that wants to go over Illinois, if you don't mind discussing that, I'm curious. I would like to know what's happening in now's election, who you voted for, why, what's the feeling. I'm very curious. These elections, we've been kicking ass in these elections, and I'm talking all the way back to the special elections in 2025, to the final ones we had throughout the year, the initial ones in January, February, and then the last big primaries in March for several states here, including Texas. We've been kicking ass. Republican turnout has been higher, yes, but we've been going in droves. Specifically in Texas, we have one of the highest turnouts in a couple of decades. It's pretty insane for our primaries. So yeah, if you're in Illinois, I'm curious. I want to hear what you got. want to hear what you got. Chatted, where you from?
Hi, I'm born and raised Southern Illinois, live in Tennessee. Unfortunately, I am a disabled Army veteran, and I think you'll love what I have to say.
Thank you for your service. Hold, please.
Joseph.
Joseph, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
No, I can't.
You can't vote?
I just can't. You know, he's in the Epstein files. I just can't.
Ah. Did you vote?
No, actually. I'm about to sign up. I'm about to apply so I can start voting. Because I believe that's important.
Okay, why didn't you vote in the 2024 election?
I wasn't of age.
I see. Are you of age now?
Yes.
Who would you have voted for if you could?
Not Trump.
There's only two other candidates. Oh, one other candidate, rival candidate.
I don't know the rival candidate, actually. They keep changing it.
What?
Who's the rival candidate?
Kamala Harris.
Oh, damn, I don't want to vote for her either.
Why is that?
They really need to get somebody else in there. Kamala Harris isn't even that great.
Can you tell me what's bad about her?
I cannot. Off the top of my head, I cannot.
So if you
I
have
love your
such
show,
a,
though.
if you have such a, you responded very fast and like very passionately about her. So I'm curious as to where that came from.
Over the years growing up, I've just heard like just some not good things about her. And I don't know if they're true or not, but based on the not like iffy things I've heard, I just can't. You know, obviously I'm gonna do research after I can vote, and when I do go in and vote, I'm gonna do proper research and see.
So
But as
here's
of
a problem.
now,
Here's the problem
I
with what you
can't.
just
I
said.
can't support her.
So if you're so willing off the bat to say that you wouldn't support or couldn't support someone that you seem to be unaware of in regards to their positions, you voting in the next election doesn't really mean shit, because uneducated votes don't help America. You need to be informed on what you're voting on, and you can't even articulate what you're against when it comes to Harris.
I agree.
What did you hear about Kamala Harris?
I forgot.
You are
I
really
just
not helping yourself look good here.
no, I wouldn't vote for her just because I don't know anything about her. I would have to.
Vastly different
I would have to
position. If you
research
just
her
didn't know
to
anything,
support her.
that's different. But you didn't respond the way you did because you didn't know anything about her. You responded as if you did.
Oh yeah.
All right.
I love
What
the
is your
I love your show though. It's awesome.
what state are you in?
I'm in Florida.
Florida. Oh, yikes. Are you
Oh yeah.
registered to vote?
No, I'm just I just got out of high school.
Got you.
Just got out of
Well,
school. I'm about to register to vote. Gotta. Yeah.
oop, I'm about to have an echo. What is? Let's see. When is the Florida primaries? Primary. 2026. Mail-in ballots by July? Is that what it said? Deadline. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, your thing is weird. August 18th, 2026. That's election day. So you have a shit ton of time to register, not only register to vote, but to inform yourself of the candidates that are running in this election. Are you familiar with the term midterms?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So we're currently in a midterm election where you'll be voting for the important seats in your state, all the way up from governor down to senators, city councilmen, so on and so forth. So you need to look at the candidates. Many content creators have cheat sheets. Some officials will post things on their social media for you and evaluate which ones best align with the things that you want. If you want lower gas prices, grocery prices, if you want better healthcare, so on and so forth, you'd vote for the person proposing that and isn't a moron. So that's what you need to do. On that note, I appreciate you calling in.
You're welcome. I hope you have a great night. I will absolutely be doing that.
Absolutely. He's just a kid, y'all. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Golf, did you vote for Trump?
Oh, God, no, I'm sorry. I was just tapping.
Got you, no problem. Tatted, you said you were a disabled veteran. First off, thank you for your service. I was wanting to know your story.
Yes. I don't know what my time allotted is. I'll make it as fast as I can. I'm a disabled Army veteran. I was in Operation Enduring Freedom, Kuwait and Iraq. I was Joint Logistics Task Force 6. I worked in a battalion, and I was also Battle Staff and Intelligence. I'm going to put that right there. Intelligence, right? I tell people intelligence, right? And I was there for about a year. And am I allowed to kind of talk about now kind of what I wanted to say to the maggots out there? Okay. So first and foremost, please stop saying that you support our military and our veterans and everything. Why? TikTok purposes. Okay. Because he is unaliving our military, right? Of course, under the Geneva Convention, he's going to use the words imminent threat. Because why? Because under Geneva Convention, technically, he can do that, right? It's legal, right? But now the intelligence has found that there was no imminent threat. Now that's a war crime. Not only that, if the military accepts these unlawful, unconstitutional orders, which we took an oath to defend the United States Constitution and our American citizens, right? If we implement those orders, we are punished under UCMJ. All right. And that's a very serious offense, and it carries over into your civilian world. All right. So when you say you support our troops going in there, well, guess what? Going boots on ground and sending 7,000 troops, military service members, right, into this war zone for no reason, with no actual, they have no proof of what is actually currently there. They don't know how much, they don't know the exact locations. They said there could be some underground. They don't even know percentage. They don't even know if it's compromised. Okay. Not only are you putting at risk our service members for no reason, you are also risking bringing that back, right, when you take it out of the country. All right, with it being compromised, it's a very strategic move. So that means you can't just go strike willy-nilly on these so-called nuclear sites and all these things, because it's a very strategic move to pull it all out and get it extracted. Okay, so what he did was he's highly incompetent. He does not know foreign warfare. He doesn't so this meeting, it requires congressional approval. Okay, so then you have, this is the problem I'm running into, right? For one, I'm very hurt. I cried for a whole entire day, took a day off over this, because those are my comrades, my fellow comrades. I'm also a veteran. I have PTSD. I've been through this, and I just know how it is, right? But you have these maggots saying, oh, well, stop saying you defend our Americans and you care about America and blah, blah. I'm like, that's the whole point. I care so much that I am telling you this is unconstitutional, it's unlawful. Stop saying you support our troops because you are willing to send us out there and get us unalive for absolutely no reason. Let's add to the fact at the dignified transfer, he wore a ball cap while also saluting. Do you understand how disrespectful, distasteful, and disgusting that is? Especially when you are the cause for our soldiers being fallen. I am hurt. I am angry. Us veterans are enraged and we are fighting back for y'all. I promise we are fighting for our military. Us veterans are doing what we can on our end, approaching the White House, our senators, our governors. Do not worry. I'm emailing on my end too. Now, it's not law for the president to remove the ball cap, but we all know, based off just the national anthem, that we remove our hats. Okay? He did not do that. He does not care. In his speeches, remember when he was talking about that, it's going to be more casualties, it's just war, it's just nonchalant about it. And then goes to proceeds about talking about his gold curtains and all these things. Even Pete Hegseth mentioned in one of his speeches. If you want to pull it up, you can. I tried to get the video, but I don't know it wouldn't save on my phone. The speech where he was talking about indirectly, but also directly stating that these fallen soldiers are taking over the media and that there are drones flying ahead and all these things. Oh, really? May I cuss?
Yes.
Fuck you. Fuck you, maggots. Fuck all of you who support this shit. All right? So that is my main thing that I wanted to get across. And obviously we could go talk about the Epstein thing because I also am a great survivor, not of that. But I can also say, stop saying that these victims are illegitimate. They're not true. They're lying. Let me put this first and foremost. Psychologists, psychiatrists, and have the trauma, which is why I stutter and I have poor memory issues, is because anxiety and trauma causes anxiety blocks. You forget things unintentionally. Then you also have the fact that you're going to intentionally forget it. Why? Because it's so traumatic. So you're not going to remember specific details. You're not going to remember exact dates. You're not going to remember a lot of things. And here's another thing. We're not going to tell people why, because when it comes to especially billionaires, who's going to believe us? But need I remind you, these survivors came forth before he was even running for president. So let's keep that in mind. And those are all in the files. So those are the biggest things I wanted to touch on. I won't take over too much. I'm sorry, but I had to get it out there. No, if you guys have questions for me, ask. I'm all willing. Thank you.
Yeah, that's one of the issues, actually, and it's often a response when we bring up the allegations 26, 27 that we know of, is that, oh, well, of course, he's a billionaire. Of course he has allegations. And I'm like, okay, so we're going to immediately goes to the victim blaming, to the protection of the individual solely based off of money and status, which we often know is corrupting, versus the obvious power dynamic between the individual, a man, and then the woman, the victim. Always left out of the equation. They don't care about power dynamics, which is, to be fair, they want to be dominated. They like power. And then they'd say all this, and I remember we have the clip recently of Donald Trump saying, in regards to Cuba, that we can do what we want. We can just take over whenever we want. We have his rhetoric surrounding other countries, how he spoke about women in the past, and then for some reason people still believe that he didn't rape anyone. It's fucking insane. W's in the chat to Christian for the $1.99 super chat. I appreciate you, Christian, over on the YouTube side. W's in the chat to Wasteland for the $5 PayPal. What is the difference between Iran and Vietnam? Trump had an exit plan for Vietnam. Cheers?
May I ask one more thing just to say a few seconds on to?
Yes, one more. W's in the chat to Shauna for the $2 Venmo. MAGA brains are so smooth. MAGAs are so smooth brain they make a koala jealous. Fucking diabolical. W's to you, Shauna. W's to you. W's to you. Like I got it too. I got it. I just but I got it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
My apologies. One last thing, a few seconds. He is willing to sacrifice BLOOD of our soldiers for the oil dollar, for the US dollar.
Hold, please. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all I wanted to say. He's willing to sacrifice the blood of our military service members for the US dollar for oil. So let's just keep that in mind.
Kamala Harris was sending your boys to war. Well, tell that to the what? The 12, 13 U.S. troops dead? Not to mention the what? Over 200 injured?
Mm-hmm. And then you can also, even though this draft thing, I don't know if it was actually put in place or not, but if it does happen, you actually can deny your child. If they're 17, you can deny them to go in. Okay. Ask your recruiters. That's all I'm going to say. Talk to your recruiters. But if they are 17, because technically at the age of 17, you have to be signed. I don't know if that changed over the years. But I do know for one thing that if they're 17, you sign them over, you have to agree to that as well. If they're 18 and up, okay, they're on their own. But also if you are 18 and up, I would encourage to not allow them to draft you, even though they say it's law. Why? Because what he's doing is illegal. That's the word, illegal. So if they try to draft you, say no. I don't. For me as a parent, I'm different. If my child was 18 plus and they were saying, okay, your child is getting drafted, sorry, hell no, you won't find him anywhere to be found. You can throw me in jail. I don't care. My child's not going to fight for something ridiculous. The U.S. Navy even rejected his orders to go into the Strait of Hormuz. Why? Because it was so dangerous. More and more soldiers are speaking up.
There's that. I did see something about the reports of soldiers' complaints did go up substantially, which is expected, I guess, in any conflict. But I think that says a lot. I don't think a lot of them are as for this as they want to advertise. But hold on, we have this person on the line. All right, caller, did you vote for Trump? Caller, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
And do you regret your vote?
No.
Why is that?
Because I really like what he's done with immigration. Although, I mean, it could be even better, but and I'm not confident that Kamala wouldn't have done the same thing with the war, so I don't see any benefit I would have gotten from changing my vote to Kamala. I'm very happy with the social climate change that has come with electing Trump.
Kamala Harris very much showed that the actions that were taken in Iran, if we're to use the Biden administration or her policy platform as any indicator, would not have taken place. So that is an objectively false statement that you made that would be based off of ignorance, because she called it a war of choice. And we were the side of diplomacy, which Donald Trump completely left out when he decided to strike them in the middle of a deal. Secondly, what do you like about his immigration policies? What has he done for immigration to you that you think is such a good thing?
He's kicking out illegals, and he's secured our southern border, and very well. Done a very good job of it.
Are you under the belief that undocumented migrants weren't deported in previous administrations and that the border wasn't secure?
Yeah, under Biden, the border was not secured. Yeah, we've let in millions, if not over 10 million. I don't know. Many millions.
How did Biden let in millions?
How did he let them in? Well, there was a permissive environment, and it's been shown that when the administration is very soft on the immigrants, that they tend to come.
A permissive environment. I can't do anything with a permissive environment that you believe they created, because by that logic, you would just say, because Joe Biden never said that they're poisoning the blood of our nation, that would create a more permissive environment, which would be ridiculous. Although I guess it would by default, but that's not inviting people to cross the border illegally. So can you point to something else?
Well, they made an app for you to apply for asylum when you already came here illegally. And it was like
no standards for that.
Do you have a secondary device that you can use to look up information?
Yes, sir.
I want you to Google really quickly. When was the CBP1 app created? And tell me what you see.
What was it? I'm looking it up. Was it created under Trump or something? Is that what you're telling me? I can't. Is it CBP? Sorry.
CBP.
CBP. CBP1 app. 20. It was created in 2020 and then expanded in 2023.
Yes, it was created under the Trump administration. So why would Trump create an app to allow undocumented migrants to cross the border illegally? By your logic.
I'm not sure, but it does say it was expanded in 2023.
Yes. Do you know what the expansion was?
No, you tell me.
The expansion was to streamline the process for people to claim asylum, which is a legal process.
So what if it's a legal process?
So what if it's a legal process? Are you against streamlining legal processes?
Well, just because you call it a legal process, you were still here illegal in the first place.
Asylum. I'm sorry, are you challenging that we have an asylum process in law?
We have an asylum process. Well, it was corrupted.
What was corrupt about it?
Because we're letting people in for bullshit economic problems.
You cannot claim economic asylum in the United States.
Well, okay, tell me an example. I mean, I just think that the threshold was lowered for what was a catastrophe being said worthy of asylum. Like there's wars, there's conflicts all over the world. We can't let everyone in our country.
How is the threshold lowered? Do you know of someone who was allowed to come into the country under the guise of I lost my job? Do you know someone who was allowed into the country under the guise of it looks cool over there? Do you know someone who was allowed to enter the country despite having a criminal record in another one?
No, but really, so what? So because people are in conflicts all over the world, that they're entitled to be in our country?
Because people are in conflicts all over the world, if the conflict matches our laws and our standard to claim asylum here in the United States, we have a vetting process to ensure that what they're saying is true, and then we allow them to claim asylum here. That's how that works.
And they're automatically entitled to it, or is it something, it's a privilege?
No one's automatically entitled to everything. If you can get to the United States and claim asylum, that is how you do it. There's no entitlement program.
Okay. And they were being permissive of it, of letting just people in for low threshold.
Again, you have yet to give me an example of how the threshold was quote unquote lowered. So that is an incorrect statement, unless you know something I don't.
Well, I think that for Haiti, the issue was pretty, non-consequential. Like, they're letting people in because they said there were issues going on in Haiti. I don't think that it was sufficient for them to.
What was happening in Haiti?
What was happening in Haiti? There's some. Well, I saw that shit with the cannibalism and shit going on. I don't know specifically what was going on.
You know, one of the ways you can claim asylum here in the United States is due to gang violence in another country, right?
Okay.
So if it was gang violence in Haiti, they could have claimed asylum. Certain natural disasters, you can claim asylum. Whatchamacallit? Obviously political persecution, you can claim asylum. So if not all of those things would match descriptions of things happening in Haiti, some of them would, and those would have been the people who are allowed to claim asylum here. Or better, not allowed to, but their process would have been approved.
Wait, so you think because you have one of those issues that you're necessarily entitled?
I don't think our laws permit them to do exactly what I just said.
Do they demand that they be given asylum?
What?
Do you know that?
Why do you keep talking about demands?
Because there's
no one going to Haiti and demanding people try to come here. What?
No. There's must and there's may. You may give them asylum, or you must give them asylum. Do you know which it is?
They can get asylum if they meet the asylum requirements. It's not a may or a must issue. It's our law.
Okay, and there's plenty of bad shit going on all around the world, okay?
And if the bad shit happening around the world meets the requirements for people to claim asylum here, they get asylum here per our law. Why do you have an issue with the law? You're literally talking about illegal immigrants, and now you're complaining about a legal process.
And you think that we can afford to pay for just about everybody in the world who comes from a problematic...
I think the majority of asylum applications are denied, so we don't have to worry about the cost.
Oh.
Not to mention immigrants would pay for that in and of itself.
Oh, so they already came here and got denied then? So they were already living here illegally and then they got denied?
What?
You said the majority of asylum requests are denied, but you said many of these people are coming here first and then applying. So are they doing their due diligence?
Per our
to find
law,
out if they're
you can
supposed to be
apply and get asylum half
And if they
the
don't?
world away. You have to be on American soil or go to a U.S. point of entry and apply for asylum. So yes, they would have to come here to apply for asylum here.
So the majority of them are denied. So the majority of them are coming here living illegally and then getting denied, and they never had any right.
It wouldn't be illegal per the law. It would only be illegal after a judge orders them to be, or their case to be inefficient, and then they would get the deportation or removal order.
But you have to come in the country through an authorized checkpoint, correct?
No, to claim asylum, it does not have to be through an authorized checkpoint.
So, okay. When you go to Canada, do you just walk in, or?
I don't know how Canada's asylum law works. I know the U.S.'s law works.
I'm asking you, have you been to Canada? Do you just walk in?
No, I don't know how Canada's law works, and it's irrelevant to how the U.S. law works. And if we really want to do a comparison with Canada, they have universal health care, while Republicans just cut the Affordable Care Act.
What does that have to do with it?
No, just adding shit to fire if we're just making Canada comparisons.
Canada comparisons? I just don't think that's the same thing, but...
Do you know what Canada's asylum laws are?
I don't know every asylum law. I know, but when I go there, I have to give my ID at an authorized checkpoint, and I respect the laws of their country.
We also have authorized checkpoints.
Do you, bro, do you think everyone should come to our country? Like, everyone in the world who has a problem? Like, they have a right to try to, but do you think they should? Is that good for us?
I think if someone is suffering somewhere else and they can find relief in the U.S. and become a contributing member of society and an American citizen, everyone has the right to do so. Not everyone has a guarantee of becoming one. Not everyone will get the support or funding of the government, but they have the right to do so per our laws.
You have a right to try, you're saying?
Asylum in Canada is available to individuals physically present in the country who fear persecution or danger, such as torture or risk to life, if returned to their home country. Claims are made at ports of entry, at inland IRCC offices, or online. The process involves strict eligibility screenings, including security checks and medical exams, before being referred to the Immigration and Refugee Board of Canada for a hearing. How is this much different from ours?
I'm not totally sure. I haven't read each of the statutes, but under
brought up Canada.
Huh?
You brought up
I
Canada.
asked you a question. When I go to Canada, I give my ID, and guess what? If I walk over the border, they're gonna freaking come arrest me, and they're gonna send me back to USA, and I probably can never go to Canada again.
That's exactly how it works here.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's illegal. It's illegal to you said, oh, you can just come to the country. Actually, under 8 USC 1325, it's illegal to enter the U.S. other than a designated checkpoint. So, are you okay with that?
Not through
Everybody should do that.
asylum, my guy.
What's that?
Not with asylum.
Yeah, they didn't enter. So you like that there's some kind of back door. I don't like that. I think we should get rid of that because it's bullshit.
There isn't a back door.
It is. It is because everybody can give some bullshit reason why they came here and then, oh, well, I got denied, but whatever. It completely circumvents the law then. Why do we have the law that says if it's a designated, you have to file a designated checkpoint? What's the point? If everyone can just give some bullshit.
Did you read
reason
all
why
of USC 1325 before you just tried to cite it?
You tell me what I'm missing.
Did you read it all?
Tell me what I'm missing.
So no.
Tell me the
What is the first
Tell me
penalty?
the relevant. Entry itself, I believe it's a felony, but I
said what is the
fine.
first
It's a
penalty?
civil
Obviously,
fine.
it is a federal penalty to the degree of a misdemeanor. What is the penalty, the first penalty of improper entry?
A fine.
Okay. And what is the next one?
So what?
Tap the screen, guys. Let's get the likes up to 800K.
What is the
We're about
next
to
one?
wrap up in a second.
Hold on, I'm not reading the statute. I have to pull it up. Let me see. What is the? I'll see. It's a fine. You tell me. I'm just reading this. Tell me what I'm missing. Up to 6 months.
Correct.
Of jail. Okay. And so for a subsequent commission, up to 2 years. So that would be a felony.
It's all a felony.
You said it was a misdemeanor.
I said it's a federal misdemeanor. It would still be a felony.
I think those are...
The degree of the crime, especially for just first entry, would be the equivalent of maybe not Class E. It would be the equivalent of taking a Kit Kat from a 7-Eleven. It would be the equivalent of getting a ticket. You don't get criminal charges for that, right?
Because it's a civil fine at first.
Paying a fine, getting points on your license, that would be different from reckless driving and other things.
Okay.
So then why is the response from this administration so aggressive?
Because we don't want people living in this country unauthorized?
What is the concern with people unauthorized? Why do you care?
You can't account for them. You can't account for what they're doing. Well,
we can.
You need to have
and
a
we did.
living standard. Yeah.
Do you know in April of last year, the Trump administration made an agreement with IRS, and they're being sued for it now, but IRS obliged to share taxpayer data of undocumented migrants with DHS so they can deport them?
Okay.
We used their tax information to get them. So we knew exactly where they were working. We can use that to find what they were doing.
Okay.
This is in part how we're able to make the estimates of how many of them are here, the accurate ones at least. And we can see, based off statistics, that the vast majority of them do not commit the crimes that are being alleged. They are actually a very calm, civil, mind their business and try not to get deported group of people. So that leads me to believe that they're not a threat. And I don't care about undocumented migrants outside of the aspect of a threat to Americans.
Okay, you might not care, but however, there's economic issues, and they drive up costs of living or of housing and drive down wages.
How do they drive up the cost of housing?
Because there's only so many places to live. The more people that you have living in housing, the more housing costs.
That's an issue that we've had in general without undocumented migrants, and despite the mass deportation agenda of the Trump administration, housing costs have only went up since, so it can't just be them. How did they drive down wages?
By taking up low-paid jobs that could go to Americans, and then when it's supply and demand, when you have a lot of supply, it it lowers the price that employers are willing to pay.
Undocumented migrants can't change the federal minimum wage.
Okay, they'll work sometimes they work even lower than the federal minimum wage.
So that would be under the table, which would be a crime. The responsibility would be on the corporation or administration and not the person taking those jobs. Because we can also talk about Americans who may not be able to work certain jobs or have certain records who would also be abused by these institutions. They would only be victims, not the perpetuators of the problem that you have.
They're victims because why are they victims? Because they came here of their
People
own
who
choice?
choose to pay them a wage that is not sufficient to their labor, that would make them victims of robbery.
Of robbery, but why did they come here? They could have stayed in their country of origin.
Because maybe even those circumstances are still better than where they came from. Maybe we live in the richest country in the world, and then because of that, it's infinitely better than where they came from.
Infinitely better than where.
Or do you believe that there's a plethora of other countries that are better than us?
Just because our country is better doesn't mean that everyone is entitled to come here.
No one said they're entitled to do anything. You keep going back to this entitled word, and no one made those statements.
Well, you seem to want to make it extra easy for them to get asylum, and you think it's no big deal because...
What have I said that has alluded to me wanting it to be easier to claim asylum?
What have you said that? Well, you keep insisting about how they're entitled to do so. And,
nope.
Oh, who cares?
Okay. From this point on, you're banned from using the word entitled because I'm convinced that you don't even know what the fuck it means with the way you keep applying it. So again, what makes you believe that I want asylum to be easier? To be fair, I do, and I'm going to articulate why in a second. But I'm curious as to why you said that.
Exactly where I am. You're criticizing me for being right.
No. I'm criticizing your reason for why you think you thought you were right before I just confirmed it.
But I was right.
Why did you think that I want to make asylum easier in the United States based off of everything that I've said? I went over the fucking law, my guy.
Confirmed it.
You're not answering the question. Why did you think, before I confirmed what you believed, that I wanted to make asylum easier in the United States?
Because the way that you would interject when I would try to say it's a problem.
The way that I would respond with factual information to your misinformation made you believe that I wanted to be easier. Jesus fuck. Okay, buddy. So the reason why I want asylum to be easier here in the United States is because we don't have a limit of people that we can have here. We don't have a limit, a maximum capacity. While I understand the anecdotal arguments that can be made in certain rural communities, that if 50 people go to a 100 people town, that could put the 100 people there in some type of job jeopardy. That makes sense. That wouldn't be supported by the data that shows that when migrants come here illegally or legally, they would typically go to areas with more opportunity. That's the whole fucking reason they made the trip here. And those opportunities would be reflected in like blue cities, places with actual opportunities and jobs, not places that are tight enough as it is. So then those communities wouldn't have to worry about it. And then everyone else would be good because then they'd have employees to fuel their businesses.
Okay.
And they bring in a shit ton of revenue yearly in state, local, and with ITI numbers, federal taxes.
Oh, okay. Well, they most of them don't pay federal tax, as far as I know.
even more of a reason, with many of them working here, to give them an opportunity to become citizens. What is the negative of making an undocumented
So
migrant
why even have
American?
citizenship? Why even have citizenship?
What do you mean, why even have citizenship?
Like, why not just get rid of citizenship altogether? You don't think that it really means anything?
No,
You think
those
whoever,
words never came
whoever
out of my
wants to
mouth.
come here?
You have this bad habit of responding to things that I've never said and putting words in my mouth.
I didn't say you never. I didn't say. I'm just saying.
You
why
literally
even
just
have,
said you
I'm
seem to think that citizenship doesn't matter.
Well, yeah. From what you say, it doesn't seem to matter that much. Because these people weren't born with citizenship and they just came here, and you don't care if they
Can anyone become an American citizen?
Can anyone potentially? Just about. There's certain
So then why would I
exclusions with
care
times, but
about citizenship when anyone can do it so long as you don't have a criminal record and you're a threat to national security?
okay, so you don't care about it, which is literally what I just said.
No.
But now
I'm simply saying citizenship is just a matter of passing a fucking vet test. That's it. That's all. You take a civil test, you answer questions that the average American can't, and bam, you are a citizenship. So you're a citizen. So I'm not putting a bunch of weight on it. I just understand it is, and it's there. Hence why I'm arguing that undocumented migrants here in the U.S. who have been minding their business, working their jobs, paying their state and local taxes, be contributing members of society, integral to our economy, why in the world would we want to deport them when we can give them opportunity to become American citizens and we can focus our deportation efforts with ICE on the worst of the worst? So that way we can be safe.
Well, why do you think that we should ignore certain laws just because you don't think?
No
they're a
one's
big
saying
deal?
ignore the law. When Reagan passed the, not Reagan, yes,
Amnesty.
Reagan. When Reagan passed the Amnesty Act, he didn't ignore the law.
He just said whatever. I guess I don't agree with that. I don't agree with what he did.
You don't agree with allowing about 3 million people to become citizens and making them
No,
pay for it how is that
It
bad
sets
for the
a bad
country?
example. It sets a bad example. It rewards people not following the rules.
No, it doesn't, because they have to pay. How did they get a reward when they had to pay? It was just, honestly, a longer process, or in some cases, a more expensive process than if they went the other route. And
But
by
I feel
then, they
like-
were already in quote unquote paying their debt because they're already working here. They're already contributing, and they have to pay more.
Oh, you said so they were doing it under the table before.
No, you said under the table.
No, well, what do you mean they had to pay more because they had to not do it under the table? I'm trying to understand.
They
what
had to
you were
pay
saying.
more to get that citizenship under the whatchamacallit act, this Amnesty Act.
They had to pay to get their citizenship.
Did you think we just gave them that shit for free?
I don't know. You tell me. You know that they had to pay for it. How much did they have to pay for it?
No, I don't know the fee. I just know it wasn't free. The country doesn't do shit for free.
Okay, I don't know about that, but I thought it was free. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that it's good to reward bad behavior. I think if we have certain laws on the books, then we should follow them. And it just tells the next generation that, oh, well, now you're entitled to amnesty too.
Are you
because
under the
last-
belief that we're just going to pass an amnesty bill every fucking month with more and more undocumented migrants coming in?
Am I under the belief that no?
So then,
I mean, we
what
haven't
is the
done it since
issue?
the 80s.
It's not like we're going to do this every single time.
It's also not fair to other people that wait to get it the right way, or even the people. It's just inconsistent. I don't agree with inconsistency. I think we should be consistent. And Reagan was a Republican, and I still disagree with him.
If a child came from a middle class family that has income versus a child who came from a lower class family who has no income, and they both go to school, and the middle class income child has to pay for their lunch every day, and the lower income child does not, is it unfair to the middle class child that he has to pay for his lunch?
Is it unfair?
Yeah.
It's unfair to be born to poorer parents, I guess, but sometimes you get the
Yeah, sure.
unlucky.
Is it unfair for the middle class child to have to pay for their lunch?
Is it unfair? I guess. Even though he has more money, I don't know. I guess it's not unfair because the other person gets subsidized because they're poor. I guess it's fair. I mean, I don't know.
Why would you say it's fair?
Because that we're compensating for the fact that the other family is poorer.
Oh, okay. So we have a process here where people can become citizens. We wouldn't say it's unfair to give an opportunity to individuals who came here illegally the chance to become citizens, because the people who applied and did everything the right way would have had the means to do so, versus the other people who were in circumstances that caused them to come here illegally to begin with. That would not be an equitable response. That's the word that you're looking for, equity. The reason why you said it's unfair to make someone who has it not pay because someone who doesn't has to pay is because that would not be an equitable response. If you have two children and they both have two different sizes of stomachs, giving them the same size meal doesn't make any sense. You give them what's equitable, what's sizable for what they can take or cough down. That would be the exact same principle that we would apply to undocumented migrants. And quite frankly, it wouldn't go to all of them the same way it didn't during the Reagan administration. So I just find it strange that your entire complaint would be that we now have more tax-paying, contributing members of society, especially under administration that claims to spearhead wanting legal immigration, but has made it infinitely harder to become one.
I don't think it's totally comparable because the people that come to the country illegally can find out what the laws are and they know that they're breaking the law. That's not the same as a kid who the government has set up a plan for them to get a discounted lunch. Like, they're not breaking a law. So I don't think it's comparable.
The point of it was equitable responses. And there's literally entire arguments that can be made that the unfairness, that's why I went to unfair, because it wouldn't be a law on school lunches in that way, would equate to the law. Our laws are supposed to make things fair. But the other things we have around laws don't inherently make certain actions unfair.
Well, like I said, there might be some principles of equity that are the same, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's one instance where there's a law and one, that says that this is forbidden and the other one just allows them to get the discounted lunch. Those are not comparable in my mind. One is rewarding bad behavior that we said is, not allowed, and the other is just, giving usually our citizens a benefit because we want to have equality or equity within our society.
Is driving school rewarding bad behavior?
Is driving school rewarding bad behavior?
Yeah, you can get a ticket and go to driving school to avoid it or avoid any penalty on your license. Is that rewarding bad behavior?
Well, no, because it's like a.
But they broke the law.
Most people don't want to go to driving school.
But they broke the law. We have to send a message, right?
It's kind of a punishment.
Allowing them to pay a fine that they can ask for, they have the money to do. That's not going to send the right message now, is it? Now, putting them in a damn prison cell, that's going to scare the shit out of them. That's going to make them go, I probably shouldn't be doing this stupid shit again. So why would we give them any way, shape, or form to get out of that penalty? Why would we reward bad behavior?
I don't think we're rewarding it because we're still forcing them to do something that they don't want to do. Most people who go to driving school, that's a better alternative than prison, but that doesn't mean they want to do it.
They can go to a class where they can fall asleep or fuck off the whole way and not actually obtain any of the information really, and then go right back to doing the same shit. It's not like we sit there with monitors and we make sure everyone's watching and stuff. It's just a room where people really fuck off. Every now and then you get a stricter I guess, orchestrator that will make sure you're paying attention, but there's no guarantee. Most people, including the people who work there, don't want to fucking be there.
Most people who work at a school or
the driving school that I'd be referencing, the option that someone would get for a ticket.
I just still think, like, I wouldn't choose to do that right now. I don't have to do that, so I won't. So I'd consider it punishment. It's like a mild punishment you get the first time. But yeah, I think
okay, again, so you're okay with us rewarding bad behavior by allowing people to get out of the penalties that they would gain from breaking the law.
I'm okay with diversion programs. I guess so. Diversion programs, yeah. And we're trying to help everyone around us. Like,
you have an issue with diversion programs?
No, I don't. I said I'm fine with it. I said, but if you...
So then why do you not apply that same energy to undocumented migrants?
A diversion program? What's a diversion program for undocumented migrants? Like,
well, not diversion, but essentially the point is a pathway to citizenship where they would still have quote-unquote penalties because they would still have to pay. They would be under a certain program. I forgot the exact details of the initial one, but they had to prove several things. I believe employment was one of them. Don't quote me on that. But it wasn't just, here, you're a citizen, fuck off. Do whatever you want. That's not how that worked.
Well, we save money by not putting someone in prison and having them be a better driver. Makes everyone else safe.
I am so glad you said that. We save money by giving undocumented migrants an opportunity to become citizens. We save a shit ton of money. The cost of mass deportation is so much cheaper than just giving them citizenship after a well-vetted background check and they go through all the right processes to get their like documents and stuff. That is so much cheaper than trying to deport them. The cost of sending agents out to get them, the risks, the detainment, and then inevitably the deportation. In some cases, they're challenged by lawyers. We have to pay extra money for that. If we have wrongful deportations or wrongful detainment, which the Trump administration has been ramping the fuck up, we then have to take money and pay back that. Mm-hmm. When we can look at someone named Pedro or Huego, who has been here for 5 years, has been working his little job, is doing just fine, is contributing to society, volunteering at the fucking food shelter every weekend, and we can go, hey, there's not a single goddamn reason to worry about this guy. He broke the law, but maybe we should give him a chance to become a citizen.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious, do you think that, because I advocate for, Americans, so do you think this should be reciprocal? Like,
God bless you.
I think basically everyone should be able to come here, but do you think we should be able to go to every single country and be entitled to live there and work there if we think that lifestyle is better for us?
Is there a country that we can't go to?
Well, we can go to the country, but that doesn't mean that we can stay there indefinitely. We have to follow work limits.
We have those
you can't
too.
Work in a lot of places.
Again, I don't know why you're bringing this up if we're already talking about undocumented migrants who, what you're talking on specifically, would have broken the law.
But you don't seem to care much about that.
I don't care about responding to them as if they are murderers and rapists and substance dealers when their only crime was wanting a better life. I do not think that is an equitable response to what their crime is.
Hold on.
I don't think we need to smash ants with hammers.
Their only crime is wanting a better life? What?
Yeah.
Their crime would.
Do you think they just come here just to fuck off?
The crime would be coming to the country illegally. It's not.
Hey,
not
we already
wanting a
established
better
what
life.
the law is. You cited USC
So it's only a fine.
1325.
It's only
You're
a fine.
completely
It's only a
ignoring
fine.
my response, which is supported with the majority of evidence, that they want a better life. You don't get to be at the top, which is what we would consider America in the capitalist food chain, without expecting people not to want to get a piece of that pie. It's all we live and die to achieve. We work our fucking lives, some cases to the end of it, with no sufficient results of a comfortable life, even in death. Everyone should be allowed to have that opportunity. And if we have the laws that say this is bad and that is bad, that's fine. I'm simply saying, let's not respond to people who want better lives with draconian policies, such as deportations to countries they never even came from, sending them to deportation, concentration camps such as CCOT, risking their death by fucking assaulting them in the streets, when in many cases they're not even resisting. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. And it puts Americans at risk, which we've seen with the deaths of 30 civilians so far in the United States since Trump took over again. Over 30. It's probably more than that. I don't remember the specific number.
So where do you draw the line? Do you want everybody in the world to come here, or do you think that's
every time I say what I say, you keep going back to me wanting everyone in the world to come here. You keep hearing open borders. Your TDS is fucking wilding right now, my guy.
Okay, well, why can't you just answer if that's okay or not?
Because everything I've said is not alluded to that in the slightest. And I've already answered your question several times if you were actually paying attention.
You have to have rules and draw lines somewhere.
No one is saying ignore the rules. Nothing I've said has acknowledged or denied the fact that we have laws. Regardless of if I feel that they need reform or not, I've acknowledged the laws with every single statement that we've made.
So you should be okay with the deportations of non so-called violent
That's
criminals.
already the law. I will never co-sign the methods of the Trump administration, which have been violating the law.
Violating the law. I mean, give me some egregious examples that you have a problem with.
I don't know. Maybe the fact that we're now utilizing administrative warrants to bust into people's homes to find undocumented migrants, which also extends to American citizens. Maybe the fact that the Supreme Court had to step in and tell this fucker to bring someone back because they wrongfully, thank you for the gifts, they wrongfully deported him. Maybe because of the fact that American citizens are now not as safe with masked gang members with badges running around, shooting Americans in the face and on their back for protesting, which is their First Amendment right. I could care less about Pedro and his fucking fruit stand on the street if it means I am more at risk of getting shot in the face because my skin tone matches the color of someone who may have a goddamn accent. Better yet, fuck that. Because Alex Preddy was a full-blown white guy. Renee Nicole Good, full-blown white women. They got the same damn treatment as some of these undocumented migrants. They're not even utilizing racism anymore. They're just fucking with everyone. That's not the America I want to live in.
Do Americans have the right to decide who lives in their country as, the citizens?
We did, and that's why we have our laws. And our laws do not say anyone of any race or nationality or whatnot can't come here, although Trump's doing that by banning certain countries from coming here, or people from certain countries from coming here.
Is that currently? He's banned certain countries currently? Or?
Yeah. Are you unaware of the Muslim ban in his first term, the Afghan ban that he placed after the National Guardsman was shot? The other one that we had for a moment, I want to say Haiti. I don't know. We've had a couple restrictions so far. Where have you been?
So that's in the past. Not now.
Now. The ones I referenced was current outside of the Muslim one. And he tried to bring that back.
So is it in effect now, or?
The Afghan ban, if I'm not mistaken, it should be. I'm not sure when that was repealed or if it was blocked by a court, but that happened. Whatchamacallit? Was it September?
So that's just
What month last year did that happen, chat? Or was it last year? Was it early this year? I might get my shit mixed up. I know it was in response to the National Guardsmen that were shot at the Capitol. Also, what does the date matter? He did it.
so that's because they're brown and not because they, have a volatile country with a lot of terrorists in it.
Volatile country. And we have a process for that.
We have a process, so does that mean it's easy to vet that? Is it easier maybe if you just
What we can't
say,
prove, we don't let in.
We have to make
And our stance on the foreign stage helps us have those reciprocative agreements with other countries to better vet these individuals, which is why pissing them off is probably a really stupid idea, which Trump has a tendency to do.
Wait, we have to worry about pissing. We have to walk on eggshells about pissing off Afghan people.
No,
Like we live on our knees to
my
pissing
guy.
off foreign.
Some of those bad Afghan people that you would be referencing, the bad ones, could have terrorist links and ties in other countries. It doesn't have
so
to
we need to
be
kiss their ass?
Afghanistan.
So we need to kiss their ass to not piss them off? Is that what you're saying?
No one said that.
Then what are you saying? This is we're the head honcho here. Like they should do what.
Chad,
they
it's
should
above
bow
your
out.
head. It's above your head. You don't know what to do. What?
You're the one who
Links
says
in
we
bio.
need to live in fear of what Afghans think of us or something.
I don't give a fuck about what they think of us.
Well, I don't care if we piss them off. If they stay in their country, they can't do anything to us.
That's the whole.
There are good people there, yes, but sometimes if there's a national security risk, it's okay to have temporary bans on countries that could have dangerous people.
You know why that makes zero sense whatsoever?
Sure, tell me why.
We can look at every country where someone who came from there committed an atrocious act on U.S. soil, and then we can say that they are a national security risk.
Yeah, okay, sure, but there's different rates of it. There's different countries where there's a higher risk, where terrorism and the country is run by insurgents, and it's much more likely. I mean,
Sure. And being more cautious of those countries is perfectly fine. Bans on those countries is what is wrong.
Okay, well, you're just splitting hairs, I guess.
I'm really not. If you believe that every single person in Afghanistan is an evil terrorist piece of shit, then you'd support an entire ban. If you don't, then you'd support restricting it for the sake of national security, which Trump has been trying to do the opposite and has in part done the opposite. And he's been doing it with other countries. He has a record of doing this.
No, I do not think that all Afghan people are terrorists. I just think there's probably a higher risk because of the volatility of that country and the political climate that it doesn't. Could make sense at certain times that it's just not worth it to deal with that.
Oh, so you think it's not worth it to the vet? We just outright ban them, right?
Maybe for a time, if that's what they decide. I mean, I haven't looked into the data at a given time, but sometimes it could be too risky. Our number one priority is the safety and well-being of United States citizens, not some other people around the world's right to come here. Our country and government has a responsibility first and foremost to the people who are citizens of this country and serving the people of this country, not to serve the world. Okay, our government serves us. All those countries have their own governments that can serve them, and if they don't do so well, then that's their prerogative. That's their issue. But our government is here to serve us. And if that means it disadvantages somebody from a different place, well, maybe that will be the case. But unfortunately, our well-being should
You
be
keep responding with shit
uno.
that I've never disagreed with. And I love how every single time I respond to you with something, your immediate response is everything he's saying would challenge the law, would challenge Americans being prioritized, would challenge this and that. You have a irrational fear of immigration, which we would substantiate as a word called xenophobia. And it makes no sense whatsoever, considering that this country was literally built on the backs of immigrants.
It was built on the backs of immigrants from third world countries.
They came from all over.
Oh, really? Which third world country?
I'm sorry.
Which immigrants from third world countries built this country? I'd like to know that.
I'm sorry.
one.
Do you think
Name one.
a third world country would produce lesser beings?
No, but they.
So then, what the
might
fuck
not-
is the point of you bringing this up?
Well, they might not come equipped with the skills or talents that we need. And we needed factory
We do
labor
not
like 100,
deem
20 years ago. We don't need it
immigration
today.
or rates or allow immigration in the U.S. based off of quote unquote need. It's about who can be vetted and who has the money for it. The fuck? What fucking need would we put on immigration to say if you don't do this specific thing, you can't come here? We use those needs for visas. We use those needs for other programs.
We use them for visas. Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, we try to give talented people a chance. That's what the H-1B. That's what the H-1Bs are. We want to get talented people in here. But you know,
It's
that doesn't
not
mean
immigration. It's not exclusive to those
okay,
visas.
let me
That's the
ask you
whole
something.
point.
If you just import poor people from all over the world, why don't you just turn into a poor country?
What? We're not importing poor people from all over the world.
Well, you just said, why would third world be a problem? Well, okay, well, let's.
I'm a
if we just
child of
import-
poverty. That didn't change my fucking excellence. I would not
Sure, and
disregard
you're
any other individual just because they came from less than ideal circumstances.
Yeah, but you're an American, so the government should serve your interests.
The government didn't do a fucking thing for me. I've never been on any type of government assistance or gotten a program. Neither did my family, who were immigrants, by the way.
They were immigrants from where?
Irrelevant. The islands.
The islands?
Caribbean.
Mm-hmm. And
Imagine if Donald Trump, before my parents came here, right around the time that they did, they looked at those islands and he said, the worst of the worst come from there. They're poisoning the blood of our nation, bringing rapists, murderers, and some, I believe, are good people. It's in their genes. Something about their genes.
so, do you feel like you're bitter? Are you not a legal citizen? Like, what is that? Why you're mad? Or
I am.
oh, you are. Okay. So
I was
government-
gracious enough to have the opportunity to be born here under the 14th
Oh, okay.
Amendment, which would
Great.
make me an American citizen. I have
Oh,
all
so the
my
government-
documentation. And Donald Trump passed an executive order 1416 or 14170 trying to stop it. The Supreme Court will be hearing arguments to stop children who are born here from being citizens, leaving them up for deportation. People who built lives and families here and have been contributing members of society.
that won't. Hold on. That won't necessarily be retroactive, as far as I know.
I don't really care if it is or isn't.
Okay, but you think people should you think it's okay that people can just come here and just have a kid and then they have basically an anchor baby and that
No one
they
is
have a
granted no one is granted citizenship here because of their children. We literally deport their kids with them.
It's well, that's more recently, but in there's
Not
prior
really.
times where they are you sure about that?
Yeah.
So the anchor baby thing is just a myth.
The anchor baby thing is very much a load of bullshit in how it's applied.
Do you think that is necessarily a good system? That just because someone came here and they had no connection, that their kid,
The connection is a piece of paper, and the child shouldn't have to pay the price for their parents' activities.
Do you know how it works in your parents' country of origin? Do you know what entitles you to citizenship there?
Some of the same requirements I can point at with other countries, including the one we read over, like Canada that you referenced. I don't know what your point is. You can bring up a country that says, fuck you, you can't claim asylum. That's not going to change my position.
Okay. So you just want to hold the United States to a different standard, or?
Oh, do you want the United States, one of the greatest countries in the world, with the capital and means to do a bunch of shit, to act as if we're not? Do you want us to just start restricting people, doing away with the policies that in many cases literally made us great? You just want to walk back all of that shit? We're going to act like immigrants haven't been a vital part of our economy and everything we fucking built?
No.
Just because you think they're taking your fucking job? How much money do you make a year?
I'm a student right now.
Okay. So what is an immigrant taking from you?
Well, I don't just worry about myself. I worry about the lower.
That wasn't my
class
question.
people.
What is an immigrant
They
taking
have
from you?
opportunities. I want them to have opportunities.
What is an immigrant taking from you?
Probably increases the housing prices, like I said.
Yeah, that's wrong. Not to
I
mention
want-
the undocumented migrants, the
care about
vast
other
majority
people,
of
not
them,
just myself.
based off of
I
their
care about
their
the
skill
lowest class
level,
people.
they do not have sufficient income to be able to go and buy
I care about the
houses.
people that work at
Undocumented migrants
Walmart.
aren't typically taking them up because we can barely afford those houses to begin with.
Hey, can I ask you? Are you there? Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember a couple of years ago? I'm just curious when Bernie Sanders.
God bless you.
Are you a fan?
Not really.
Oh, okay. Well, he's a very left wing guy, but
I know who Bernie Sanders is. I know what he
left-wing, and
stands
said-
for.
and
What
he
is your
said-
point?
Oh, well, he said immigration is a Koch brothers scheme for the rich to get richer and get cheap labor.
That's wrong. But yes, Bernie Sanders very much did point out how immigrants are utilized in this capitalist system. He talked about how these corporations will use them for cheap labor without benefits. And that was one of his stances against illegal immigration. Not because all the shit that you're saying, but because they were used and abused. Which is literally my stance as well. Which is why I say we should give them a chance to not only become citizens, but we should spend a shit ton of money, a portion of what we're spending to support them, on the corporations that make it easy for them to keep coming. If you actually want to fix the undocumented migrant problem here in the U.S., they should probably stop being able to work under the table for some of these corporations. Otherwise, they're just going to keep doing it and subverting the law that you claim to uphold so goddamn much. But all the energy that you've had has been only towards the people who want better versus the corporations that can do better.
I mean, like
You know,
I
the
said,
last
supply-
Republican candidate that actually had a sufficient solution to your problem? You know who he was?
You tell me.
Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney ran against Obama in his second term. Mitt Romney said they should get IDs. Everyone should get an ID, and this would be an employment ID. And if you didn't have this card, you could not work for these corporations. Therefore, if undocumented migrants came here, they would not be allowed to get any job.
So, do you think Mitt Romney had a better platform on immigration than Obama?
No. Better, no. Okay. I think he had a better platform on stopping undocumented migrants from coming here and working than any other Republican fucking president. Not that I agree with it, but that would actually be a solution.
Yeah, well, to go back to your point about, the country being built by immigrants, yeah, it was built by immigrants, but they were invited here and they were told to come here because we needed labor and the other guy on the other side is allowed something and give it to this thing. My thing is they had permission to come here because they demonstrated they had a skill. So I think that you don't really like the country.
What?
What's that? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Oh.
That was a drop song to all the newbies, or one of them.
I was about to say that was agonizing.
We didn't make the drop pool, but I was just tired of it. MAGA 2025, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
I'm sure you have a bunch of things to cry about in regards to my last conversation. Just spit it out.
Well, did you know who had a plan for immigration? Trump in his first term, when he wanted to make a deal for the Dreamers in exchange for building the wall, and the Democrats said no.
Well, what?
He wanted to make a deal to make a pathway to citizenship for the Dreamers in exchange for closing the border with the wall, and the Democrats said no.
Wall wouldn't close the border.
Well, the wall along with other things. And your whole idea of giving everybody a pathway to citizenship is insane, because as soon as you give them a pathway to citizenship, they're going to let more in and give them a pathway to citizenship. You can't do that until the border's sealed and shut down.
So, I'm actually not the most familiar with this deal, so I'm reading up on it now. Dreamers and others totally put a status and date 5.7 million. I think all the non-certain touch taking refusing to negotiate with the government reopens. Okay. Yeah, Donald Trump, who's been anti-DACA, then says, okay, we'll give extensions to DACA people before we fuck with them, and you just have to give me money for a wall. You really thought the Democrats would go for this.
Well, he's a deal maker. That's what he does.
And DACA recipients are already allowed to be here. So there's that. The only
he wanted to make it more permanent.
Somewhat work is if he gave them a pathway to citizenship, and that wasn't a provision of this deal.
Maybe if they sat down and talked to him and actually closed the borders, then we could have done it. But now you guys let in another 10 million or 15 million.
I don't know why we'd have to close the border under a Trump administration. I thought the border
closed now.
Closed under his border.
It
border
is.
Would have been closed under his administration.
It's closed now.
Yeah, you don't know what that means.
Illegal immigration is closed. If you want to be
Shall we say that if you add that tens of millions of these people were let in, that you should probably come with proof and facts and bring it up and pull it up and put it on the big screen?
Did you not watch the news for the whole 4 years Biden was in office?
Again, I said credible sources and facts, not news. News is not always accurate, by the way.
So videos of thousands of people coming across the border is not proof enough for you?
That does not give exact numbers, sweetheart. You have to provide exact numbers. If you're going to spit out numbers, you need to pull up proof of it all. The news is not facts. ChatGPT, Google AI, even some videos can be manipulated. We know there's AI. So let's just go with that. This is not an attack. This is saying if you're going to spill out numbers, please provide proof and facts and ask the host to pull it up.
Everybody knows it was over 10 million under Biden.
Sure. Again, provide the facts and pull it up with
just
proof
common
of the numbers.
sense.
It's not, which clearly MAGA does not have. So again, as I state, make sure that if you're going to spill out numbers, that you pull up the facts.
Can you read this chart above my head here, buddy?
No, I can't read it. It's too blurry.
Boom, 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 boom. Now, can you read it?
Mm-hmm.
What is the encounter rate for January of 2025?
January 2025.
Chat, can you guys say what the account
81,000, is that it?
Okay, you can read charts. And what is it for February?
28,000.
March?
29,000.
April?
What does that mean, though? It doesn't mean that they got in the country.
What?
That's encounters? Is that encounters?
What did you just say?
Is that, it says encounters, right?
What did you just say?
It doesn't mean they got in.
Oh. Oh.
Is an encounter the same as letting somebody in?
Let's all take this moment in silence. We're going to take a moment in silence, everybody. Please bow your heads.
Where'd they encounter them?
Oh, shit. Oh, you people are fucking stupid. You guys are so fucking stupid. Oh,
Coming from a guy that works in his basement and makes videos.
And clearly he's providing more facts than you
I was
haven't
looking
even
at the
provided
graph
one.
for 2 seconds. I don't even. What is that even? I don't. Where was the encounters? Were they in Austin, Texas? Where were the encounters?
Would you like to provide me the number of 10 million illegals who came into the U.S. under the Biden administration?
Well, what'd your graph say? Didn't it have 261,000?
Would you
in 1
like
month?
to provide me the
Pull your
source of
graph
what
back
you
up.
said of 10 million undocumented migrants who came into the U.S. under the Biden administration?
Yes.
Go ahead and provide it.
Well, you got the computer. Google it.
No, I asked you to provide it because it was your claim.
I saw all the videos of them coming across the
Yeah, I
border in
didn't
their
ask
little
you for a video.
caravans, and then
I asked you to
they put those
substantiate your claim that
they
10
put those big
million
tubes in the river to block
undocumented
them, and then
migrants
they don't get
entered
rid
the
of them 'cause people
Biden
are getting hurt.
administration. During the Biden administration. That's what you said. You said it with your full chest. I am now asking you to substantiate it. So I'm going to need you to substantiate it.
How am I going to do that while I'm on the phone with you and
Oh,
search
that's
something?
easy. Did you guys know that a phone, which the only way you'd be on this panel is if it was a smartphone, you dumb fuck, is a supercomputer. A supercomputer that
dumb
you can
fuck.
go
I
to
can't talk to you
Google
if I go
or
searching
Safari,
shit, you
whatever your
fucking
platform of
retard.
choice is, and then you can go to that and you can look up your claim. You said you saw a bunch of videos and stuff. I'm assuming you would have seen that on your smartphone or your computer.
Yeah, it was on the news
Regardless
for
of
4
that,
years.
you
Would you
can literally
sleep through the
swipe
4 years
out of
of
the
Biden?
app. TikTok gives you 5 minutes before they kick you off of a panel. And if you return back to the app, that time resets. So you can swipe out of the app and find your source. But I'm going to go ahead and save us a shit ton of
So
trouble
did you
here.
sleep
You're
through the 4
not
years of Biden?
going to actually look up your claim. The
Did you
reason why
sleep
you're
through the
not
4
going to
years
look
of-
up your claim is because you don't care. You heard that shit. It was a headline because you're a headline hoochie.
Pull your
and then
graph
you
back.
fucking ran with it. And then you come up on these panels day in and day out to cry. Oop, you got a flag. To cry about what Biden did, what Biden allowed, despite the fact that you don't even know. Because the majority of you fuckers that I talk to don't know shit about fuck when it comes to the Biden-Harris administration. Otherwise, you would be thanking him. Yes, I fucking said it. And what I found hysterical about that entire conversation is that I showed you the number of nationwide encounters month to month during 2025, and you said, that's not crossings. That's encounters. Encounters aren't people here. But the 10 million number that you fucking cited is encounters.
Did you see the document? There was two different ones that I had. They were on a .gov website. I don't know if I can say them, so I'm not going to. I don't want to restrict you. But that are U.S. citizens, right? You know how they like to say, oh, they're such violent, right, criminals, so to say. But here's the thing. Approximately 5% of the United States population are undocumented immigrants. 1% of that 5%, up to 1.5% of that 5% are violent criminals, right? All right. So let's also add to the fact from a very credible source that I have, 32%. So this is all U.S. citizens, right? 32% imprisoned are 32% are black, 31% are white, 23% are Mexicans, Hispanics, 2% are Native Americans, Alaska Natives, and 1% are Pacific Islanders and Asians. Now, what does that say? That means that the United States is mostly imprisoned by our own U.S. citizens with violent criminality activities, right? So therefore, this is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous false claim that Trump and his administration and these maggots are going with. And so that is just wrong in every way, shape, and form. And being undocumented criminal is only is a civil matter. It's not good. It doesn't go in the criminal court. Okay, let's just go with that.
MAGA 2025 is Joel Patrick. I don't think so.
Would you like me to send those two sources to you so you know what I was referring to, and since it's your live and everything, out of respect, I can send that to you.
You can send it my message. Thank you.
Okay, I will do that.
We're wrapping up here. We're gonna wrap up here, y'all. Let's raid Erica. Let me pull that up for y'all. Wait, shit. Vincent, where you at? Vincent, you still here? Request up. If not, well, fuck. I lost track of all that shit. People are stupid. People are fucking stupid. Oh, looks like my video's doing well. Guys, we're going to be ending it here. But I need you to do a couple things. For one, that's two. For one, where'd she go? Bye, ma'am. Thank you. You were cool. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Don't worry about the shares. We're about to go. But we still need you to do things like send your daily heart.
God bless you.
Super important. Thank you so much, Amy, for your favorite creators to send your daily heartbeats, okay? Also, I've been out here yelling my ass off with my roommate St. Piss. So do that. Do that. Thank you for the Life on Purpose. No, Level Up Sparks. Thank you, Life on Purpose, for the Level Up Sparks. So yeah, follow, send your daily heartbeat. If you really like to support me, if you really like to treat me, because you motherfuckers have been dry for a bit and you think black people's labor is free, it's fine. You can knock out any of the grayed out gifts in the gift gallery. How to get to that is by clicking on my name. You scroll down to the C1 gift gallery. I think that's where we're at. And you can click on any of the gray gifts there if you'd like to knock it out. On your way out, already went over everything. Links in the bio for the best ways to support the stream. Whether it's following me on the other social medias, I'm still here. Oh, okay, I wasn't sure. I was like, where'd you go? Following me on the other social media platforms such as YouTube, which we're dual streaming to right now. Hector Talks with 2 R's, or my Instagram, where I also upload the videos and whatnot there. Joining the Discord community. We are over 600 members strong. A lot of the stuff that you hear me cite here will be posted there. We have a bunch of fun in there, getting back to movie nights, all that good stuff. Thank you. Eclectic knows the drill. The merch, of course, there's a merchandise shop. There's a merchandise shop. Here's a piece behind you. I need to change that out. This is the Kamala Would Never hoodie. We have a Kamala Would Never line. Pajama sets, shorts, tank tops, hoodies, beanies, all that good stuff. And the same is for the Make 2 + 2 = 4 again line, which you'll see in my MAGA hunting videos pinned on my profile, or the 10 Commandments line, because Trump supporters, especially the ones who claim to be Christian, there's no such thing as a Trump supporting Christian, they're going to hell. I did a parody called the 10 Commandments, and I think it's fucking hilarious. I probably should update it, actually, because I did this in 2024. So get that. And if you're a subscriber or a super fan here, you get a discount code that's available to you if you're a subscriber to the Discord community. While the Discord is free, you can choose to subscribe to it if you want to support me that way. you can become a subscriber there, and you get a discount code as well. And that is already available in the subscriber space if you're there. It's pinned in the messages. You can use that discount code to get you some stuff. What else? Finally, obviously, the links to the bio, which y'all niggas broke. It's fine. Those of you over on the YouTube side, thank you so much for being here. Please be sure to hit that like button on your way out. Subscribe, turn on notification bells. I will thank you guys for the jewels. I saw a couple go through. I didn't get to thank you personally. Thank you for the jewels. I'm going to go ahead and end it first on the YouTube side. Actually, no. I'm going to set up the redirect, and it's going to take you to Erica's. So stick around, YouTube. If you're still feeling debate savvy, I'm going to send you to Erica's, and you don't have to go there, because the second I press the end button, once I'm done setting this up, it will automatically take you there. It's pretty cool. It's called redirect. Where is she at? There we go. And bam, it is now set. So the second I end the stream, it'll take you to her live. So stick around, obviously. But yeah, we're wrapping up here first on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for being here. Appreciate the likes, the shares, the comments, the subscriptions, the super chats, the jewels. All of that is super helpful. Thank you guys so much for continuing to keep this platform going. It looks like we need 9 more likes to hit 200 over there. So I just need 9 more people to hit that like button. But on that note, good night, YouTube. Shout out to some of the hardest working mods on the platform. Big W's to you guys. Big W's to you guys.